Hello everyone, welcome to What If Quirkless Deku got mentored by Almight and made Harem with Momo, Melissa and Todoroki Part 8. Before we start, please go support Oscar Xperia 5991 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Chapter 29, Watching Them Grow Up, Part. The moon shone brightly in the night sky. There were still a few minutes left until dawn. A pleasant wind gently shook the leaves of the trees outside Izuku's room. The temperature was pleasant, a bit cold in fact, but it didn't matter. So those three girls who slept in the same bed with their new boyfriend had one more excuse to hug him even tighter. They had passed, therefore, all deserved this well-deserved night of rest, far from the opinions of others, far from the prejudices of the world. In this place, at this moment, the four hearts together were in their own world. Lemon skipped. Slowly she also brought her face closer, managing to feel something soft hitting her chest. It was strange, but in the heat of the moment, and even with her eyes closed, she didn't pay attention to it and simply let herself go. It wasn't until they were less than a centimeter away, so close that they could already feel someone breathing in front of them, that they both heard a voice a little further away. Momo, Fufu laughing with some malice. I knew that both of them got along well, but I didn't think it was that much. Shiko, huh? Melissa, huh? They instantly opened their eyes, realizing that the person in front of them was the other one, and that those hands they thought were Izuku's were also the other one. Ah! With a loud scream, they both quickly moved away. Melissa, who was closest to the edge of the bed, fell and hit her head. Shiko, what's going on? Blushing heavily and covering her body with her hands. What were you doing to me, pervert? Melissa, that hurt, rubbing her head as she tried to get back into bed. Shiko, answer. Melissa, I didn't do anything. Even with a great pain in her head, I was just letting Izuku touch me despite her pain. Her somewhat perverted smile was present. It seems that what they say about those who seem more shy is true. Before there was another scandal, Momo's voice in a calm tone spoke again. Momo, you two hugged each other very affectionately while you were sleeping, putting on a mocking smile. I don't know what you were dreaming about, but your hands began to move towards each other. Shiko's face paled at the same time that the memories came to her mind. Melissa, on the other hand, did not pay much attention to it, although no one noticed, not even herself, as upon knowing what had happened she instinctively licked her lips. Shiko, but I heard Izuku's voice. I'm sure looking everywhere. Where is he? Momo, about that. Slowly Momo removed the sheet that covered her body, revealing that Izuku was using her breasts as his pillows. At the same time, he was using rabbit-shaped earmuffs created by Momo so that he would not wake up. Momo, isn't it cute? Stroking Izuku's hair. Did you know that Izuku talks in his sleep? He even said that my breasts are like soft marshmallows. With a proud look she looks at her friends. Go ahead, continue with what you were doing. You can continue with yours. Shiko, huh? Melissa, huh? They both looked at each other for a second and then quickly turned their faces in opposite directions. Momo, don't worry about Izuku. I can take care of him alone. I'm sure he'll understand your feelings and only wish happiness for both of you. Fufu. With a face of complete mockery, Momo looked at them. At the same time, Shiko started an argument with Melissa. Look what you did, she repeated over and over again. And while both fought, Momo looked once again at the sleeping face of Izuku, who was still lying between her breasts. Momo, you look so calm now, gently touching Izuku's cheek. I wonder if our children will be as cute as you. Her face blushed very noticeably. What am I thinking? Shaking her head quickly. We haven't been dating for a whole day and I'm thinking so far away. Slowly she noticed Izuku's eyes slowly opening, having one last thought which she ignored. I wasn't like this before. Without realizing it, both Shiko and Melissa looked at their friend with a frown, thinking that their joke would not go without consequences. Izuku, what time is it? Slowly his eyes open, as he raises his face slightly. Momo, taking off his earmuffs. Did I wake you up? Holding him by the cheek. I'm sorry, love. Shiko was on alert at that affectionate nickname. She was the only one who had not yet called her boyfriend in a romantic way. Unexpectedly, she was very shy about these matters. Momo, it's still very early. Did you have a bad night? Izuku, no, on the contrary, smiling slightly, I felt like I was sleeping on soft clouds in a beautiful sky. His words filled Momo's heart with pride. I didn't know this bed was so comfortable. Melissa, not exactly. Izuku, huh? What do you mean? Looking down a little, noticing what he had under him and using as a pillow, I see blushes a little. Momo, wow, I thought you would be more embarrassed. Izuku, I am sitting on the head of the bed, but now that I started this I can't be indecisive, not at least when it comes to you. Momo, I see, that's fine, smiling subtly while nodding. By the way, love, didn't you forget to tell us something? By this point Shuko and Melissa had approached. Melissa was on her left, Momo on her right, and Shuko in front of her. The four of them were sitting on the bed while they could notice how the first rays of the sun began to rise over the horizon. Izuku, you're right, it's a new day. Without thinking twice, Izuku approached Momo and kissed her affectionately on the lips, to which she deepened the kiss by hugging him by the neck. That kiss didn't last long, but it was long enough for both of them to feel satisfied. When they separated, Izuku placed his forehead against his beloved's and spoke. Izuku, good morning, Momo. Momo, good morning to you too, love. Melissa, I want a good morning kiss too. True to her most extroverted and direct personality, Melissa gently but firmly took Izuku's face and directed it towards hers, being the one to kiss him with some contained enthusiasm. Melissa, hee, I could get used to your kisses, honey, smiling good morning. Izuku, good morning to you too, Melissa, returning that smile, and you're right, I could also get used to waking up this way. Melissa, you are so daring, honey. Her smile became more flirtatious. You just said without any shame that you want to wake up every day with 3 beautiful girls in bed with you. Izuku, if someone hears you say that I'll be in a lot of trouble, haha. Melissa also let out a little laugh, and just like I told Momo, now that we started this there's no point in being embarrassed, not if we're in private at least. Melissa, okay, that's how I like it, hugging him by the neck. How about another good morning kiss to celebrate? Slowly Izuku approached Melissa, but before anything happened he could feel how Shuko held him by the shirt around the chest area, and also pulled him a little, already being noticed by the other two. Izuku, Shuko? Shuko. Izuku blushes as she looks at him with very tender eyes. I also want, whispering that last word. With a shy attitude Shuko pulled Izuku's shirt a little harder. He saw his girlfriend's reddened cheeks, having a single thought. She's very pretty. Izuku, I'm sorry, but I couldn't hear you well. Shuko, smiling with some malice, could you repeat what you said? Shuko, why you're cruel, lowering her head. I want. Melissa, hee, you look like a little kitten asking for attention. Shuko, why you shut up and don't talk to me? Izuku, confused, whispering to Momo. Did something happen between them? Momo, it's better if you don't ask, believe me. Answering him, also in whispers. Again the boy could feel himself being pulled again. Shuko, Izuku, with her eyes starting to get what I want. Without being able to say another word she was now pulled towards her boyfriend, her hands pressed against his muscular chest while Izuku placed his hands on her cheeks to give her a big, deep kiss which lasted longer than the other two. Izuku, I was just joking, you look so cute that I couldn't help it. I'm sorry, hee. Shuko pouted as she leaned on Izuku's right hand. I would never leave you without a good morning kiss too, so giving you a kiss again. Only this time it lasted less than a second. Good morning, Shuko. Shuko, good morning to you too, Izuku. Showing him a very beautiful smile. Momo, I'll go make some tea, but first give me another kiss, love. Melissa, I also want another kiss from my cute boyfriend, hugging Izuku from behind. And so, giving her a small kiss similar to the second one Shuko received, Izuku ended up fulfilling his beloved's wishes. When he finished, Momo approached and turned on a small lamp next to the bed. By doing so, Izuku could perfectly see the pajamas she was wearing at that moment, and with which she slept next to her. His calmer attitude fell apart when he also saw Shuko and Melissa's nonsense. His teenage mind and heart couldn't resist it any longer. Knowing that he slept with 3 beautiful girls who only wore such clothes made him faint, while his face was completely red. Melissa, I think next time it's better to wear other, less revealing pajamas, closing her eyes while letting her thoughts wander, at least at first, then she could wear more daring ones. I wonder what Shuko would look like wearing kitten lingerie. For some reason unknown to her, Shuko felt a chill which disappeared when she heard Izuku and the other two, who despite being in that state said too beautiful, which made them let out a small laugh. Momo, well, that tea won't make itself, he said as he got out of bed, and on the way he created 3 sleeping robes for them to put on. The reason? Simple. So that Izuku wouldn't faint again when he woke up. Shuko, let me help you putting on her robe, I could make breakfast. Melissa, have you ever cooked? Shuko, no, but I've seen my sister cook many times before. How difficult can it be? Melissa, if you say so, putting on her robe as well, I'll prepare the table and the dishes. This is how their morning began. This is how the first night they slept together ended. These beautiful moments for the 4 of them would not last forever. The minutes passed, the sun had already risen over the horizon, but it was still very early. Izuku, who had already woken up, received a particular smell coming from the kitchen. As he looked at her, he noticed a large number of pots and pans emitting small trails of black smoke. While Momo and Melissa tried to get all that smoke out the window, the person responsible for what happened was with her head down looking at what she tried to make for breakfast. Shuko, boiling an egg is harder than it looks. Momo/Melissa, you think so? Faced with anger, the girl lowered her face a little more, until she felt a hand on her shoulder. It was Izuku who was looking at that plate. Izuku, they don't look that bad. With a few drops of sweat searching for the right words, those croquettes look pretty good. Shuko, it was supposed to be bacon. After an awkward silence, one that not even Izuku himself knew what to say, the girl's spirit had received a strong blow. Shuko, soy una inútil en la cocina. No era una mentira, después de todo ella nunca había preparado un solo plato de comida antes, durante la mayor parte de su vida ha sido dedicado al entrenamiento. Los labores más normales siempre fueron realizados por otras personas. La misma fue era quien por muchos tiempo, luego de la salida de su madre se había encargado de la cocina y los labores domésticas, incluso cuando no tenían tiempo para cocinar optaban por pedir comida de algún restaurante. Shuko, creo que es mejor que nunca más. Izuku, no digas eso tomándola de las manos, tú no eres una inútil y por favor no pienses de esa manera apretando un poco más sus manos, solo no has tenido nada de experiencia. Cuando yo aprendí a cocinar causó un desastre en mayor. Shuko, ¿tú sabes cocinar? Sus ojos se lo iluminaron ligeramente. Izuku, si, aprendí con el tiempo soltando sus manos y tomando uno de los únicos 2 sartenes limpios además de los últimos huevos que quedaban cuando mi madre tenía que ir a trabajar luego del accidente de mi padre, quedándose un instante en silencio. Pasaba mucho tiempo solo. Ella ligaba muy cansada del trabajo y quis ayudarla en lo que pudiera, sonriendo con cariño al recordar esos días. Poco a poco fue aprendiendo a cocinar por mi cuenta. Mientras hablaba, Izuku fue preparando los pocos huevos que quedaban, mientras que Melissa tomó el segundo sartén limpio y preparó las últimas rebanas de tocino que quedaban. Izuku, y es por eso que no eres una inútil. Solo te falta experiencia, sonriendo al terminar desayunamos. Melissa, yo ya casi termino, vi levándolos a los platos en la mesa. Izuku, entendido. Se veían tan coordinados, incluso Momo se unió y comenzó a servir el té en las 4 tazas. Originalmente solo había 2 en la cocina, por lo que tuvo que usar su quirk para crear los faltantes. Shuko no pudo evitar admirarlo aún más. Melissa, y listo apagando el fuego y yendo a la mesa todos siéntense, y el resto del desayuno vía en camino. Izuku, muchas gracias, Melissa. Melissa, creo que merezco una recompensa, ¿no te parece, cariño? Acercando su rostro estaba claro a que se refería. ¿En verdad se había vuelto una adicta a los besos? Momo, leave that for later, he interrupted her before she received her much acclaimed reward. Girls, we must have breakfast quickly and go to the dormitories before the others wake up. With a pout, Melissa accepted. served the bacon on the plates, and sat down. No one can know that we spent the night here taking a sip of coffee. I think it is not necessary to explain the reason. Izuku, as much as I would like them to stay a little longer, Momo reasoned with a serious attitude. He also took a sip of his tea, opening his eyes and putting that attitude aside. This tea is delicious. Momo, I'm glad you like it, smiling with satisfaction, although it's not as good as the one they make at my house. Taking another sip, I'll call later to have some packets brought to me. Izuku, today I will see our companions again. Sips another sip, and then looks at the ceiling. I just hope things go well. Melissa, I'm sure it will. With her cheerful attitude, Melissa encouraged Izuku, who just nodded. He knew he had true friends who would never turn their backs on him, right? Izuku, huh? Looking at his girlfriend who was looking at her breakfast. What's wrong, Shiko? She looked him in the eyes. Is there something you didn't like? Melissa, the bacon is perfect, defending her creation. Shiko, no, everything is delicious. At those words, Melissa just nodded proudly. It's just that I couldn't do anything to help. I just dirty almost the entire kitchen. Izuku, don't worry about it, downplaying it. Shiko, but if I do it. A gleam of determination had lit up in her eyes. Izuku, help me learn to cook. The place fell silent for a few moments. Some ideas crossed the boy's mind, ideas that he didn't like at all. Izuku, if you're saying that so you can always cook me breakfast, then there's no need. I don't want to being interrupted. Shiko, it's not about that, shaking her head. It's just that I don't want to always depend on others for everything. Drinking the last of her tea. When I graduated and started working, I was planning on living on my own. That's why I can't always depend on Fuyumi to cook for me. Her words made Izuku happy. Knowing that Shiko was asking for such a request to be able to take care of herself one day calmed him down, and at the same time gave him another much deeper thought. Both Momo and Melissa had their parents' companies that they would one day inherit. Just like Shiko, who was already thinking about her future. But what about himself? Yes, he has that ideal that he wants to fulfill, but how will he do it? Where will he start? After the world discovered the truth, he knew that his dream was much further from being fulfilled. He was lost in that sense. But for now, he will enjoy the day-to-day. He still has 3 years to study at the academy. He still has time, or so he thought. Shiko, what do you say? Izuku, huh? Being taken out of his thoughts. You're sure? I'll gladly teach you everything I know, although I'm no expert. Hee. Shiko, really? Happy, hugging him with some force. Thank you very much, Izuku. Izuku, I would do anything to see your beautiful smile. These words made both of them blush a little. Izuku for still learning how to flirt with his boyfriend, and Shiko for how happy it made her to always hear Izuku say how pretty she was. Izuku, is there anything you want to learn first? Shiko, soba, having a serious attitude. I would like to learn how to cook soba first. Izuku, I imagined it, drinking the last of his tea while Shiko released him from her hug. How about practicing here after school? Shiko, perfect. The conversation ended happily. Both Momo and Melissa gave each other a furtive glance and nodded at the same time. They couldn't leave Shiko completely alone with Izuku. That's why they would also return to their room with any excuse. Izuku, let me clean up, he said in a calm tone while picking up the empty plates. Melissa, of course not, just look at all that, pointing to the mountain of pots and pans. Shiko, Melissa is right, feeling a little chill. I didn't think it would be so hard for me to say that out loud. Leaving that thought aside, I was the one who made the biggest mess. Let me clean it up since I was the only one who didn't contribute to breakfast. Izuku, I can't let them do that. Looking at the time on his phone. You guys have to go back to the dorms. I don't think it'll be long before the others wake up, and if they see you coming through the door, they'll ask questions. Frowning very slightly, also I don't want anyone to see you in your pajamas, even if you wear those robes to sleep on. Feeling his most selfish side for a few moments. Melissa, we could go in through the window. Incredibly, Shiko was considering those words. Luckily there was Momo, who was the voice of reason. Momo, Izuku is right. If they see us entering, not only would it make many people ask questions, it could also make Aizawa-sensei check the cameras. Looking at Melissa, I trusted your method so that they wouldn't notice us leaving, but he could have other ways to discover us. Defeated, they had to agree to leave without helping Izuku clean up the mess in the kitchen. In the end, as they walked toward the entrance, they thought that they could make it up to him later. Izuku, looking a little outside the door. Well, I don't see anyone near the dorm. Melissa, you have such good eyesight, darling, peeking above her a little. Before she could say anything else, Izuku closed the door and stared at them. Izuku, girls, as much as I would like to shout at the top of my lungs how happy it makes me to have you as girlfriends, the three of them smiled slightly. This must remain a complete secret. No one can know about our peculiar relationship. Momo, we know, nobody can know, not even the teachers. Melissa, not even our friends. Shuko, let alone our families. The deal was made, the secret had to be kept, for the good of all. It was better not to say and hide everything. It was not that they were doing something illegal, nor did they care about the opinions of strangers. But they knew that if this new secret was revealed it could affect their lives again, and that was something that none of them wanted. Izuku, I know this isn't ideal, stretching out his hand for the three of them to take lightly. I may be wrong sometimes, but I promise I will do my best to make you happy. Momo, as long as you continue being yourself, that's enough for me. Taking the lead to kiss him goodbye, love. Melissa, I'll be happy if you are too, so don't let the opinions of strangers dull that cute, dangerous smile. Izuku, dangerous? Melissa, yes, your smile is a very dangerous weapon. Stepping forward to steal a kiss and hug her neck, since it made three girls fall in love with you, honey. They both laughed lightly. Izuku at that moment and with some experience held Shuko's hand, who also wanted to say a few small words to him before leaving. Shuko, Izuku, I want to support you as much or even more than you have done with me. Her boyfriend slowly approached her face. I still remember the words you told me during the sports festival, smiling while closing her eyes. Although you have already fulfilled the last one, receiving a warm and loving kiss on the lips, you are already my hero. With her words finished, the three girls left in silence back to the dormitory. It was still early, although for Izuku it would be a normal time to go out for a run. On this day he preferred to simply ignore it. As he closed the door he couldn't help but have a somewhat silly smile on his face. Izuku, looking at the shelf with the photo of him and his mother. Mom, you once told me that when I had a girlfriend I shouldn't feel ashamed to introduce her to you. Taking the photo and staring at it. Now I have three. But no one can know. He leaving the photo in its place as he felt his eyes begin to get wet. I promise to write you many letters, and when we can be together again I will formally introduce you to them. Walking to the kitchen, she had a lot of washing to do. She wanted to leave the place completely clean before having to go to class, and while she was washing some pans she couldn't help but have one last thought on the subject. Izuku, three girlfriends, I wonder what you would think about it. Almight, Dad, Grandpa. After that the minutes passed. Once everything was clean and in its place, Izuku looked at the time. He smiled with pleasure. He had realized that he still had a few minutes before having to get ready to go to class. Izuku, normally I would be running at this time, slowly lying down on his bed, but for today I can let it go. Settling into his pillow. After all, my teacher told me to take small breaks regularly, closing his eyes, so I can do that. The place that was in complete silence and peace, ideal for resting the mind, was abruptly ruined with an unexpected visit. Star, good morning, soldier. With the force of a hurricane, America's #1 hero had broken through the door, kicking it so hard that it inevitably broke off the frame holding it. The surprise was so great that Izuku had fallen out of bed without time to react and being drowsy from the tranquility. Izuku, but what? Star, DO50 push UPS right now. I speak in a high-pitched tone, worthy of an army general towards a young soldier. Izuku's sister, what are you? Star, it's an order, soldier. His voice was imposing, loaded with great authority. The theory that proposes that people's quirks can alter their personalities really gained a lot of strength when such cases occurred. The woman who can give absolute orders to everyone and everything around her had an authoritarian side if the situation warrants it. Izuku, already somewhat agitated. Star, well done, little brother, smiling, leaving that attitude behind. Today your new training begins and I wanted you to strengthen by warming up your muscles. Izuku, are you serious? Already calmer from the exercise and the sudden scare, and was it really necessary to kick my door down? Star, no! Her smile widened, but I managed to wake you up instantly, ha ha ha. Perhaps that theory was just that, a simple theory. Star, don't make that face, bro, This is easily fixed, holding the door and bringing it closer to the somewhat fractured frame. New order. Izuku opened his eyes in excitement. Star had used her quirk to repair the door, leaving it completely repaired, as if it had never been broken down in the first place. Izuku, your quirk is amazing. Letting out his most fanatic side of quirks, it's the first time I've seen it so directly. There aren't many videos of you using it. Getting a little carried away, how does it work? Does it also affect living beings? What is the limit of its duration? How many? Star, hey, calm down, stopping him instantly. I can't reveal many details of my quirk. It's a state secret and stuff like that. Izuku, oh, I understand. His gaze lowered a little. I'm sorry. Star, you're a really curious person, aren't you? Approaching to lightly ruffle her hair. Maybe one day I'll tell you. Perceiving a peculiar fragrance. I'm sorry for scaring you like this. I just wanted you to be ready for this day. Heading slowly towards the door. Make yourself a nice breakfast, take a refreshing bath, and don't be late for class. Izuku, smiling, thank you for worrying so much about me. Star, of course I do. Silly, smiling back. I don't call you little brother for nothing. A bond formed that will grow stronger over time. Until. Star, by the way, stopping before leaving the place, one last thing. Izuku, yes? Confused, tilting his head. Star, do you happen to have any perfume? The question made no sense. What did it have to do with his previous words? Izuku, yes, I have. Opening a small closet. I currently use this one, showing it. It's a special edition of Almight with Star, essence of heroism, interrupting him with some grace. I have the same one, only in the female version, haha. They both laughed at that fact. It wasn't just a keychain with All Might's figure that they had in common, but also this perfume, and who knows how many other things they have. Izuku, haha, keeping a smile. Why do you ask? Star, well, you see, her smile disappeared, giving way to a more serious attitude. I recommend that you start using it more often, or even spray a little around the place before I could ask. She continued, touching her nose lightly. I could smell a woman's perfume, staring him straight in the eyes. You spent the night with a girl, right? As if a bucket of ice water had been thrown over him, Izuku instantly froze, unable to respond. Wouldn't the secret last for just one day? His face turned completely red. He opened his mouth slightly, but no words came out. He didn't know what to say to begin with. Star, I recognize this fragrance. It is a very luxurious perfume with a somewhat mischievous look and smile. So the chosen one was the heiress of the Yayorozu, huh? Izuku, well, I extremely nervous. Star, I should have guessed from how I found you both at the hospital. Her smile became more mischievous with a clear sign of mockery. You've really grown in more ways than one. The more Star spoke, the more it was proportional to the shade of red Izuku's face was taking. Star, do the other two know? She didn't get a response. Instead, she noticed how Izuku completely lowered his gaze. I understand, sighing. Just make sure you don't take too long to tell them that you already chose one of them. Izuku, huh? Slowly looking up. Star, giving them false hope would be very cruel, and I know you're not like that. Leaving the cabin and slowly closing the door. Don't worry. I'll keep their secrets, sighing. I'm glad you didn't take that harem game seriously, raising her thumb. I'll make sure to act surprised when you formally introduce her to me, ha ha ha. And just as suddenly as she had arrived, Star left the place, leaving everything in silence again, but this time leaving a very uncomfortable Izuku with his final words. Was it really wrong what they started? Izuku, what I started is not. But before he could say anything, he had seen the 4 stuffed animals that represented them, still hugging each other, and then the memories came to his mind, the feeling they generated in him. They made him happy, and he would make them happy. Nothing else mattered, right? Izuku, what I started is not, smiling as he started walking wrong. And so his morning ended. Izuku headed to take a cold shower to finish getting ready and resume his classes. The secret was still safe, or at least half safe. For a moment he thought about telling his girlfriends what had happened, but he dismissed the idea. He didn't want to worry them. Again, Izuku had made a small mistake. These will continue to accumulate over time. UA Academy Halls. Hey, it's the... Don't get close to him. How scary. Do you think he will steal our quirks one day? Walking through the hallways on his way to his classroom was Izuku. The other students, seeing him, avoided him, sticking to the edges, trying not to look him in the eyes, and despite whispering once he passed by them. I could still hear them. How can the director allow him to continue in this academy? Your damned grandfather destroyed my family business. Now my parents don't know how we're going to pay the bills. So many heroes dead and some who lost their quirks, all to save him. He must have tricked Almight into giving him one for all. The descendant of a monster does not deserve that power. I believed in him, how wrong I was. Ignorance is bold. They didn't know the whole story, everything he had to endure. And yet they felt they had the right to speak forcefully on the subject. Izuku, just ignore them, managing to see the door to his classroom. What they say will not change my wishes of one day being able to fulfill my ideal, in which one day. Momo, good morning. Izuku appearing right next to him. Izuku, getting a little scared. Momo, when did you get here? Momo, I've been calling you for a minute and you didn't answer me, pouting to get a little closer to her ear and whispering, very bad. Izuku, it's not right that you ignore your girlfriend like that. Izuku, I'm sorry. Somewhat upset, it wasn't my intention. What is the heiress of the Yayorozu doing talking so calmly with him? And once again, whispers echoed through the place. Momo, come on. Izuku taking him by the shoulder and starting to walk. Classes are about to start. Turning her face to see those students for a moment. We can't waste our time here. Resuming her walk away from the whispers of others. If only the girl had held out a little longer, she would have heard. Hanging out with that guy will be her downfall. Or, my father heard rumors that his company's stocks would start to go down. Maybe if he had heard them, he could have done something. Izuku, by the way, shouldn't you be in the classroom already? Finally arriving at his destination, I took my time to arrive just before classes started, but you usually prefer to arrive well in advance. Momo, I had to go to the teacher's lounge to get some important papers. Crossing her arms, it seems that Aizawa-sensei will give us some important announcements. Sighing, but when I asked him, he told me that he would announce them all at once. Izuku, I understand. Staring at the closed door. Momo, are you scared? Izuku, not really. Lie. Momo, do you remember the first time we went in together? Smiling at him, you were very nervous at that time, taking him by the shoulder again. That day you only had me, but now things are different. Izuku, calmer, thanks. Momo, by the way? Staring him straight in the eyes, where's your tie? Widening her smile a little, I hope you haven't forgotten the importance of conveying a good image to people. That helps convey security and makes them trust you, you know? Izuku, well. About that, searching in his pocket for a few seconds until he takes it out. I tried to put it on, but with this necklace it's impossible. Without waiting a single second, the girl took that tie from Izuku's hands and began to try to put it on. A small déjà vu passed through both of their minds, remembering that first day of school. Which, although it was not relatively long ago, after everything they had experienced, it seemed so far away. After a few seconds, Momo had fallen defeated. Momo, I can't put it right. Izuku, see? I told you. Scratching his temple a little, I guess there must be something good about using this thing. Momo, a tie is not a necklace. Izuku, it's the same for me. She really hated wearing them, since all the other students around her had already left. They were completely alone in the hallway with just a few seconds left before classes would start. Izuku, we better go in now before. Momo, wait. In a sudden movement, the girl took him by the hand, quickly looked in both directions in search of both students and security cameras, and seeing none nearby, she gave him a small kiss on the cheek. Momo, for the nerves, smiling gently, do you feel better now? Izuku, smiling back, yeah, I really needed it, thanks. With a small laugh, Momo opened the door to her classroom. Finally, after everything they had been through, they had returned. The small conversations of the people ended. The place fell into a deep silence. Some seemed a little nervous, others even scared. Izuku, slightly lowering his head, I don't blame them, maybe they won't see me as. For a moment he thought that the people he considered friends no longer wanted to talk to him. He didn't want to face their possible reaction upon seeing him. For that reason he didn't approach the dormitories the night before. But he couldn't run away anymore. he had to accept whatever reaction they would have when they saw him. Luckily for him, Midoriya! With a loud shout followed by a strong hug, his closest friends had welcomed him warmly. That was certainly a great surprise that genuinely moved him. When they separated, you could see how worried they were on their faces. Kirishima, Midoriya, are you okay? Holding him by the shoulders, do your wounds still hurt? Uraraka, Midoriya, looking for something in his pocket, and then offering it to him. I saved this for you, revealing a small mochi. There's no way of knowing how you feel after all that, but I saved this mochi for you. Smiling, eating them always cheers me up, and I thought I could do the same with you, hee. She is very kind, some thought. Kaminari, dude, you don't know everything we had to go through to rescue you, raising his thumb, but we would do it again if necessary, shaking a little J. Just make sure we don't have to do it again, okay? Some laughed. Shuko, are you okay, Midoriya? Mina, huh? Raising an eyebrow like most. What are you doing, girl? Worried. Why are you suddenly calling him by his last name again? Did something happen? Did you guys get into a fight? Jiro, something must have happened with those two. Looking at Momo, it's your time, girl. Take advantage of the fact that your biggest rival is distracted. Uraraka, I think I should tell Melissa about this. Maybe it could be the best time for her to approach Midoriya-kun. Many ideas and speculations. Ignorant of the truth. Izuku/Momo took keeping it a secret very seriously. They thought at the same time as a small drop of sweat ran down their temple. Izuku, why yes, I'm fine. Wanting to bring the conversation back. Thank you very much for worrying about me. Noticing another of his friends. Mineta, are you crying? Mineta, of course I'm crying. Shamelessly reveals I was attacked again in a place that was supposed to be safe. I saw how All Might was defeated by a monster, only to see how a dangerous villain kidnapped you. Clenching his fists, I couldn't help rescue you. I saw how other friends of mine fought to the death against those things. More tears fell to the ground. I saw how you beat that monster, and instead of congratulating you, I have read how many judge you and wish you the worst. What does it matter that you are the grandson of that dangerous villain? Staring at him, it makes me angry that many have so quickly forgotten everything you have achieved, the feats you have done. The place fell into a deep silence again. The weight of Mineta's words was too much for some to bear. Is it wrong to discard someone just because of an accident? Since the fight against the masters, some of his companions turned their backs on him, and yet it was undeniable that it was thanks to him that they were able to save themselves from the attack of the Nomus on the camp. Mineta, I don't want you to bear all that responsibility alone. We are your friends. We also want to be heroes. Izuku, like his group of friends, was genuinely speechless. I feel like a useless person. What should I do? Aizawa, trained, surprising everyone. I was listening to them sighing and then looking at Mineta. You are still young. You have a lot to learn. Train hard, study diligently, strive every day to be your best version. Looking at Izuku, don't think that you alone should carry the weight of the world. Understood? Everyone nodded. Okay, now return to your seats. I have some announcements to give you before starting classes. Once everyone was in their seats, they had finally noticed an empty seat. At first they thought that, like with Ida, he was quiet for personal reasons, but that was not the case. One of his classmates was simply not present. Tsuyu, Aizawa-sensei, raising hand. Bakuga hasn't left the hospital yet. Aizawa, he was discharged yesterday. Tsuyu, then why isn't he here? Izuku remembered the words she told him the night before. Perhaps they were so harsh that was why he had stayed in bed crying like a child. He quickly shook his head, discarding that idea. Deep down, without realizing it, thinking about that image gave him a certain joy. Aizawa, for personal reasons, his classmate will be absent from class, and no, before you ask, I have not been informed until when it will be. Tsuyu lowered her hand at his response. That is why his place will be taken by another student who was transferred to this class. Looking towards the door, you can enter now. Sighing again. I don't like it. This could only cause more conflicts. The door swung open, generating a loud sound that bothered Jiro's sensitive ears even more. Far from the slightest manners, his new companion stomped forcefully into the room. To Momo's annoyance, seeing that arrogant smile again was unpleasant. Aways, cheer up, fellow students. Still keeping that unpleasant smile. I will honor this class with my presence. Staring at a girl. Hello, Momo. Aren't you happy to see me? Momo, not at all, frowning. What are you doing here? Always, Aizawa-sensei already said it. I'll be your new partner replacing that noisy guy going straight to Momo's seat. Are you so happy to see your future fiancé that you don't pay attention to the teacher? Slowly bringing his hand closer, you flatter me so much that I. The situation from some time ago was repeated again. Before coming into contact with Momo's skin, a hand had grabbed Away's wrist very tightly, preventing her from moving even in the slightest. Away's, again looking at him angrily. Again you dare to touch me. Izuku, I won't let you touch her. In less than a second, Izuku had arrived and stopped his advance. They both glared at each other as Izuku's grip slowly tightened. Mina/Jiro/Uraraka, is this jealousy? Completely unaware of the situation, the three girls supporting their respective friends thought the same thing, although two did so with some concern and one with joy. Always, you have a lot of nerve to do this again now that we all know your true nature. Izuku narrowed his eyes. What are you going to do, monster? Are you going to steal my queer? Aizawa, that's enough. Raising his voice, go to your seats or you will be punished. Looking with disgust at his new student, if it had been up to me, I would have made Shinso enter this class. Sighing again, at least I'm glad to know that he entered Class B. Always, TCH, it's okay. Walking away after Izuku let him go. Don't worry, Momo, we'll have plenty of time to talk. Glancing at Izuku in private, with a somewhat disgusting look, which was directed towards Momo's legs, he finally returned to the seat that previously belonged to Bakugo, staying silent, but occasionally looking haughtily at Izuku, as if he knew some secret, something he didn't know. That was really bothering him. Not because of his words, the guy was an idiot, and I wouldn't expect much from someone like that. What really bothered him was that Aizawa didn't even ask him to apologize. Aizawa, I have another announcement to make. Staring at his students, as everyone already knows about Almight's true appearance and his condition in the hospital, most of them lowered their gaze, including Aizawa himself, as a sign of respect. For obvious reasons, he will not be able to continue performing his job as their teacher, that is why. Before he could finish, his phone had started ringing at full capacity, something strange since he normally keeps it on silent. Aizawa, opening his eyes in surprise, how did you get my number? What, the window? His students looked that way. What do you mean we opened them before? Knowing that he would do something crazy, Izuku had quickly gotten up from his seat, not caring about throwing the chair hard to the ground. Without wasting time and without giving any explanation, he opened one of the windows. Then everyone heard an imposing voice approaching their living room. Star, as I would expect from my little brother, ha 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 ha. With an entrance through the open window, he had created a small gust of air that made everyone close their eyes. It didn't last long. A few seconds passed until they looked up again, coming across the enormous surprise of who was right in front of them. Star, that's right, young and promising heroes. Her cape continued to flutter in the wind that she herself had created. From this moment on, I will be your new teacher in all things physical activities. That includes the training of your quirks. Starting to laugh with great joy. Huh! Huh! Eh! Naturally, the vast majority cried out in surprise. They noticed how Izuku didn't seem surprised. They thought that maybe he had something to do with it. They weren't wrong, but they were still far from the truth. After a few small clarifications, they could finally resume their activities scheduled for that day. Not before. Aizawa, was all that necessary? With a little nervous tick. Star, of course, still smiling while looking at her new teaching partner. The first impression is the most important, both for the students, winking, and for my new fellow teachers, ha ha ha. Aizawa, to be honest, I thought you would have more questions about your new teacher. Wanting to ignore the last thing Star told him, noticing how some began to raise their hands, I'm glad that no one has more questions, making them lower their hands. Okay. Now we can start with the real class. Star, according to the schedule, the Provisional License Exam for Heroes will be held. Speaking with some seriousness, this will take place in a few weeks. Smiling while bumping his fists, weeks that we will use for his training, is it clear? Yeah. Alright. Of course. It will be fun. These were the short responses that were heard. In response to that, Star, I asked if it was clear. Yes, ma'am. At his authoritative tone, everyone instantly responded in a loud and quite clear tone. Star, okay, nodding, that's how I like them to answer. Looking at Aizawa, I'll leave you to continue explaining. Aizawa, a provisional hero license, essentially granting them permission to directly intervene when people's lives are at risk. This designation carries a tremendous amount of weight. Not to mention, the exam required to receive such a license is extremely rigorous. With a calm but serious tone, the teacher looked at each and every one of the students, who had different reactions. From those who were excited, to those who were scared, to those who accepted the challenge, to others who played it down, thinking that they would get one anyway. But with Izuku things were different. He didn't know the reason, but his teacher looked him straight in the eyes as if he was trying to tell him something, but he couldn't. Aizawa, it's just a provisional license, but even so, the average passing rate for the exam each year is less than 5%. Closing his eyes for a few seconds, the examiners will evaluate each and every one of their actions when taking the exam. Opening his eyes again while still looking directly at Izuku, if they want to get their approval, they will have to do a perfect job. This was what he was trying to tell him. Given his current situation, he would be much more watched than most. If he wanted to show that he was on the side of the heroes, he could not make a single mistake. It was a lot of pressure, but it doesn't matter, he will overcome it. He will never stop until he can reach that ideal. Mineta, just for a provisional license it's that difficult? Looked naturally nervous like some others. Aizawa, yes, that's why the original plan was to have all of you be able to create at least 2 of your own special attacks. With that said, the class burst into shouts of excitement. This was one of the most important parts of a hero's career. Their signature attacks were just as important as their names, a demonstration of their strength, and the more powerful and showy they were, the more popularity they would gain. Zero, we'll finally leave the normal school subjects behind. Always, it's about time. Smiling widely, they finally taught us hero stuff in this hero academy. I'll finally be star. As your teacher told you, interrupting him, that was the original plan. Smiling, I changed the plans myself. And although they talked about having at least 1 special attack, they would work on them with only a few days left until the exam. Always, did she go crazy? Angry, special attacks are the trump card. Clenching his fists. Star. Precisely for that reason, sighing in disappointment, and then looking at the rest of the class. It is true that special attacks will be their trump cards. But getting serious again, if they have to resort to them, that means that they were much weaker than their opponent, and that could not only endanger their lives, but also the lives of the civilians they are protecting. With their eyes slightly open, not having thought that way, they continued to pay attention to him in silence. Star, that's why this new training regimen will be divided into 2 parts. First, raising his index finger, they will train in the morning only and exclusively their physique. The use of quirks will be completely prohibited. Second, now raising his middle finger, they will have a second training at the end of classes where they will be able to use their quirks. But they will only be able to do basic exercises. Crossing his arms, if any of you want to think about movements or names for your special attacks, you can do it in your free time. During my training, you will be completely focused on physical improvement. After finishing his words, the place fell into an awkward silence. Some weren't bothered by the idea, while others were excited to begin developing their new special attacks. Both Aizawa and Star noticed their students' spirits drop rapidly. Star, hey, don't make those sad faces, giving them a big smile. I guarantee that if you complete the training you will become very strong. Flexing his right arm, ideal to be able to save the lives of people who need them. Always, saving lives you say? Speaking in a sarcastic tone as your favorite student? Staring at Izuku, who are they trying to fool? Getting up from his seat, didn't Almight show favoritism towards him? Pointing at Izuku, and just when he falls into a coma, the number 1 hero of the United States appears, which months ago they were seen together interacting at a fair. Looking at his classmates, doesn't this seem strange to you? Now staring at Izuku, you boast of that ridiculous, pathetic, completely impossible ideal. Silently, Izuku had also gotten up from his chair. Aizawa, Momo, and Shuko all wanted to intervene, but Star quickly stopped them by giving them a subtle signal with her hands. Slowly, Izuku approached his new partner, who he thought had managed to upset him. Always, I will save them all, is what you usually shout, isn't it? No, incorrect, that's not it. Always, but you've already killed your former high school classmates if I'm not mistaken. Smiling even more, tell me, did you enjoy it? You went straight to kill. You didn't know if your grandfather's monster would have completed them. Maybe there would have been some way to return them to normal. But how will we know if you killed them all? The place was divided, some supporting their new companion in their thoughts. When Izuku once arrived directly in front of him, he stared at him. Aizawa was shocked. He thought that his gaze would be filled with fury, that he would show in front of everyone that he was not fit to be a hero. Instead, what he was met with was a calm gaze that was brimming with determination. His anger was no longer like a raging fire that destroys everything. Now it was like a calm but deep sea that engulfs everything. Izuku, it's true, I have killed and I do not regret it, he accepted without fear, starting some whispers which stopped when he continued speaking. Tell me, would you have done something different if you were in my place? Looking at the others, would any of you have done something different? Setting his gaze back on Aizawa's, Nomus had no salvation. Yes, I killed them, but at the same time I saved them from their torment. Clenching his fist, it's so easy to criticize now that the danger has passed, but if my memory serves me right, in the camp you looking at him in a somewhat intimidating way. Midoriya, do something! Midoriya, please! Save her! Get that thing off me! Please! Don't stay useless and do something! Use your quirk! Fast! These were the cries of supplication from many during the worst moments of the attack on the camp. At that moment they were not thinking about the poor high school students who had become beasts. They were only thinking about surviving the fight. Aizawa, damn you! Trying to grab the man, but his hand is easily pushed away. Izuku, you were one of the ones who begged the most for me to save him, while you couldn't stop crying. At that answer and that look, Aizawa froze. He didn't know what else to say or do. The memory of those pleas had also reached the minds of his companions. The humiliation that some felt was more than enough for them not to want to stay in this uncomfortable situation any longer. At that moment, they didn't think of the Nomus as humans, just as beasts that needed to be eliminated, forgetting that they were still children wrapped up in the dark reality of the real world. Truly, the world was full of hypocrites. Star, very well. Giving a loud applause, getting everyone's attention. Enough talking. Go to the locker room and put on your sports uniform. I'll be waiting for you. And looking at Aizawa, where can we train? Getting a small drop of sweat off everyone. I still haven't memorized the different areas of the academy. Aizawa, you can do your training where we did the first ball throwing test. Slowly leaving the room while looking at Star. I will guide you to that place. By the way, learn where the other areas you see are. I don't want to always be a guide. Star, thank you very much, smiling as she follows her partner. By the way, Aizawa, this woman will be a big headache, he thought with resignation. Star, do you know where there is a pet store nearby? Causing Aizawa to raise an eyebrow. I have a cat that some friends are bringing me in a few days and I want to have everything ready for when it arrives. Aizawa, maybe it's not so bad if, after I show the way, I also have to buy some things. Star, really? Giving him a hard slap on the back that almost knocks him down. Thank you very much. Both teachers walked down the halls, with Star's loud laughter being the last thing they heard. The students did the same, most of them looking at Izuku with distrust as they circled around him to avoid passing right by him. His friends, seeing him, wanted to say a few words to him, but Momo told them that it would be good to leave him alone for a few minutes. Knowing that it was a sensitive subject, they listened to her, and just when Momo was about to leave, she made a small gesture to Shuko. She understood, and stayed in the living room with Izuku, who hadn't moved an inch. They were alone now. Izuku, do you think I'm wrong? Shuko, no, you just told the truth. If that hurts him or others, it's their problem, not yours. Izuku, you may be right, but still. The girl had noticed how the boy's hands were shaking subtly. Looking through the doors for a second and not hearing any noise, she gently took her boyfriend's hands and intertwined them with hers. Izuku, as Shuko, we are. Shuko, your hands are a little cold. A small lie fell from her lips with purpose. Shuko moved her boyfriend's hands up to her cheeks and pressed them lightly on her face. Shuko, normally my body temperature is higher than most, so smiling sweetly, do you feel the warmth yet? Izuku, yes, although I wonder if Momo's face or Melissa's face feels that warm. Shuko, hey! pouting while squeezing her own cheeks tighter with Izuku's hands. It's just you and me now, don't talk about other girls. Izuku, you pushing his forehead against his girlfriend's, you're really very cute. What will you do if you give me a diabetes attack? Closing his eyes like Shuko thinks, my hands feel warmer now. Unable to avoid it, Izuku had stolen a small kiss on her lips, an action that of course Shuko did not refuse. This warm moment fortunately was not interrupted, however, it had been seen. Mina, oh my god, covering her mouth with all her might while hiding next to the door. I just came back from my phone. I didn't expect to find this scene, walking away from the place as quietly as possible. Now I understand, she didn't call him by his last name because they fought, she did it to hide the fact that they started dating. A great emotion came out of him, he did not stop laughing. Even when he was far enough away he began to jump a little. Mina, wait a minute, getting thoughtful as she continued walking towards the dressing room. If they're faking it, it means they don't want anyone to know, holding back her urge to scream it at the top of her lungs. Okay. Resigning, I won't say anything, no matter how much I want to, turning to see the still empty hallway, but please don't take too long to tell us. Once again this secret had been discovered, but as if by divine luck it would remain protected by those who discovered it. At some point this luck will run out for them. After a few minutes Izuku had arrived at the men's locker room. He had quickly changed his uniform and was happy to notice how his friends were waiting for him at the door. In his haste to not make his new teacher wait, he had not put his shirt on properly, causing some of his scars to be seen. At this, Owaze, who continued to look at him with rage at the new humiliation, could only say a deep and resentful, disgusting. Testing ground? Star, okay, now that we're all here we can start. The teachers had begun a small explanation, emphasizing again that it was forbidden to use their quirks, since the purpose of this first training was to strengthen the body itself. While that was happening, Shuko, why don't you stop looking at me like that? Mina, huh? Damn, I didn't notice. Shuko, do I have something on my face? Mina, apart from Midoriya's lips? No, laughing a little nervously, you're wrong. Under Shuko's suspicious gaze, poor Mina was very nervous. Luckily for her, Star had finished giving her explanations. Star, listen up everyone, since this is the first day it will be a light workout. Most of them had a big smile on their faces which didn't last long. You'll run 50 laps around the entire academy. Do 500 sit-ups in the series of your choice, 800 push-ups. Kaminari, this is crazy. Interrupting her. Mineta, do you expect us to do all that all day long? Their horrified faces were shared with those of others. Star, of course not. A loud sigh of relief came from everyone's lips. This is what you will do in the first 2 hours of my first class. At that time the color of the students' faces left their bodies. It was crazy, it was impossible, and yet. Star, if you don't hurry up, the remaining exercises will accumulate for the next day. Smiling maliciously. Which terrifies you, huh? Softening her smile, it would be better if you followed her example. With his hand he pointed in a direction. It was Izuku and Kirishima who ran side by side, followed by Momo, Shuko, Mina, Jiro and Uraraka. Kaminari, hey, don't leave me behind. Mineta, damn. Starting to run with his friend. I'll also try my best. His example was followed by others. Star couldn't help but watch Izuku's back as he smiled proudly. Despite his current situation, he continued to inspire those close to him to do their best. And so time passed. Naturally not everyone finished their daily quota, arriving extremely tired, sweaty, some even vomited from the arduous effort. Star, I'll be honest with you, looking at each one's successfully completed exercises on a tablet I'm not disappointed. But at the same time I was expecting better results. Sighing, I guess I'll have to make some small adjustments. It's really not that easy to be a teacher. Owaze, this is panting from extreme exhaustion, barely able to stand madness, and nobody could stand this. Star, they did it, pointing at Izuku and Kirishima. Izuku, are you okay? He asked his friend who was lying on the ground while weakly Uraraka and Jiro blew some wind at him with some fans that Momo had created for them. Kirishima, why ya holding back the urge to vomit? No. Izuku, I told you on lap 40 to rest. Kirishima, If you can do it, then I can too. Starting to feel dizzy, straining yourself to the point of fainting is manly. Jiro, silly, what's the point of all that exercise if you can't move afterwards? Uraraka, she's right, it's not healthy for your muscles to push them too hard if you're not used to it. Kirishima, why yes, having visions, I guess it's true if two pretty angels tell me. Both girls' faces flushed completely as they increased the speed of the air by waving their fans harder. He was so tired and so suffocated that he was already hallucinating and talking nonsense. Or at least that was what they thought. Star, yeah, I think I really went overboard with you guys today. Scratching his chin a little. Tomorrow the physical exercise will be really easier, and as apologies the repetitions that you didn't manage to complete today won't be taken into account, so you'll start at 0 tomorrow. Checking the time. Okay, class is over. Go take a shower and return to your classroom to continue with your classes. I'll wait for you right here at the end of this one for your second training now with your quirks. The teacher left. She had to talk to someone before starting her second training. She knew it wouldn't be easy to convince him, but she wouldn't back down even a little. After all, that's what she came for. Always, unfair, I chirp, still very exhausted. How do we know that guy used the quirk he stole from Almight? His words were heard by Izuku himself, who without thinking replied. The time when he remained silent before the words and accusations of others was long gone. Izuku, I earned the right to inherit one for all. Touching his chest. For months I trained every day until I was exhausted. I rested as much as necessary to train again, turning around to try to lift his friend. Perhaps, if you had really tried hard, you wouldn't be in such bad physical condition. Always, what? Are you implying that I'm weak? Izuku, I didn't imply it, it's a fact. Staring him straight in the eyes. You are very weak. With a click of his tongue, Always remained silent. There was no point in a direct confrontation. He had to be smarter and wait for the right moment to act. Kirishima, thanks friend. Standing up, but I think I can walk alone. Izuku, sure? Kirishima just nodded. It's okay. Feeling very hot. It's been a long time since I tried so hard. Unable to bear the heat any longer, Izuku had lifted his shirt a little, shamelessly revealing all of his well-marked abs. Uraraka, Todoroki, your hair. Jiro, Yamamoto, you're going to exhaust yourself even more than you already are. The reactions of those two girls were due to the actions of their friends. In Shuko's case, she couldn't help but bring out her flames from the left side of her body. Her hair was completely on fire, almost as red as the blush she had on her face. In Momo's case, she kept creating little matryoshka dolls with the image of Izuku in his hero costume, and like her partner, her face was also completely red. Kirishima, dude, you have to tell me what exercises you do to get that condition. Also lifting his shirt, revealing his abs. The instant that happened, both Uraraka and Jiro stood in a position very similar to Shuko and Momo. All of this was seen by the other students. Whispers would begin to spread across the walls of the academy. Hagakure, wow, noticing the attitude of the four girls. It's funny, what are you listening to me? She tried to talk to Mina, who had started to ignore her after Kirishima did the same thing as Izuku. The pair of friends, unaware of what had happened, walked away talking quietly while still wearing their shirts up in an attempt to withstand the heat. The day had barely begun and so much had already passed. If this was so, how much would he read to wait for these several weeks until the provisional license exam? UA Academy Principal's Office. Nizu, I finally finished digitizing all this information, throwing away Izuku's last notebook as if it were trash. I must admit that some of his written observations had not occurred to me. Drinking some tea. Luckily, with the passage of time, his handwriting and logic improved. Smiling mockingly, only a child would come up with such stupid ideas and write them down with crayons. Before he could take another sip of his tea, the door to his office was lightly knocked. Naturally, he refused to let anyone in, but that didn't matter. The door was slowly opening, forcing him to hide some of Izuku's notebooks in plain sight and close the document on his computer. Star, Director, we need to talk. Finishing to open the door. Nizu, wow, I just experienced deja vu. Staring at her. You know, I don't know how things are in your country, but in this country it's customary to knock on the door and wait for the person on the other side to let you in. Star, curious. In my country it is not customary to put collars on an innocent child as if they were animals. That word, animals. always made the director angry. It reminded him of the darkest days of his life. But as always, he kept a fake smile on his face. Nizu, don't waste my time and get straight to the point. Star, what's wrong? Returning his smile with her own mocking smile. Can't stand people returning your comments? Are you so used to everyone around you paying attention to you? Nizu, sighing, if this is what you came for, don't waste my time. Turning his chair to look out the window. I have a lot of things to. Star, I need you to take off Izuku's collar or I'll use my quirk myself and take it off. At those words, the Nizu director turned his chair around again, and with a gaze as sharp as daggers, they both stared at each other. The new stage in Izuku's adventure was getting closer to beginning. Chapter 30, Watching Them Grow Up, Part. UA Academy Principal's Office. Star, I need you to take off Izuku's necklace or I'll use my quirk and take it off myself. An oppressive silence had appeared after the firm words of the heroine. For his part, the director, with a sharp gaze as if it were a poisoned dagger, stared her straight in the eyes. Neither of them moved from their position. Both remained motionless for an excruciating minute that seemed like an eternity. Nizu, letting out a small sigh. So you've already asked me that? Slightly lowering his gaze, I should have assumed that even if it's your first day as a teacher you wouldn't be calm about that matter. Star, a teacher, her tone remained firm, cares and does his best for the sake of his students, don't you think the same? At his question the director remained silent. Star, my students are going to train their quirks at the end of the day. Taking a step forward, that's why I need you to take that collar off. Izuku, taking another step, I don't plan on leaving him aside while his classmates train, walking until he's right in front of the desk. I don't plan on leaving him aside like many others want. Nizu, what if I refuse? Looking up again, what will you do if I flatly refuse to take it away? Star, I already told you. Frowning a little, I'll take it off myself. If I'm asking you, it's just out of politeness, something that I see that many people are missing around here. The director closed his legs with something outside. Again. It was repeating itself in a constant cycle in his mind. Nizu, are you sure about that? Without looking away from her face, if you do that, it would be considered an attack on our laws. You could even be considered a villain. For most, that warning would have been more than enough to make them back off. But not for her. Star, so what? Smiling, who would they send after me? Nizu's eyes widened in surprise. I doubt they want to start an international conflict, especially now that their country's forces are incapacitated for the moment. Again, another damn time. Nizu, even if our heroes were active, would you face them all just for a child? Star, he's not just a kid. His smile widened a lot more, starting to look like Almight himself. He's my little brother. Tired of the situation, the director took a small remote control out of one of the compartments in his desk and quickly threw it to Star, who took it without any problems. Star, is this? Before she could see the director's face to continue speaking, he had already turned around in his chair to look out the window. He didn't want to see her. Or did they not want them to see it? Nizu, by government orders you cannot take it away or deactivate it. But I give you that control. Star looks at him for a few seconds. With it you can reduce the effect of the collar. With that, Izuku Midoriya should be able to use one for all again in a limited way. Star, in a limited way it is not enough. Nizu, this is the most you'll ever get. Squeezing his paws tightly. Accept it, or don't train him. Speaking with a clearly angry, but contained, tone. Now I ask you to leave my office. I still have a lot of work to do. In silence, Star slowly left his office. Honestly, he had already achieved more than he expected. The atmosphere in that room had changed, something he didn't like. I hate this. I hate feeling this way again. Nizu clenched his teeth. He wanted to scream, but he couldn't. It's always the same with people like you. All Might's back appeared in his mind, followed by Star's, and finally Izuku's. I hate them, I abhor them, and I envy them. His whole life flashed before his eyes. A feeling of absolute rejection flooded his heart. No matter how smart you are, or how many connections you have, in the end people like you, with extraordinary strength, always end up doing what you want, imposing yourself over others. He was no different. He has manipulated, blackmailed, taken advantage of the weaknesses of others, of their lowest moments to gain an advantage, all to achieve what he wants, but they were different. Wealth, fame, status are easy to obtain when you have strength like that. At first I didn't have any of that. I've always been weak, that's why a long time ago, I made a promise to myself I wouldn't lose to anyone. He still remembered with frustration the incident with the teachers. After Izuku defeated everyone present, his plans were destroyed by pure force, but the worst was not that. The worst thing was undoubtedly the final word that Izuku uttered while looking at him with an aura of superiority. A clear and marked win. Izuku Midoriya, only you could understand me, this desire to never lose to anything or anyone. The images of that monster, that Minotaur, who surpassed everyone with only his enormous strength, I wanted to be the same. No, I wanted to be even more powerful. The director sighed, and again turned his chair to begin interacting with his computer. And that's why I'm not going to let them surpass me, no matter what I have to do or sacrifice to achieve my goal. By putting some special codes into a file, various secret documents and plans were displayed on the screen, multiple reports of the analysis to the Nomus, various quirk analyses, plans of various machines. Some special plans showed that something big was being built under the same UA. Whatever it takes, I will be strong. A wish, a longing, so similar yet so different at the same time. Incompatible with each other. One day they will collide and the whole world will suffer the consequences. UA Academy Halls. Star sighed as she walked through the halls. At that moment the bell that signaled the end of classes and the beginning of lunchtime had rung. Her stomach growled a little, she already wanted to eat something. Having what she came to look for, she felt a little satisfied. Star, I don't like that it's only limited, smiling slightly while looking at the control, but I think I already have an idea, not noticing that two people were passing in front of him, colliding with one of them. Sorry, are you okay? Surprised by who it was. Midnight, hey, watch where you walk. The Aizawa, I'm fine. Slowly getting up. It was my fault for not paying attention, putting away his phone which was playing a video of kittens. Star, are you sure? Scratching his head a little. I'm really sorry. Unfortunately for him, his stomach had started rumbling again, this time making him feel a little embarrassed. Star, Aizawa, do you know where the dining room is? Star shakes his head. Follow me now. Looking at his friend. What you were telling me before sounds good to me. I'm sure he'll accept them. With a small nod of her head, Midnight said goodbye to her friend with a smile, happy to have listened to his advice on a past matter. A few seconds later she turns to see Aizawa and start chatting lightly, not noticing that she was pouting slightly. UA Academy Dining Hall. Mina, I'm starving. Uraraka. Me too. Clearly tired. This morning's training was very tiring. Looking at her friends who were visibly tired, except one. Todoroki, how come you don't look exhausted after all that? Shuko, huh? Looking at her with confusion, thinking for a few seconds about her answer while having a bitter memory. While unconsciously touching her belly. Since I was very young I have trained every day, I guess I'm used to it. Small groups formed, chatting quietly as they approached the dining room. Momo, I'm glad it's finally time for lunch. Walking next to Izuku, what are you going to order? Izuku, Katsudon, smiling like Momo for the obvious answer. What can you tell me about yourself? Momo, oh well, smiling innocently, I still haven't decided which dish is more delicious, so I'll order everything on the menu again. Hee. A small silence and some envy invaded the girls' minds. Hagakure, you're so lucky. Somewhat depressed. Just obvious from the inclination of her uniform any of us would start to get fat if we ate even half of what you do. Mina, but you have an advantage. Everyone joining the same conversation with your quirk, no one would notice. Hagakure, it's true, but her voice was starting to get excited. I've been talking about what Midoriya-kun told me at camp. Izuku, huh? Suddenly, a few strands of greenish hair with pink streaks appeared. Her blue eyes met Izuku's, who was surprised, not having imagined that he would master becoming visible so quickly. Hagakure, ta-da! I declare happily I have mastered it much better now. Izuku, you're amazing. Hagakure-san, you being suddenly held by her arm, huh? Feeling her tighten her grip, huh? Momo, now starting to have a nervous tic while tilting her head. Uraraka, hey, don't you think the air conditioning is too loud? Mina, Why yes, shivering like her friend W. What do you think, Todoroki? Realizing that she was the cause of the cold. While that was happening, a very nervous Izuku knew he had to do something about it. Izuku, Hagakure-san, see could you let me go? Hagakure, huh? Realizing that she had Izuku's arm almost buried between her breasts as sorry. With a big blush that lasted for a moment, she had become invisible again, and quickly moved away. I'm sorry, Midoriya-kun. I got too excited bowing in apology. It's just that thanks to your advice for the first time I was able to try on makeup when I was in my room. With an embarrassed tone, I just wanted to express how grateful I am to you. For someone whose expressions were invisible the vast majority of the time, it had become very common to express himself to other people through gestures or light physical contact. It was the same on this occasion. Habit simply took over his body. Izuku. It's okay, scratching his head with some discomfort, noticing his girlfriend staring at him. I'm glad I helped you. Jay, just try to be more careful, okay? Hagakure. Of course. After that short moment the group continued on their way. They could already see the door to the dining room, and the voices of the students inside the place were beginning to be audible to everyone. Kaminari. Hey, whispering to his friend. Mineta, what's wrong? Answering him, also in whispers, if it's to tell me about a new perverted magazine. Much to my regret, I'll have to refuse. Kaminari, it's not about that. Slightly blushing, since I talked to Ibra-san I stopped seeing those things. Mineta, don't brag in front of the poor, he continued whispering, but with a somewhat sad tone. Tell me what it's about. Kaminari, it's about how Midoriya, Yayorozu and Todoroki reacted to that hug, noticing how those girls now walked on each side of Izuku, as if preventing something like that from happening again. Didn't you find it strange? Mineta, you're just imagining things. They had their opinions like everyone else, that was normal. But he trusted his friend, that's why he would keep his words to himself until he was completely sure of his thoughts. At the same time they finished speaking, they noticed how the whole place was in a deep silence. They had finally arrived at the academy's dining room, where just by seeing them all the other students fell silent, and even began to move away. All to see them, correction. All just by seeing Izuku. Izuku, while letting out a subtle laugh, they don't even bother to hide it anymore. Kirishima, are you okay, friend? Worried, taking him by the shoulder. Something like this is not. Izuku, don't worry, looking at his friends, as long as I have them by my side it's more than enough. Few words with a nice meaning hidden behind them. Yes, as long as Izuku is surrounded by true friends he will be fine, and that will never change. Uraraka, well, taking the word, look at it on the bright side, smiling, we don't have to queue, hee. Before they could move forward to order their food, a voice was heard calling them from the hallway. Naturally they recognized who it was. Izuku couldn't help but smile and turn around, waiting for the voice to appear. Melissa, wait for me. Arriving at the dining room, don't order without me. With a flash of energy, the golden-haired girl lunged towards her friends, but to the surprise of most she didn't stop until she reached Izuku's arms, who hugged her just as she did. Melissa, how mean! Pretending to cry, why didn't they come to look for me? Staring at Izuku, who just smiled, I even went to his class, but they had already left. Izuku, really? Noticing some small oil stains on his face, could it be that you really only left the support workshop now? Melissa opened her eyes in surprise, at the same time that Izuku searched for a handkerchief from his pocket and showed it to her. You have a small oil stain on your face, gently wiping it. Okay, much better. Melissa, you discovered me. They both stared into each other's eyes. It was as if they were transmitting a great amount of emotions without having the need to say a single word. Mina and Jiro looked on with concern, while Uraraka looked at such interaction with hope. Shuko, hey, don't you think you're too close to him? Mina, that's it, girl, pushing little fists in the air, stand up for what's yours. Make it clear that he's your man. Melissa, are you jealous? Shuko, huh? In a quick movement, Melissa went from hugging Izuku to hugging her from the outside. Hey, let me go. Melissa, of course not. If I do, you'll get away from me. At one point Shuko simply stopped fighting. I also have lots of hugs for you, hee. Shuko, slightly blushing at being seen by everyone, you releasing a heavy sigh of resignation. Do whatever you want, just finish this quickly. I want to order my food. Mina had many questions, but the growl of her stomach made her leave that topic for later. Everyone was much hungrier than usual. No wonder with that first training session, and even more so knowing that another one awaited them at the end of the day. The whispers naturally did not take long to appear. While everyone ordered their food and looked for a table to try to eat in peace, they began to hear them. Aren't they afraid of him? Don't you see that he is deceiving you? What good person can come from a legacy like that? Even the daughter and heiress of Shield Industries is being deceived by that hypocrite. It's not fair, because only one guy gets the attention and gets the best of everyone. Jealousy, ignorance, and fear cause people's mentality to shrink, constantly trapping them in a cycle of mediocrity. Luckily not all of them are like that. Shinso, hey, what are you guys talking about? Out of pure impulse, all those people who were whispering answered him. They couldn't make it any easier for me, activating his quirk making them finally shut up. It's a nice day outside today. Why don't you go out and stay there all the time until lunchtime is over? In a silent march, all those people left the cafeteria. And to the surprise of the small group of friends, a few students from Class B had arrived. Shinso, it's been a while. Midoriya smiling slightly. I saw everything that happened. There was a small moment of uncertainty. I'm glad to know that you're safe. Smiling for a few moments. Listen, I don't really understand everything you must be going through, but if you need to talk to someone. Well, widening his smile almost imperceptibly, I'm a good listener. Stopping smiling. Okay. Izuku, Shinso, you, many. Staying silent after being affected by his quirk. Shinso, did it work? Unchaining, hey, isn't my quirk supposed to have no effect on you? Izuku, well, it must be because subtly touching his neck, this necklace, I hate it more and more. He wasn't ready to talk so openly about that device that restricted him yet. He truly hated it. He wouldn't say it, but it made him feel the same way he had lived most of his life. It made him feel vulnerable, but most of all, it made him feel like someone weak again. Kendo, that's enough. Shinso giving a very light blow to the head of his new partner. You're lucky that no master is around here. Shinso, are you going to expose me? Lightly rubbing his head. Madam President. Kendo, I already told you that you don't have to call me that. Smiling with complicity, and I don't know what you're talking about. Give you away for what? Looking away. I just arrived. Looking in the direction of her friend Hayayorozu. Can I sit down? Momo, of course, making some space next to her. Kendo, thanks. Sitting next to him. How did you take that news about the change of partner? Referring to Aways, making Momo make a look of total disgust. Was it that bad? Momo, you have no idea. Little by little, the two small groups from both classes were integrated into the same table, while new students were arriving and the cafeteria was filling up again. Ibara, Denki-san speaking in a somewhat low tone. See, can I have lunch with you? Kaminari, oh of course, trying to move a little but had no space. Mineta, take my seat. Getting up from his friend's side. I'll sit a little further away, it's very sunny here. With a subtle lie, Mineta gave his friend a thumbs up, who thanked him internally for his help. He would truly return the favor one day. Ibara, Denki-san, is everything okay? Slowly approaching without him noticing. Kaminari, why do you say that? Blushes as the girl gets closer. Ibara, you look a little tired. Worried. I heard you had a training session this morning. You're not pushing yourself too hard, are you? Kaminari, what? Wanting to downplay it. Not at all. That's nothing to me. Ha ha ha. Noticing Ibara's gaze on him. Why are you looking at me like that? Ibara, Denki-san, there's no need to lie to me. Very subtly touching his chest. I like seeing you try so hard when we practice together. Blushing a little more. That's why I know you tend to overdo it with training. Demanding so much from your body is bad, you know? I don't want you to get hurt. A pleasant feeling of warmth flooded the hearts of those two young people. It was really strange. They felt that in another life they had already met. Perhaps it was just a hallucination. Perhaps it was destiny. The truth is that it doesn't matter. This is your own life. Mina, you know, talking to Pony Setsuna, the truth is that I thought that none of her class would want to get close to Midoriya. Setsuna, that's a little offensive. Smiling slightly, but I don't blame you for thinking that way. Widening her smile, but not all of us think the same way about him. Watching him talk to Melissa while Shuko ate her soba in silence, and with much more concentration than she should have. We do recognize his achievements. And we know perfectly well that he saved our lives at camp. Pony, green friend is not bad. With a somewhat raised tone she spoke and everyone heard her. He is just a bit of a womanizer. A small silence had formed, only to be replaced by the laughter of everyone at the table. There was no malice in the girl's words, and who could blame her with what she had seen? Naturally, the only laughs that were somewhat uncomfortable were those of Izuku and his girlfriends, who wanted to change the subject. Momo, or by the way, now that I remember looking at Melissa, could you make some improvements to my hero costume? Melissa, of course. Thoughtfully, but I would have to apply for some permits. Check what materials your suit is made of, too. Shuko, wow, is the great Melissa Shield admitting that she has a hard time making some small support improvements. A great flame had been lit in Melissa's heart. She would always have enjoyed a good challenge, and even more so if it was against the clock. Melissa, of course I can do it, she declared with conviction. I'll even have it ready by the end of the day. Looking at Shuko, this is nothing to me. Shuko, I'm glad to know that, smiling in a way that Melissa didn't like at all. If it's that easy for you, I guess fixing my hero costume for the end of the day shouldn't be a problem, right? Melissa, well, I noticing everyone's gaze on her. I'm kidding myself. Why yes, of course I'll have them ready, hee. Izuku, Melissa. Melissa, not you too, panicking but not showing it. I love you, Izuku, but I don't think you could. Although now that I think about it, I can always leave the best ones of Shuko and Momo for later, okay? Smiling, do you also need some improvements? Izuku, no, I don't need any improvements to my suit yet. Melissa got a little sad. I just wanted to tell you that if it's too much work you could ask Hatsum for help. Melissa, I won't do it. I look at Izuku with a look and a serious tone, just like an artist paints his pictures alone. The same goes for inventors. We prefer to work alone on our own projects unless it is for some extraordinary occasion. I know it may sound a bit selfish, but… Izuku, don't worry, I understand you perfectly. Smiling knowingly. Momo, if it's a lot of work, you don't have to finish it by the end of the day. There are still several days until we'll need it for the license exam. Melissa, I already said I would have them ready by the end of the day. Crossing her arms. Yours too, Shuko. Momo, she's so stubborn sometimes. She's like Izuku in that sense, by the way. Whispering. Melissa, what's going on? Why are we whispering out of nowhere? Momo, I wanted to show you something. Consider it an advance payment for the upgrade of the suits. Slowly Momo took out her phone and, being careful that no one saw the screen, she began to search for something. Melissa, no need, Momo, you know I… Momo, are you sure you don't want to have this? Showing him a photo from this morning of Izuku with his shirt lifted up, revealing all of his abs, which were much more defined and highlighted by the small drops of sweat on his skin. Melissa, oh, six-pack, where did you get this? Momo, from this morning's training. I took it when no one was looking. So what? Moving her phone slightly in provocation. Are you interested or not? Melissa had to restrain herself from screaming, even holding her nose for fear of starting to bleed from what she thought was a glorious sight. Under no circumstances can the members of the support workshop receive any kind of bribe, but this was not a bribe. It was a kind gift from her friend after all. Lie. Melissa, done. Once Momo transferred the image to her own phone, Melissa was more motivated than ever to make those two suits, and in the future Izuku's, the best that her current abilities could achieve. Little by little things returned to a calm normality. The group of friends enjoyed their food, especially those from Class A devoured their food at great speed. When asked about it, they told her what their new teacher had them do. They were instantly afraid, for their own master could perfectly imitate such a regime. That fear had vanished when out of nowhere a cheerful and curious girl had arrived with her usual cheerful attitude. Nijire, hello everyone. Surprising them. Nijire/Hado Senpai. To her surprise, astonishment, and relief, Nijire no longer had any bandages. Her wounds had healed satisfactorily. Luckily for her, the doctors attended to her just in time, thus avoiding permanent burn marks on her body. Although something had changed in her. Nijire, what's wrong? Lightly activating her quirk on her feet. Don't you have something to say? Rising a few centimeters, do I look so pretty that I leave you speechless? With her radiant smile, she confidently showed them her new haircut. Mina, you look very pretty. Setsuna, it suits you, doesn't it? Her classmates nodded. Nijire, thank you very much. Looking at the girls, what do you girls say? Lightly moving her hair with her hand, I bet I look much more adorable, hee hee. A small laugh left her lips, a light response was given. If she was happy with that, then everything was fine. True? Izuku. No, that wasn't true. Nijire Hato loved her long hair. Izuku, the truth is that staring at her, although I think you look pretty like this, I think you looked better with your long hair. Insensitive. Indifferent. Cruel. Cold. Words that Nijire Hato could have perfectly said to him when showing him her new hairstyle. But Nijire, I see. Her smile disappeared. I think the same too. And out of nowhere, her smile appeared, this time being genuine as I expected from my best friend. You noticed instantly. I give you 100 points. Izuku, wow, can I really have that honor? Playing along, we've only known each other for a few days, and you already consider me your best friend. Nijire, time doesn't matter. Izuku shaking his finger. What's important is quality, and from the first moment I met you I really liked you. It must be fate that we met in hell. Izuku, did you get that from some novel? Nijire, if I honestly declare one that I'm reading at night, I'll give you another 10 points. He. Unable to help themselves, absorbed in their little moment, they both laughed, as if they were lifelong friends. Their interaction did not go unnoticed. Nijire, thank you very much. Izuku widening her smile, for being honest with me. Thanks to you I can now be confident again. Izuku, more than self-confident, I would call it being a little narcissistic. Nijire, maybe, but it's part of my charm, isn't it? Izuku, I won't argue with you on that. Hee, feeling 3 kicks under the table. Ouch. They really got along very well, maybe too well in the eyes of 3 girls. Nijire, huh? What happened to you? Tilting head. Izuku, and nothing. Calm down. The frown of his boyfriend's was visible to him. I am just still a little tired from a training we did this morning. Hee. Nijire, I see. Shuko, by the way, Nijire interrupting her, wanting not to be left out of the conversation. I'm sorry you got kicked out of the big 3. Nijire, oh, don't worry about it. Hee, showing some muscle from her arm. I am strong by myself, not because of that title. Relaxing her body. Besides, I don't regret what I did. I would do it again. In fact, she declared honestly while her smile became more radiant. My expulsion from the big 3 was a small price to pay for helping my friends. Shuko and the other 2 girls felt a small pain in their chest. They still had a lot to learn about controlling their thoughts and emotions. Or so they thought, always forgetting that they were still just teenagers. The 3 of them looked at her. Nijire Hato was indeed a very kind girl. Nijire, well, I have to go now. Saying goodbye happily. I'll see you later. With that little interaction, the students finished their meal. Once lunchtime was over, everyone returned to their respective classrooms. These continued normally, focused on the teachings of their teachers, although of course, some became uncomfortable seeing Izuku. All but one. She genuinely seemed like she wanted to talk to him, but she couldn't find the right moment to do so. Class A, end of the day. Midnight. While closing her book, that would be all for today, young people. There are still a few minutes before the bell rings, but for today my lesson ends. Zero, nuh. Banging the table, I'm still tired from this morning's training. See you. I don't know if I can resist it. Some were the same, no matter the group, the vast majority were still exhausted. These were the consequences of only strengthening their quirks and not their bodies themselves. Izuku, just hold on. To the surprise of many, Izuku himself looked at them. With a calm look and tone, he genuinely wanted to help them. Izuku, I know it's difficult at first, but with time you'll get used to it. Why? Why are you so kind? They thought, despite how they had treated him, he still supported them. They would have understood if he was indifferent to them, but seeing how he still tried to encourage them only made them feel a great guilt that only increased. But either because of their fear or pride, they did not apologize. The human heart is truly contradictory. Kirishima, friend approaching him, are you sure you want to continue as if nothing happened? Izuku, it can't be helped smiling slightly, after all I'm still the class vice president. Midnight, that position doesn't force you to do what you do, taking more courage, it's because of your own will, to help people. We really made a mistake at that time, regretful of her past actions, wanting to fix them. Midoriya-kun. Izuku, yes? Looking at his teacher. Midnight, may I talk to you outside for a minute? Izuku, is everything okay? Midnight, yeah, don't worry, leaving the room, I just want to tell you something. With that said, Izuku followed her, and the door closed behind him. Shuko frowned again, first Hagakure, then Nijire, and now even her teacher. She wondered why now several girls other than them were getting so close to her boyfriend. The worst thing was that she couldn't express it openly. Always, hey, is it true that guy is the vice president? A small nod from some confirms it. Don't you think it damages the image of the class that he continues in that position? Smiling with charisma, why don't we hold new elections? Momo, what for? To apply and get the position? A fixed gaze, I looked directly at him. Are you still resentful for not having won any of the positions when you were in Class B? His words, laden with hostility, were as sharp as daggers. Always had no choice but to contain his anger. He would remember this. Momo, also, if by some whim of fate you end up winning that position, I will immediately give up mine, surprising everyone. I trust in Izuku, and I will only work with him in this position. Bringing her hand to her chin, although now that I think about it, lately I haven't had time to read my books, smiling unconsciously, and if we no longer have that responsibility, I could read again next to Izuku, and more so that new edition of Argonaut that I ordered. At that moment a small vibration came from his pocket. It was a message that had arrived on his phone. When he looked at it, he got even more excited. Momo, they found it. That book will be a nice gift for Izuku. A second tale, the heroic legend of a hero who lived even before the Argonaut. Very soon she and Izuku would read the complete legend of the foolish hero, Epimetheus. At that moment they heard the bell again, marking the end of classes, but not of their day. Full of regret, they knew that they had to undergo hard training again with their new teacher. Izuku, hey, entering the classroom, my sister, Teacher Star told me that she is waiting for us in the gym this time, staying in the doorway. She also told me to put on our hero costumes, that she should wait for us there. Resigned to their fate, everyone got up from their seats and headed back to the locker room to get ready. Shuko, what did Midnight want to tell you? Only Mina understood that this question was motivated by jealousy. Izuku, well, she smiling happily apologized to me for the teacher incident. He revealed this, somewhat astonishing those who heard it. Izuku, it was nice to hear a sincere apology. Hehe. Shuko, I see. Izuku, yes, starting to walk, but we better hurry, otherwise our training may increase. With that single sentence he caused everyone to increase the pace of their steps. As he walked, Izuku noticed how Momo couldn't stop smiling, as if he were a child on Christmas Day and he was in front of his gifts. Izuku, Momo, did something good happen? Momo, huh? Noticing her smile, is it that noticeable? Izuku just nodded. You could say yes. Izuku, may I know what this is about? Momo, no, turning her face, it's a secret, you'll have to be patient. Izuku, what if I ask you to please do it? Looking at him with tender eyes. Momo, that's cheating, holding it off as best she could. It's not fair that you look at me with those eyes. You look like a cute rabbit that I want to hug and kiss forever. I won't do it. Izuku, okay, I'll wait. Momo didn't know how she could resist. On the way to the locker room she praised herself for still being able to keep the secret. The book that she hadn't even read completely, just loose pages. Now she would have it in perfect condition, and what better than to read it next to her beloved boyfriend, while sharing a nice cup of tea. For Momo Yaoyorozu this sounded like a perfect afternoon. UA Academy Gamma Gymnasium. Several minutes later. Star, they finally arrive. She spoke in a calm, yet firm tone. Behind her were various structures designed to provide different types of terrain that they would ever have to deal with. That gymnasium was large, too large in fact, and yet all those structures took up the entire place. Star, normally second and third year students use this place. Pretty, isn't it? With her usual smile, although I'm more in favor of outdoor training, so those who wish to train outside of this place are free to do so. Just tell me and I'll use my quirk to provide you with suitable terrain. Some made their decision without hesitation, others thought about it. Izuku was one of those who didn't hesitate. Izuku, I want to train outside, raising his hand. I already feel very trapped with this collar on. At least I want to feel the sun along with the fresh air, although I don't know what I can do. Star, I like that you are determined, coming closer to whisper something. Don't worry about not being able to use your quirk. I have the solution. Izuku opened his eyes in surprise. Just wait a few minutes. By the way, nice cape. Izuku, thanks. I haven't returned it to Gran Torino yet, although I haven't talked to him since he did the internship. Star, looking at the other students, very well guys, I hope you have already decided. As she prepared the ground for those who wished to train outside, a small conversation between the small groups took place. Momo, I'm glad you still wear it. Proud of being the one who put it on. You really look just like the Argonaut now. He couldn't hide his excitement. He loved that smile. Izuku would do anything to always see her smile. It was one of the many promises he made to himself. Promises that he will always keep. Izuku, thanks, although I don't know if Gran Torino will want it back. Staring at his girlfriend, by the way, is that the upgrade you asked Melissa for? Momo, yes. Spinning on her axis with elegance, like a ballet dancer, isn't it pretty? The material is much more resistant and elastic. The belt has many more accessories. Izuku, and the cape? Raising an eyebrow. Momo, well, blushes a little. It's so they don't know when and what I'm creating. Lie, although she could give him that function, the truth is that she only wanted to be on par with her boyfriend. Izuku, is that true? Momo, don't doubt me. Izuku. Feeling more and more embarrassed, tell me what you think. Izuku, it's cute, getting a little closer to Momo and speaking as quietly as possible, although that's cheating. Momo, cheating? Confused, what do you mean? Izuku, to your question, smiling slightly, of course that outfit looks pretty, but it's because your beauty makes everything you wear look beautiful. Momo, honey. The girl blushed a lot. Tenderly she hid her face using her new cloak. Izuku, on the other hand, couldn't help but let out a small laugh at how cute Momo was sometimes. Normally the one who always acted like that when he complimented her was Shuko. Momo used to be the calmer and more serious one, but I wouldn't deny that seeing her that way was refreshing in a way. Fortunately, everyone was too busy with their own things to hear them, right? Jiro, how bold, covering his mouth with his hands, flirting in front of everyone, taking advantage of the fact that we are distracted, looking at his friend who slowly took her face out from under that cloak. Hearing again a single word said by Momo to Izuku, fool, saying it in such a tender way that he almost screamed with emotion, don't lose Yamamoto. Uraraka, are you okay? Next to her friend, you're acting a little weird. Jiro, huh? Realizing she's a little embarrassed now, why yeah, it's nothing. Kyoka Jiro had a little secret. Beneath that tough girl appearance, she loved reading romance novels, a secret that she would do anything to keep that way. Uraraka, if you say so. Looking at her friends, some of them changed their hero costumes a bit. Looking at their dolls, I think I should do the same. Meanwhile, two other girls also watched that scene. Shuko, pouting, I wanted to be the first to show him my new outfit. Mina, what are you doing? Midoriya, stomping on the ground with some force, I understand that you and Shuko are hiding your relationship, but that's no excuse for you to flirt with other girls. Shuko, what's wrong? Looking at her still kicking the ground, does something itch? Mina, and no, stopping moving her leg, it's nothing. Thinking things over better. Calm down, Mina. You know Midoriya. You know he's not that kind of man. He would never be unfaithful to his girlfriend. You're just misinterpreting things. If Todoroki doesn't say anything, it must be because he trusts him too. Giving him the benefit of the doubt. By the way, now that I noticed, didn't you change your hero suit much? Shuko, it's made of a new material that's even more resistant to temperature changes, but the design is almost the same. Confused, what do you mean? Mina, are you really asking that? Raising an eyebrow, then why do you have a skirt on now instead of a full pair of pants? Looking at her thighs also, don't you think the skirt is a little short? Shuko, it's easier for me to move this way unfazed even though people are looking at her directly. Mina, Doesn't it bother you that they might see you by accident? Shuko, there's nothing to see. Lightly touching her skirt, I have shorts underneath. Mina, I see, looking at her with a mischievous smile. I thought you changed your outfit just to show your legs to Midoriya. That phrase, with the tone in which he said it, and that almost inquisitive look on her, caused Shuko to lose her calm attitude and blush almost at the same level of her boyfriend's flattery. Shuko, I wouldn't do that. Unconsciously tries to lower her skirt a little. This is just for better mobility. Mina, calm down, raising her hands in surrender. Don't be like that. I was just saying, walking away, saying that last thing in a somewhat playful tone. Shuko, Melissa, you made it so short on purpose, didn't you? Her imagination played tricks on her. Her teenage brain made her visualize situations in which she was alone with her boyfriend, whether training, on the beach, or on a date, and in all those moments, he couldn't stop looking at her thighs. And despite all that, Shuko, maybe, just maybe, if Izuku asks me, I'd let him see me like this without wearing shorts, but just a little. Star, very well. Getting everyone's attention. Everyone now has their place to train. Looking at both those outside and those inside the gym, for this first day they will do something similar to what they did during their camp. Most twisted their faces at that bad memory as the days go by, and when you have a better physical condition you will face each other in friendly battles, but for now use your quirks until you can't anymore. With no other option, already knowing that they would end up very tired anyway, everyone started training. Inevitably, the image of the camp came to everyone's mind. Luckily for them, this time things would turn out well. Izuku, sister, approaching Star. Star, tell me that way when we're not in class, during training. Tell me, teacher, I speak with authority. Did you understand, little brother? Izuku, you can keep calling me that, but I can't? Star, exactly, haha, smiling even more strongly. Advantages of being an adult, taking her hand to her shoulder. But jokes aside, what's going on? Izuku, what should I do? With this on, you know I can't. Touching the necklace, should I walk around the academy more? Star, I told you I had a solution for you, remember? Stealthily, Star took out that small control that the director had given her. Only Izuku saw it, and like her, by pressing some buttons she felt it again. Her eyes became slightly moist. There it was again. She could feel that intense call again in the depths of her being, in her own soul. The one for all. Izuku, He wanted to hug her, even with the collar on. The unpleasant sensation had disappeared, but Star quickly moved and put his hand in front of him to stop him. Star, it's not time for this yet. Confusing him. Listen, you're still limited, for now find out what percentage you can use. With no other option, Izuku took a few steps back. Izuku, one for all. The red stripes reappeared surrounding his body. Full cowl. Everyone stopped their own exercises upon seeing him. The electricity once again surrounded his body. Star, how much is that? Izuku, looking at his hands, only 5%. Star, it's smaller than I thought. Resigned. Well, for now it should be enough. Looking at a rock beside her. For now, hit that. I altered it to make it much more resistant. Izuku, yes. Excited to feel his power again, he runs towards his target and gives her a strong blow that only makes her move back a little. Ouch. Rubbing his hand, it really is very hard. Not even the nomas he hit were that resistant. Thoughtfully changing position. What if I use my legs too? Star, stop. Interrupting him before he kicks. You are not allowed to use your legs, only attack with your fists. Izuku, but... Star, I know that your style is now based on attacks with your legs, and it's not bad. Crossing his arms, but if you focus only on that area of your body you will weaken the others. Flexing his arms to highlight his muscles. Do it until you can break it or until I tell you. Izuku understood. With no other alternative, the impact blows against the resistant rock began to resonate throughout the place. But it was not the only sound in the place. The training of the others had begun. No special movements. Simply and plainly taking their quirks to the limit until their maximum level becomes their standard. And so, without anyone noticing, an hour and a half had passed. Star, okay guys, that's enough for today. Kirishima, huh? Deactivating his quirk, we're done so fast? Star, this is just her first day of training, besides, pointing to her teammates. Kaminari, an old man almost crawling on the ground, being helped by Mineta who kept bleeding from his head. Not all of us have as much energy as you and Midoriya. Mineta, why ya looking for him by the way, where is he? There was no need to respond to that. The sound of his blows on that rock still continued to resonate with the same intensity. Unable to avoid it, everyone turned their gaze towards the origin of those blows, and they saw it. They saw Izuku very concentrated, not stopping hitting his target, regardless of the fact that a small puddle of his sweat had formed beneath him, which continued. At that, everyone. Mineta, you know I think I can keep going even if it's for another half hour. Kaminari, why yes, slowly getting up I can too. Kirishima, let's keep training guys. Approaching his friends, we can't stay behind. The girls imitated them, while Star just smiled at the great influence her little brother had on his classmates. Aways, I'm leaving here, he said with an irritated face. I still have to unpack things in my new room. Ida, I'm leaving too. My arms still hurt a little adjusting his glasses. That makes me late when it comes to doing the work they send me. Little by little, some more left, all justifying their withdrawal with cheap excuses. Although it wasn't as if Star was stopping them, after all the training had finished, those who stayed did so out of pure will. A few more minutes passed. Most people could not take it anymore. Star, I congratulate you all for staying a little longer. I'm glad to see young people like you giving their maximum effort in your training. The blows that Izuku gave were already very light. He had reached his limit. Stop, don't overexert yourself so much, and more so for what I have planned. Izuku, but a little frustrated. I didn't even get a small dent. Momo, Izuku, do you remember when you trained with Almight at my house? What the what? Most of them said, somewhat surprised. Momo, long story. Guys looking at them for a second and then focusing on Izuku. I still remember when Toshinori-san forced you to take several breaks. Some of them were even longer, passing him a towel to wipe the sweat. Has smiling. This brings back memories of those days. Izuku, me too, relaxing his muscles after wiping the sweat off his face. Now that I think about it, I haven't talked to your father for a long time. How has he been? Momo, my calls with him have decreased, and I've noticed that he's a bit stressed, slightly lowering his gaze. Work must be difficult lately. Izuku, I understand. Putting the towel behind his neck. When you talk to him, send him my regards. Momo, of course. He. They both stared at each other while a small, knowing smile formed on their lips. Jiro for his part celebrated, while Mina just pouted while trying to give Shuko small signals, which she didn't understand, which frustrated her a little. Star, ahem, pretending to cough. Guys, don't forget that we're here. Little brother, you're being too careless with your girlfriend if you want to hide your relationship for the moment. By the way, little brother, getting his attention before you come back, showing control discreetly, making him understand. Can I see the other quirks? Kirishima, yeah man, I wanna see too. Jiro, do you have unlimited energy? Kirishima, hee, sorry, it only happens to me with things that interest me. Izuku, well, I looking at Star, who just nodded and help. Star, I understand that you are tired, so let me just see one, okay? Izuku, nodding. Now it's okay. At that moment he closed his eyes. Although the connection with the One for All had returned, it was still very limited. He had to concentrate too much to even feel that sensation of lightness again. The rays surrounding his body disappeared, and with a small push from his feet he had risen a few meters until he remained motionless in the air. He was once again using Nana's quirk, Float. Izuku, I see, analyzing his state even with his eyes closed. I have to concentrate a lot to use any of the quirks of the wearers that I have already unlocked. Stretching his hand a little, I no longer feel the energy surrounding my body. Could it be that this necklace limits me to using only one quirk at a time? Closing his fist a little, well, there's only one way to describe it. Using great concentration again, a light line of black energy had come out of his hand. It was very small, it would not even reach 2 meters in length, but there it was the black whip. Naturally, he was already prepared for what would happen. The force of gravity once again exerted its dominance over his body. It didn't matter, he hadn't risen very high, and there was no one below him. That would be nice. Shuko, hey, be careful. Mina, sorry, I tripped. Or that's what was supposed to happen. Izuku, huh? There was no time to react. The accident caused by the mind resulted in a single possibility. Ah! Their bodies exhausted from training meant that neither of them could react in time. Izuku had fallen on top of Shuko. With his eyes closed again, the only thing he felt was something soft. Izuku, this is it? His hand reacted instinctively, and slowly squeezed that soft thing. It was perfect, not too big, but not too small. It fit perfectly in his hand, with a softness only surpassed by Momo's. At that moment Izuku knew what he was holding. His face blushed greatly knowing that there were people around, but especially because Shuko, to Izuku her voice was breaking. See, could you please? One last squeeze made her unable to bear it any longer. Keikia. His heart pounded, his face turned even redder. He quickly opened his eyes, discovering that all his suspicions and fears were confirmed. Fortunately and unfortunately for him, he was now on top of his girlfriend's breasts. Izuku, I am so sorry. Getting off of you as quickly as possible, I didn't mean to, Shuko, calm down, looking away so no one can see his face. It wasn't your fault. With a withering look directed at Mina, she took a few steps back for fear of being turned into an iceberg. Jiro, be more careful. Uraraka, that could have been dangerous. They also looked at her inquisitively, hiding other motives. Mina, I already told you it was an accident. Lowering her head in the direction of Izuku and Shuko, who had already stood up. I'm so sorry. Izuku, oh okay, anyone can make an accident, right? Ha! Shuko remained silent, just looking at her seriously. Mina, I'm really sorry, I know it happened to me this time, but it doesn't matter. Looking up, noticing how that pair was still blushing, seeing that interaction between them was worth it. Star, enough with the talk, guys, clapping with some force. It's getting dark. It's time for you to return to your dorm. Despite all this training and your future profession, you are still students. Imagining Aizawa's angry face. I wouldn't want to make your teacher angry if because of me you can't do your homework. Without further ado, and really too exhausted to talk about what had happened, the students slowly left, but not before. Star, little brother. Izuku, yes? Turning his body to see her. Is something wrong? Lucia was tired and a little sad. She knew what would happen. Star, I'm sorry. Pressing the button on the remote again, activating the collar again. I swear I'll do everything I can so you can take it off. For now, hold on. Izuku, lowering his head a little, only to raise it again and force a slight smile. It's okay, I trust you. Without saying anything else, the boy continued on his way. Again, this was not right. Star, Izuku stretches his hand in the air. Izuku, huh? Turning just a little. Is something else wrong? Star, no regrets. I have an idea that could cheer him up a lot, but I need to try some things first. I can't act hastily, although if everything goes well, tonight, smiling at him, it's nothing. I just wanted to tell you to try to rest as much as you can, little brother. Izuku, thanks. Smiling back. You rest too, sister. Izuku's room, several minutes later. Melissa, they look really exhausted today. Momo, yes, sitting at a small table doing her homework. The 2-star trainings were very tiring. Lowering her head, and this was only the first day. She said it will be mostly this way until the day before the licensing exam. After a refreshing shower in their respective rooms, the 3 girls decided to spend their free time in their boyfriend's separate room. They had no intention of staying overnight this time. They couldn't be so risky, but there was nothing wrong with spending their time in that place. Not only because she was close to her boyfriend, but also because it was far from the other bedrooms. The place provided a relaxing silence, which together with playing some relaxing music was as if this was her little paradise, a place where they felt safe and at peace. Melissa, being part of the hero department is hard, huh? Looking at her stomach, I think I should do some exercise too. Thoughtfully, maybe Star will help me if I ask her to tell me some light routine. Yes, but I will. I'll ask her tomorrow, by the way. Momo, yes? Putting down her pencil. What about Izuku and Shuko? She pointed at them, both of them sitting at another small table also doing their classwork, although there was clearly a small atmosphere of awkwardness. Izuku, Shuko putting down the pencil. I know I've said this several times, but I'm sorry. Shuko, I'm not angry, dropping her pencil as well. Not at you. It's just that, turning to face her back. You're not stupid. You should have known that you fell on me. Izuku remained silent, That was her way of responding with affirmation. If you knew, then blushing, being noticed by Izuku when he saw the tips of her ears turn red. Why did you squeeze me? Izuku, it wasn't my fault. Slowly approaching from behind, I didn't have any bad intentions or thoughts wanting to take her by the shoulder. But stops before that. My hand reacted on instinct, believe me. Shuko, really? Izuku, I swear. Shuko, no bad thoughts? Izuku, not at all. Clumsy, inexperienced, with no knowledge of what to do in this situation. You couldn't blame them, the way they both grew up. Shuko, never? His tone had changed. A slight concern was hidden behind that question. Despite all the times that Izuku has recognized his beauty, the scar present every time he looks in a mirror is a constant reminder. He still remembers the whispers of his former high school classmates. In them they said something like her body was very hexy, but when they saw her scar they didn't want to touch it anymore. Only and maybe only if she covered it with a bag. At that time Shuko couldn't care less about what those idiots thought. But now that she has someone she loves, it's only natural to want that person to find her physically attractive. Izuku, Shuko lowered her face a little more. I can't assure that, for me you are very attractive, the most beautiful in the world. It's normal that sometimes I have some other thought. Shuko slowly raised her gaze. But I swear that I won't do something that makes you uncomfortable this time. Taking her by the shoulder, making her turn a little to look him in the eyes. When that day comes, that will be when we're ready. His words were comforting for some reason. Yes, that's how Izuku is. Even though he decided to be more selfish, he couldn't help but worry about other people's feelings, especially if it was about them. Shuko, it's okay. Smiling slightly, I understand. Izuku, rejoicing, does that mean you forgive me? Shuko, no, turning her face and speaking this time in a somewhat playful tone, I don't want to. Izuku, recognizing that tone, how about I give you a hug? Not waiting for an answer, to wrap his arms around Shuko's waist with this, do you forgive me? Shuko, do you think that with just a hug I will forgive you? Smiling tenderly in her little game, you're going to need more than that to get it. Izuku, what if I add this? Kissing him on the cheek. Shuko, tempting, widening her smile, but I think you can improve the offer. Izuku, okay, settling down better, I'll give you all of these. Without hesitation, Izuku began to give his girlfriend lots of kisses on the cheek, even on the scar on her face. Shuko was currently on cloud 9, her silly smile on her face reflecting it. She was truly happy. Shuko, that's cheating, but continue. Izuku, then if you forgive me? Shuko, I did it from the hug, turning slightly until their faces were face to face. Well? Izuku, so what? Sensing what it was about. Shuko, aren't you going to continue? Izuku at that moment could swear right there that none of the villains or gnomes he has faced before has been so close to killing him. Like Shuko when she adopts that tender attitude. Slowly her lips came closer, her eyes closed. But before that happened. Chew. Melissa, why didn't they warn that they were giving away kisses around here? Shuko, huh? Staying with her lips stretched out waiting for his kiss. Izuku, Melissa? Noticing that at the last second she grabbed his cheeks and moved him to be the one to kiss when? Melissa, they were both so lovey-dovey that they didn't notice when I approached. But forget about that, let's just continue where we left off. Without waiting another moment, Melissa was now the one kissing Izuku. Poor Shuko could only pout a lot, only to then separate them and lightly tap Melissa on the shoulder. Momo, honey, approaching Izuku while the other two fought a bit. Have you and Shuko finished your work? Izuku, yes, we recently finished it. Why? Momo, well, I was thinking that to relax we could prepare some tea. Blushes a little, and if you want, would you like to continue reading where we left off in the Argonaut story? Izuku, I love the way that sounds. Giving him a little kiss on the lips. This time I'll prepare the tea. Getting up from the small table, I feel bad that you always have to take care of that. Momo, yes, I'll be waiting for you here. Taking advantage of the fact that she had left, she took out her phone and saw the status of her order. Well, the complete edition of that story is already on the way. I'm sure Izuku will love it. When Izuku returned with him, he told Shuko and Melissa about Momo's request, which they accepted without any problem. After a few minutes, the four of them were sitting down to read at the same time. Izuku was sitting on the floor leaning on the edge of his bed, Shuko was sitting to his left while hugging him by the arm. Momo was to his right while doing the same, being the one in charge of turning the pages. And finally Melissa was lying face down on the bed, in such a way that she hugged Izuku's neck and leaned on it to see the book better. They couldn't see her, but she moved her feet up and down in a sign of joy. They stayed like that for several minutes, reading together the story of that hero, making occasional jokes to Izuku about how they were alike, the feats they shared and the ones they still had to accomplish to be even more similar. Momo, we almost have to go, she looked sad. Melissa, just a little more, throwing a little tantrum, we are already at the final part of her story. Shuko, this part, looking sadly at the written words, seems so beautiful and tragic at the same time. Momo, I know, when I was a child I always cried when I read this part, and even today I find it very moving. Melissa, despite the great feat that Argonaut accomplished, starting the Age of Heroes, defeating that Minotaur, her tone was also loaded with some regret. He ended up going blind and subsequently lost all his memories. The three girls at that moment had a single thought. That wasn't fair. Without knowing it, she wished for something. She wished that in that aspect Izuku and Argonaut would never be alike. Izuku, yes, it is quite tragic, but even so, despite everything that happened to him afterwards, looking at the written words, they could not help but imitate the same thing. That hero, did. He continued smiling. It was at that moment that Izuku read the words that the Argonaut wrote to a girl, that girl who, despite having lost her memory, continued to think of her, referring to her as my princess. Even with her memories erased, her soul harbored that warm feeling that connected them. With a calm voice, Izuku said verbatim what was written. Dear Orna, I am writing this letter to you under the night sky with Fina's help. She told me that by chance a star passed across the sky. Then I suddenly remembered that you used to be a fortune teller who read the stars. You might put on a grumpy face and say, "Don't be silly." But thanks to the whispers of the stars that I can feel on my skin, I feel like I can feel you closer tonight. If there were stars shining in the sky that you could look at, I would be happy if you could take the place of these invisible eyes and predict our future. There was no progress on this today. According to the few written sources, it is certain that his sanctuary is built on the land we are on now. But I can't find it. Even though Fina used magic, she couldn't find a clue. I wondered if there was something that could be called a seal, something that would prevent anyone from entering or even perceiving the sacred place. It exists. I can feel it, perhaps because my senses are sharper, even if I cannot see it. Perhaps a power stronger than that of fairies or spirits permeates this land. Although I was not able to see it, it is said that the Madeira Sea is as spectacular as the rumors indicate. And I believe that a sacred place lies in this inland sea, where the murmur of the waves sounds. I spoke with Fina, but I plan to return to Lucrios. If you come, even that scary older sister will probably come with you. It seems that Ariadne's worries will increase. Are you the same? I also heard that the Central Nations Alliance repelled a large monster invasion. I don't think it's important since it's about you, but I don't want Yuri, Garmus, Elmina and Riola to overexert themselves. With my current words, I am sure you will feel uncomfortable. And you? Ariadne doesn't cry anymore? To be honest, no matter how many words I write, I'm worried that this letter won't hurt you. I don't want to break my promise to send you a letter, but, even though you can't see anything, in front of me you make me burn. I can't wipe the tears out of my head forever. As for me, no, I made Fina cry today too. She laughed and I told her she looked like a flower. Then, desperately, she held back her sobs. No matter how much I hugged her and apologized, I couldn't stop the tears from falling down my neck. I hurt her again. I hate myself for not being able to remember her as my irreplaceable sister. I have to tell you. Unfortunately, there is no sign of Argonaut's memory returning. I think the Argonaut you knew disappeared the same day the lion was killed. The authority of the lightning brought me back from the death I should have faced. In exchange for the memories and personality of the man known as the Argonaut, I am sure it is a price worth paying to bend fate. It is a miracle equivalent to cutting off the soul. What remains of me must be the truth, something that is not what remains of Argonaut, or its residue. I am very sorry, but I cannot leave you waiting for Argonaut. There are no more dancing clowns. However, I will laugh. There is no need for tragedy. If I was sad and crooked, you would be much less likely to smile. But I don't think that's right. I also want to believe that a smile is a fragment of hope that will brighten tomorrow. So, Orna, I want you to laugh too. Even though these eyes can't show anything, I want to feel your smile. I want to see your smile. Still, I will do my best. Even though I can no longer perform the comedy of saving you, my goal is to lead as many people as possible to the end of the myth. I swear by the name everyone has given me. Guide. I pray that, under the same sky, a smile may blossom on your lips. Looking at the stars of Madeira, the guide. When he finished his words, the room fell silent, only occasionally interrupted by small sobs. No one asked who they were from, because everyone felt the same way. The little jokes about how he looked more and more alike now seemed to be a tragic omen. Izuku could feel how the girls hugged him a little tighter. In response, he slowly closed the book and spoke with a calm voice. Izuku, that won't happen to me. Although I admire Argonaut and I love his whole story, I don't plan on sharing his ending. Slowly getting up after gently moving his girlfriend's arms away. Destiny is not written. We are the ones who forge our own path. The end that I wish to reach, the longing, my ideal, are my greatest motivation to keep going. The girls followed their actions. Little by little they had stood up. The three of them stared at Izuku. There he was again. That look of determination, that light reflected in his eyes. Izuku, and I stretching his arms out to the sides. The girls understood what he wanted and the four of them shared a warm hug. I wish that the end of my story is being by his side. How much innocence. In truth, he was still very young. Melissa, you're right. Wiping the moisture from her eyes while searching for something in her pocket. It's just a story. It's not like that's really going to happen. Taking out her phone. Let's celebrate our first day as a couple, with a photo. Melissa's cheerful attitude helped liven up the place again. Momo, what a good idea. Looking at Izuku, even with everything we've been through and the time we've known each other, we've never taken any pictures. Shuko, I do have some with him, saying proudly. Melissa, are you referring to the ones taken by reporters around the time of the sports festival? Shuko, yes. Melissa, ugh, haha, those don't count, haha. Shuko, don't laugh. Momo, girls, Izuku, smile with Melissa's phone in her hand ready to take the photo. Melissa, huh? Looking at her empty hand, when did you take my phone? The camera flash dimmed her eyes. Hey, I wasn't ready yet. Shuko, let me see, taking the phone and starting to laugh when she saw that Melissa had come out with a very funny expression. Send me that photo, so I'll always have something to laugh about. Melissa, no. Trying to get her phone back. But Shuko and Momo kept passing it to each other. Delete that and take another one. First of all, Izuku couldn't help but laugh. With a big smile on his face, he ended up comforting Melissa with a hug and caressing her head. All while Melissa told him that Shuko and Momo were being mean to her. Finally, after taking a nice photo of the four of them, it was time to say goodbye, and just like the day before, Izuku said goodbye to each of them with a kiss on the lips. Izuku, rest, closing the door slowly after they left. I love you. Couldn't get that smile off their lips. What a beautiful photo. I'll put it as my wallpaper. Stretching his body. Well, I guess since it's not the day anymore, I'll go to sleep. That was his plan, but before he could take a step towards his bed to rest, the sound of someone knocking on the door confused him. He cautiously opened it, getting a slight surprise. Izuku's sister? Confused, what are you doing? Star covered his mouth in a quick movement, and with her strong arms she lifted him with great ease. HHMM. Star, don't make any noise and stop moving. Scared by that attitude, Izuku could only watch as Star, after closing her door, took a few steps back and with a powerful jump rose dozens of meters into the air. Izuku tried to scream, but Star's strong hands prevented him. After several minutes and powerful jumps, they finally reached their destination and Star had finally let go. Izuku, what's wrong, sister? Looking at the ground sand? Looking up, the boy had recognized where they were, one of the places where he trained, the first place where he almost used one for all for the first time. Now they were on Dagoba Beach. Izuku, what? Very confused. What are we doing in this place? Star, what's not obvious? Crouching down to be at Izuku's face level, we're here for you to do your real training. Chapter 31, Watching Them Grow Up, Part Dagoba Beach. Izuku, you brought me here in the middle of the night to make me? Slowly getting up while removing some sand stuck to his clothes. Star, are you still sleepy? Keeping his typical smile, it's okay. I'll repeat it again, putting his arms on his waist. I brought you to this place to do your real training, ha 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 ha. Izuku, I heard that loud and clear the first time. He was a little angry. How could he not be? Being forcibly removed from his room, being only a few minutes away from going to sleep. He sighed. There was no point in raising his voice, especially not to her. It's not like he wasn't used to this kind of strange situation. Star, aren't you happy to receive secret training? Izuku, yes, but was it necessary to kidnap me? Walking away a few steps, that the number one hero of the United States kidnaps an underage student in the middle of the night and brings him to a secluded place like this is something. Star, don't say it like that. Approaching Izuku to give him a little blow on the head which made him scream a little from the pain. Besides, I wouldn't call it kidnapping. It's more like snapping fingers, a mandatory participation surprise outing. Izuku, that's the same thing. Finishing rubbing his head, you're just using redundant words. Star, okay, little brother, you shouldn't live in the past. Patting him on the back, making him walk a few steps forward. Just concentrate on the present. Or is it that you don't want to spend time with your sister while she helps you become stronger? With a look full of determination on the hero's face, staring at the young boy in front of her. Yes, there was no point in starting an argument. That was how she was. Izuku, but what else can I do? Resigned to his reality, you already know the very small percentage that I can use. One for all. Touching the necklace with disgust. It's not like, why are you smiling like that? Without saying a single word, Star slowly approached the young man. Out of pure instinct, facing the imposing woman who was getting closer and closer, the one who even blocked almost all of his field of vision. Izuku took a few light steps back, but that didn't stop Star, who with each step she took was getting closer and closer to Izuku. It didn't help that without saying a single word, the woman stretched out her arm and brought her hand forward. With no other way out, Izuku closed his eyes, not knowing what was happening. Nothing. He didn't feel anything. Star's hand didn't touch him. Slowly opening his eyes, Izuku could see how Star was touching that necklace. He opened his eyes in amazement. Would she really do that? He asked himself, not wanting to get his hopes up. Star, new order. A small sensation began to appear from deep within his body, a sensation he longed to feel fully again. Star. This collar will be deactivated, allowing Izuku Midoriya to use one for all without sending out an alarm signal. At that moment that sensation intensified. He was feeling it once again. That sacred flame that had been entrusted to him was burning again with great intensity in his soul. Izuku Midoriya had felt the one for all again. Izuku. This, looking at his hands, I noticing how the heroine moved her hand away and just stared at him calmly. Sister, unable to help it, he hugged her. Thank you. Said hug was reciprocated by adding small pats on his back. To the surprise of both, this time Izuku was not crying. He only deeply appreciated that action. A little lie had happened. After almost a whole minute, Star patted Izuku's back again, causing him to end the comforting hug of gratitude. Star, I understand how you feel, little brother, but we can't waste valuable minutes explaining this situation even though I made you come for a mandatory participation surprise walk. Izuku, kidnapping, pretending to cough a little. Star, ignoring that we can't stay long. Izuku, is it for leaving the academy without permission? Star, I didn't even think about that, ha ha ha. A small drop of sweat runs down Izuku's temple. I mean, you can't lose too many hours of sleep. Izuku, huh? Star, why are you surprised? Staring at him, you're only 15 years old. You need a reasonable amount of sleep along with a balanced diet so as not to harm your physical development. It's true, when he was training with All Might a few years ago, I told him something similar. Apart from resting from training so as not to wear out his muscles and a more nutritious diet, Tashinori always told him to try to get a good amount of sleep. All of that is ideal for his development. Star, there's also the fact that if you get sleepy in the middle of class, you won't be able to pay proper attention pointing with finger even if you're in the hero department at UA. You're still a student, and you shouldn't neglect your studies under any circumstances, understood? Izuku, she did take her position as a teacher very seriously, just like you all might, understood? Star, alright. With that out of the way, let's get started. He announced with a voice full of determination. Said emotion was quickly shared by his student. A light sea breeze gently caressed both of their faces. Despite the cold of the night, they did not feel it as they had all their attention on a much more important matter. A few moments later, they both took a few steps until they were in the middle of the beach. The sound of the waves crashing against the shore was calming, and the fact that it was such a lonely place gave it many more points to the tranquility it conveyed. Izuku will certainly remember that. Izuku, what should I do? Star, the first thing is to see your current limit. Izuku nodded. Tell me, in the fight that was broadcast on television, what percentage did you use? Izuku, 100 by the way, but looking at the scars on his hand, it's not really the full power of one for all. Star, what do you mean? Noticeably intrigued. Izuku, David Shield. Remembering the face of his now father-in-law, for Izuku it still felt strange to think that way, and even more so because of the type of polyamorous relationship he had with the daughter of one of the most important scientists on the planet. Yet another reminder of their girlfriend's famous and influential fathers. Shaking his head for a moment, he mentally criticized himself. It was not time to think about such things. Izuku, when I was on Island, Professor Shield gave me a hypothesis, and I think he's right. Continuing, before Star asked for more information, he theorized that the rays that my body generates when activating my quirk are actually residual energy that my body still can't handle. Star, as a kind of defense mechanism? Izuku, yes, exactly. Star, I see, bringing her hand to her chin. I'm not really surprised that Professor Shield knew about One for All before the secret was revealed. And why do you think his hypothesis was correct? Izuku, for the final blow I gave to that monster, no longer considering muscular as a human at that moment, even a little before in fact. I needed even more strength to defeat him. Looking now at his two arms, during those moments I noticed that there was less and less electricity surrounding my body, but at the same time my blows were becoming faster and stronger. Star, that sounds incredible, and honestly kind of scary. But I assume if you still generate those rays, it's for a reason, right? Izuku, you could say that if rotating his arms to see the other scars on them, my body still can't handle all that energy. By using the false 100%, let's call it that way. Star nodded, paying close attention. It generated many internal injuries. In the hospital, I could read the condition I arrived in. I had several broken bones and torn muscles, as well as some other internal bruises. Scratching his head while smiling awkwardly, I did more damage to myself than those gnomes did. Hee. A small lie, although this time unintentional, was told by the boy. It wasn't his fault. He still didn't know about some of the side effects his quirks gave him at key moments. Star remained thoughtful for a few seconds after receiving this information, analyzing and adjusting her plan with this new data. Star, did Dr. Shield tell you how strong you would be if you could contain all that energy in your body? Izuku, remembering that conversation in more detail, he said it could be twice or even 3 times as strong. Like a déjà vu of that moment, once again the place had fallen into a deep silence. After everything that Izuku had shown by defeating in that way that monster, that not even Almight was a rival to, made it clear that his hypothesis was not so wrong. Star, holy shit. Being completely impressed. Okay, I admit it. That power can be very scary, curling her lips a little in an almost imperceptible smile. If I didn't know that you were the one who has it, little brother. Her trust in the young man was genuine. From the first time they spoke in a similar place, she could see the value in his words. His heart was gentle, his soul kind. Despite everything he had been through and having been given such great power, he had only wanted to do the right thing, so that one day he can fulfill his dream. The ideal that was still far from being fulfilled. But it was only a matter of time until that day came. Star, I understand recovering from the shock. In that case, let's confirm it fully. Izuku, what's on your mind? Star, Up to what percentage can you normally use one for all? Answering the question with another question, which only caused a sigh of resignation in Izuku. Raise the percentage to a point where you can still move, no matter if you feel pressure on your muscles. Izuku understood. Deep breath. I had wanted to say this again for a while, clenching his fists one for all. The red stripes again surrounded his body. Full call. Concentrating. No problem. 20%. No problem. 30%. No problem. 35%. His muscles were starting to go numb, and a burning sensation was starting to cause him pain. Izuku, 40%. He complained with clear pain in his voice. I feel my muscles burning, my bones creaking, but taking a few steps forward I can still move. A large amount of lightning surrounded his body, slightly altering everything around him. Copies of newspapers from that day and days past began to break, and beer cans came loose when one of those rays hit them. And despite all that energy, Star, who was right in front, didn't feel any pain. The one for all would never harm an innocent. Star, enough rest. Izuku didn't have to listen to any more reasons. The lightning stopped. His breathing was somewhat heavy. His forehead had begun to sweat. At that moment he lowered his head to recover and could better see all the garbage that had come out of the sand. Izuku, this isn't right. Holding up a beer, can I put so much effort into cleaning this place that they just turned it into a dump again? People's bad habits are difficult to change. If their mentality does not change, everything will go back to the way it was. I still didn't fully understand that. Izuku, sister, give me a minute. Without waiting for an answer, Izuku stretched out his arms and from them came the black whips. Without wasting any more time, little by little the young man tried to collect the trash that was nearby and throw it into the garbage can that was in plain sight at the entrance to the beach, but that everyone didn't care about and didn't use it. Izuku, I didn't remember this being so difficult, dropping several cans and having to pick them up. It seems I'll have to get used to using them again. Heading to throw out the trash. It was not surprising after all the time he had not practiced using that quirk that required great precision. His teacher, on the other hand, just looked at him, noticing the slight frustration that was beginning to show on his face. Star, don't worry about that, little brother. Another day we can focus only on the handling of those whips. Staring at him. For now, come back here. Izuku, okay. With some disappointment, he just accepted. While Izuku was returning to his teacher, a newspaper from that same day had flown away due to a small air current, crashing right into the woman's ankle. Star, huh? With some curiosity she picked it up, reading the header. Damn, this is not good. Izuku, is something wrong? Surprising her. Star, I didn't realize you had already arrived. No, nothing is happening, ha ha ha. Hiding the newspaper behind his back. Well, since you're here we can continue. Regaining composure. Izuku, sounds good to me. What should I do? Star, I want you to use one for all again, but only using 20% this time, the real one. Anticipating Izuku's question, tries to store those rays in your body. That's what we'll focus on today. When you can achieve it, you can compare it with that fake 40% and completely prove Dr. Shield's hypothesis. Izuku, I can try, but I'm not really sure how to do it. Star, you're pretty smart. I know you'll be able to figure it out. Messing up her hair a little more by shaking it with a big smile. I'll follow your example and go throw this in the trash. Showing her the now crumpled newspaper. You concentrate while I come back. Izuku, of course. Closing his eyes, the young man had activated the one for all again, remaining silent as he tried to figure out how to voluntarily contain those rays in his body. While that was happening, Star walked several meters until she reached that trash can, where, taking a quick look at her student, she made sure that he wasn't watching her. Taking advantage of that moment to get a better look at that news. Yaoyorozu's shares continue to fall on the stock market. Could it be that we are witnessing a possible bankruptcy? Star, I have a bad feeling about this, letting out a heavy sigh, only to then throw away that newspaper and start to return to her student's side. From the attitude of Izuku and his girlfriend, it's clear that they don't know about that yet. Believing that Momo was the only chosen one, it's better this way. They already have a lot of things they have to deal with. Besides, being a few steps away from arriving, this is an adult issue. They should enjoy their youth as much as they can without so many worries on top of them. I'm sure that with time it will be resolved. And just like that, a small mistake had been made. They are not noticeable, they seem harmless at first glance. But over time they will accumulate. And someday, that will cause. Star, how are you doing? Showing a positive attitude, do you already have any idea of how to contain that energy? Izuku, not really deactivating the oath. I was thinking, and maybe if you help me using your quirk I can achieve it, but I discarded the idea. Star, while blinking a couple of times. For what reason? Izuku, well, it's not a big deal, it's just scratching behind his head because of my pride. A new current of air passed through them, the sound of the waves seemed to be more present, although in reality it was because of the silence in which they both remained. Izuku, I feel like if that happened I'd be taking the easy way out, and I don't want that. With a serene look that actually hid several emotions, Izuku looked out to sea. The moonlight illuminated the calm waters, and in the face of the immensity of the ocean all his problems seemed small. That helped give him the peace of mind he needed. Lie. Izuku, you know, even without looking at her throughout my life I always said that I wanted to be a hero, and I still maintain that. But closing his eyes, it wasn't until Almight offered me one for all that I genuinely began to move towards my dream. Star, little brother, are you saying that you? Izuku, I never trained my body, nor did I bother learning any martial arts. I just waited for a miracle to happen on its own. Ha ha ha. A cruel truth. When he was diagnosed as quirkless, Izuku tried to move objects with his mind, or shoot fire from his mouth, but that never happened. He had given up trying. The little boy just held on to that dream that seemed impossible. Izuku, I'm sure that if my father hadn't told me that he supported me that day I would. His father, the son of all for one. An idea crossed his mind. Did the ability to breathe fire belong to someone before? He shook his head. He didn't want to think badly of his father. After all, he was and still is his biggest idol, much more than Almight. It is natural for a child to admire his father and think that he is a perfect person. Star, I would have loved to meet your father. Putting her hand on his shoulder, tell him that he helped raise an amazing boy, a little melancholy lately, but good-hearted, ruffling his hair. Izuku, sister. Star, what? Stepping back a few steps, you know I'm right. Watching Izuku straighten his hair a bit, as ironic as it may seem. Listen, you're not the same as back then. Ever since I've known you, you've been trying hard to be better. Even when things seem complicated, you've always done the right thing. Izuku, thanks, smiling slightly. Star, ready to continue? Izuku, yes, but first. Can I do something? Closing his eyes as he began to concentrate, I would like to talk to some people. Ignoring Star's questions, Izuku focused on something he already knew how to do fully. He could only hear his heartbeat. Their connection, restored thanks to the collar's deactivation, made them feel again. He needed to talk to the former bearers. It wasn't long before he reached the core again. When he opened his eyes, he was already in that infinite space. One for all core. Nana, it's good to see you again, Izuku-kun. The place had changed. Where before there was an endless valley, now there was only a small space of solid land surrounded by nothingness. Although it was not dark at all, the very core of the One for shone brightly, illuminating this entire world. Izuku turned his gaze to the people behind Nana and Yoichi. Sitting in some chairs were Daigoro, who greeted him enthusiastically. Next to him was En, who also greeted him, although in a more discreet way. A little closer there were two silhouettes. One he recognized instantly, although he was not very happy about it. Seeing Almight's silhouette reminded him of the condition his master was in the real world. Next to him was another person he did not recognize and could not be seen well, and despite trying to greet him, he did not understand his words. Finally, there were two more silhouettes. These ones, unlike the others, were turning their backs on him, while they only seemed to look at a small wall. They were the only ones who didn't try to greet him. Izuku, I don't recognize or see three of the wielders properly. Is it because they haven't fully unlocked their quirks? Looking at the furthest wielders, I can't see them properly, but I feel like they're angry? Uncomfortable? Disappointed? Confused? Regretful? I didn't know. I couldn't figure out what emotion was afflicting them. Yoichi, It's good to see you again, Izuku. With a calm smile and a calm voice, the first bearer caught his attention. Izuku felt more comfortable by his side. They were family after all. Izuku, same here, scratching his head a little. I'm sorry it took me some time. It was a bit complicated to be able to talk to you all, haha. Yoichi, Izuku, you don't have to pretend, not with us at least. The small smile Izuku had immediately disappeared, only remaining in a deep silence. Nana, even if you don't want to show it, we know you're very stressed, we can feel it. So many years hiding everything his classmates did to him until high school made Izuku an expert at pretending that everything was fine, but how could he pretend in front of the carriers? I couldn't. That was fine in the long run. Izuku, couldn't he have hidden anything from them? Nana, not really, coming closer with a motherly smile. We can just sense a little of how you feel, coming up to Izuku and holding him by the shoulders. We can also see and hear everything you do. And although we promise to give you as much privacy as possible, bringing her hands to his cheeks, then pressing them hard, can you explain to me what this nonsense about having 3 girlfriends is? Daigoro, ha ha ha. Hitting his leg repeatedly. Well done, ninth. Raising his voice even more, you even shared a bed with all of them at the same time. Ha 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 ha. Nana, you shut up, Daigoro. Daigoro, ignoring her while creating small whips in his hand. Remember that I can teach you how to use my quirk for other things. Smiling mischievously, when you take off that annoying necklace, I can teach you everything I know. At the rate they're going, I don't think it'll be long. Nana, Daigoro. Releasing Izuku, the furious woman went to argue with her partner. She was reproaching him for reinforcing that silly relationship that had started, and even angrier for insinuating those things to a minor. Luckily for Izuku, Yoichi helped him up and with his still calm attitude continued the conversation. Yoichi, Izuku, what is it that has you so stressed? What is it that you are so worried about? Izuku, I don't really know how to make people not see me as a danger. I'm not blind, now that everyone knows that secret. Every time they look at me, it's like they're looking. Yoichi, to my brother. Izuku lowered his head while squeezing his hands a little. Izuku, have you forgotten what I told you the last time we talked? That no matter what. Izuku, I know. Raising his voice for a moment, but calming down when he realizes it. I know, and I haven't forgotten. Don't listen to others, follow my own will. Looking up again, I agree with that and I try to apply it, but it's very difficult not to think about it. Throughout his life, he was always belittled, insulted, and ostracized. Unable to make friends, unable to have a relationship, he only had his mother to rely on and lied to her, pretending that everything was fine in his life so as not to worry her. The resentment towards Katsuki Bakugo only increased every time he thought about everything he did. But for a brief moment, he was recognized, he received applause, praise, everything he ever wanted in life. And although he still had his true friends, the truth is that deep down he didn't want those dark days to happen again. What a fantastic lie. Izuku, the responsibility that comes with having the one for all, the fear I caused by having the all for one. Why am I scary? Why do they judge me for things I haven't even done? Why do they make fun of my dream? Covering his eyes with his hands, why am I the bad guy just for wanting to get back what was mine in the first place? The internal world was disturbed, but it was immediately restored by the warm light emitted by the core. However, no one noticed that for a brief moment Izuku's right eye partially turned a reddish hue like blood itself. Izuku, I'm just trying to balance my responsibility and my personal desires. Why is that wrong? There were many more questions. None of them had an answer. Nana, releasing her partner and leaving him lying on the ground. Toshinori, you set the bar very high, getting sad and seeing the true mental state of a 15-year-old boy. While she trusted Izuku, that didn't take away from the fact that he was still too immature to face situations like these. Being the successor of 2 great legacies that clashed with each other was a burden that no one should have to carry, but he had to put that immense burden on his shoulders and move forward while many around him criticized him. It wasn't fair. Where All Might thought about retirement as he passed the torch of the sacred fire every time he saw Izuku. For him it was the complete opposite, just seeing the huge shoes he would have to fill. Not just anyone would have endured even a week of all that. Nana, Izuku, I don't like him, but, letting out a big sigh as she remembered the faces of those girls, it's with them that he can completely relax. And although I'm personally against all that, what he needs most right now is genuine peace of mind while he gets stronger, approaching him. Otherwise, who knows what the future holds for him. What could you say to a young person in this situation? Were there even words that would comfort him? No, not the. Yoichi, you are not like your grandfather, taking him by the shoulders, making him look him straight in the eyes. You are not like Toshinori either. You are something new and unique, smiling warmly. Your future is forged only by yourself. That's why. Feeling a bit nostalgic for what he would do. It has been many years since he interpreted the words spoken by his favorite character. That's why. Keep smiling. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. There it was once again. That story? Yoichi. No matter how many times they belittle you, no matter how many times they ridicule you, call you a hypocrite, no matter how desperate the reality is, keep smiling. Yes, there was no doubt, these were the words written long ago by his favorite hero. And before the first bearer continued with his performance, the same Izuku took the floor, imitating said performance. Izuku. If I don't, how will I make the spirits or the goddess of destiny smile? At his words, the first one steps back a few steps, but without stopping to look at him calmly. Slowly Izuku began to fade away. With his mind calmer, he now had a little more peace of mind. Yoichi. What will you do if you see someone crying? Continuing for a few last moments this scene written in that story. Izuku. If there's someone crying in front of me, I have to make her smile. And with that last word, the young boy retreated from the core, this time with a genuine smile on his lips. Now the bearers were left alone once more. Yoichi turned around to return to his seat when he noticed nothing. With her head down, she spoke in almost inaudible whispers. Nana, will you think the same when you face my grandson? His hands were shaking. He still had a lot of things to tell Izuku, but he didn't want to give him more pressure. Yoichi, on the other hand, could notice his partner's concern. But before he could even comfort her, the man who saved him finally spoke. Kudu, are you really sure with that child? The second bearer, still keeping his back to his companions, asked. Yoichi, of course, don't you? Staying silent for a few seconds, thinking about his response. Kudu, for a while I considered it, but knowing what happened with those teachers and knowing who his grandfather is. Yoichi, I have full confidence in Izuku. Slowly the other carriers faded away. After all, we both love the same story. With a radiant smile, the first one responded, causing some to imitate his gesture to a lesser extent. Kudu, Argonaut, starting to disappear too. I'm tired of hearing that clown's story over and over again. Right now only Yoichi and Kudu remained, but before they disappeared, the second bearer turned to look the first in the eyes and say a few last words. When the jester moves into a palace, he does not become king. The palace becomes the circus. Dagoba Beach. Izuku, opening eyes. I'm back. What's wrong? In front of him, Star was holding back her laughter, her hands covering her mouth, but small giggles still came out. Izuku, do I have something on my face or? Star, puff, almost letting out all her laughter. And no, puff, it's nothing. Suspicious of the situation, Izuku tried to take his phone out of his pocket to see his face. He didn't have it. Star kidnapped it without even giving him time to take it. With no other option, Izuku approached the seashore to see his reflection in the water. To do so, he had to go a little further into the sea. It didn't matter. It was there that he saw him. Thanks to the moonlight, he could see that his entire face was now marked with various scribbles. Izuku, are you 5 years old? Star, ha 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 ha. Letting out her laughter completely as she dropped the marker she used to commit such a crime from her pocket. I'm sorry, ha ha ha. Holding her stomach from laughing so hard. It's just that it took you so long, and I ha ha ha. For his part, Izuku was just trying to clean his face with the sea water, muttering various words that Star couldn't hear. Seeing him in that state, and once he calmed down, the adult woman came closer, also entering the sea. Star, sorry about that. Getting closer, you have to learn this. Little brother, closing her eyes while having a small smile. There is no age limit for jokes. No matter how old you are, or how difficult everything is around you, you should always enjoy the little moments of fun and not forget the inner child that we all have. pouting a little while whispering a little also. This was for leaving me talking to myself while you started meditating and you didn't answer me. Izuku didn't answer her again, he just kept mumbling now in a much lower tone. Star, worried, thinking she had made a mistake, dropped her joking attitude. She had already arrived right next to Izuku. She was so distracted and off guard that she didn't notice something moving under the sand. Star, little brother, I'm really sorry. I was just trying to cheer you up a little. Izuku whispering while having his head down. Star, tell me something, worried, taking the last step, at least tell me what you're whispering. Izuku, I said, looking up, showing his defiant smile now. The one for all had been activated, showing how he held a black whip in his hand which was submerged in the water, and after the Star Boy's scream he could feel how said whip had wrapped around his ankle. Star, huh? At that moment he understood. All this time Izuku had pretended to be angry. He was preparing a trap which fell completely because he let his guard down when it came to him. Water. It was the next thing she saw after being pulled by her ankle with the force of her little brother. When she took her head out she could only hear Izuku's laughter and clear revenge for her previous action. Izuku, what did you think of that, sister? Her attitude had improved considerably. Mirko taught me that you always have to be alert for any attack, and never let your guard down. He began to laugh again with an air of pride at having managed to take down America's #1 hero. An unprecedented achievement, which, although no one would ever know about it, he didn't care about. For her part, Star didn't know what was worse, having been deceived by her little brother taking advantage of her concern for him having been completely soaked with sea water, or insinuating that another woman's teachings were better than hers. Maybe a mix of all three things. To this his response was, Star, new order. Izuku, huh? The next thing Izuku saw was a considerable amount of water falling on him. When they finished, they both stared at each other, the drops of water on their bodies returning to the sea in constant drops. And at that they both started laughing like two little children. In truth, Izuku was calmer now. That was good for now. Star, it's been a long time since I laughed so much. Thanks, getting up and helping Izuku do the same. For now let's go back to the beach. Does that sound okay to you? Izuku, yes. They both walked until a new current of cold air hit them full on. Izuku inevitably felt a chill, and although Star acted strong, she felt it too. Izuku, if we don't dry ourselves now we might get sick. Star, I'll take care of that. Using her quirk once again, Star had removed all the seawater from their bodies and clothes. The strange thing was that she did it one by one. Izuku, sister, why didn't you use your quirk on everything at the same time? Star, fool, giving him a little blow to the head that didn't hurt at all. Remember that I can't give information about my quirk to anyone, not even you. Walking away a few steps, better get ready to try to store the energy of the rays in your body again. Not satisfied with that answer, his innate curiosity began to think again. He had few clues, but when he noticed that the collar was still deactivated and that Star had to dry them separately, Izuku had come to a conclusion. The new order only has effect on a limited number of targets. Star, enough fun for today. With a serious tone, we'll stay for about 30 more minutes, and then we'll return to the academy. During that time try to contain all that energy, understood? Izuku, yes. And so time passed. Izuku again activated one for all. There is 20% to then try to store all that energy. I can't do it. Time was up. They both returned to the academy. The collar activated again, and despite them, Izuku had a good night's sleep. His comfort and peace of mind were so great that in an act of somewhat childish tenderness he took to his side those stuffed bears that represented his girlfriends. That was definitely a good night. UA Academy Class A, next day. Shuko, Izuku whispering, are you okay? Izuku, why do you say that? Answering him, also in whispers. Shuko, you look so happy with a nice smile, did something good happen to you? Izuku, you could say so, getting a little closer. It also helped that he had a good night. Shuko, I'm glad to know that. Izuku, the sweet dream I had also helped, getting a little closer until he was almost right next to her ear. After all, how could it not be sweet if you were in it? The girl's heart raced, her face blushed, in response, and so that no one else could see her she looked down, causing her hair to cover her gaze. Midnight, you two getting their attention, pay attention to class. Or is it that what you're talking about is more important than class wanting to look firm, but deep down, kya? You're so cute together. Fighting internally not to scream. Since their fight at the sports festival I knew there was chemistry between those two. The class with her had changed slightly. She had asked the students to arrange themselves into teams. Naturally she with Izuku and Shuko. One of the privileges she had as a teacher, and that she regularly did, making teams of the students in which she noticed that one day they could form a couple. Deep down, she was a hopeless romantic. Izuku, I'm sorry teacher, it won't happen again. Shuko didn't say anything yet out of embarrassment, she just raised her gaze slightly towards her teacher and nodded shyly. Luckily they were in the front row so no one else could see her. Another small privilege from the teacher who almost screamed with excitement seeing that smile that only a girl in love can give. Jiro, are you okay? Talking to his partner. Momo, yes, pouting a little. Jiro, definitely not, recognizing his lie. After a few more minutes, the class was over and the most anticipated hour for some had begun. Lunch. Kirishima, today Star Sensei's training wasn't that difficult. Kaminari, speak for yourself, I could barely finish it. Mineta, I can't feel my arms. Certainly the morning training was not as intense as the previous day, but that does not mean that it was easy. Fortunately for the class, everyone was able to finish it this time. Slowly leaving the classroom, one of the group walked towards her teacher who was collecting her things. Momo, guys, go ahead. Shuko, do you have something to do? Momo, yes, I want to talk to Midnight about something. Without waiting for any response, she went to the woman and spoke to her. Not even a minute had passed when. Midnight, of course I can help you with that. Grabbing Momo by the shoulders and dragging her along the hallway, I'll explain to you right now everything you want to know. Momo, I'll see you later, saying goodbye, save my lunch and a seat for me. Izuku just nodded, confused like most. I'd tell you later what that was all about. After many minutes, almost at the end of lunchtime, Momo had returned. It turned out that she had asked Midnight for advice on the idea that Izuku had suggested to her a while ago, about creating gases that paralyze her adversaries, and knowing that the hero's quirk was similar, the most natural thing was to ask for her guidance. Something that apparently excited her a lot. Momo, by the way, Izuku, can I ask you a favor? Izuku, sure, what's it about? Momo, can I go to your room after training? Such a bold question made some of the girls unable to help but almost choke on their food or drink. Jiro, but girl. I know you must want to take the lead, but don't you think you're being a bit too forward? Uraraka, a man and a woman alone in a room in the middle of the forest. Mina, come on Midoriya, realize what she's trying to do, reject her politely, remember that you already have Todoroki. Izuku, sure, no problem. Mina, womanizing idiot. With red faces due to being carried away by their teenage thoughts, they had followed the wrong path in their conjectures. Momo, thank you very much, smiling kindly, I need to bring some documents as class president. Izuku, I'll help you with that. After all, I'm still the vice president, hee. Now all those who thought badly about it criticized themselves for letting themselves get carried away by their fantasies. Aways, hey Yaoyoro's is speaking from another table, don't you think it's wrong for you to visit that guy completely alone in his secluded room in the middle of the forest? Causing more people to pay attention to her, what would your parents say if they knew this? Momo, Izuku is a gentleman unlike others, glaring at him, besides you forgot that my parents have known him for over a year, and they trust him just like I do, taking a small sip of her drink. On the other hand, what will others think when you show that you were listening to someone else's conversation? Smiling with some malice, wouldn't your parents get angry if they start talking badly about your education? Which I still doubt you have. Laughter, that was all it provoked. With a click of his tongue, Aways got up from his seat and threw the remains of his food into the trash, leaving the dining room with a clearly angry face, resentment growing. Soon he would have bad company. The atmosphere calmed down after his departure. The peaceful coexistence continued. There were only a few minutes left before lunchtime was over. Melissa, everyone is trying very hard, thinking about the training they make their friends do. My inventions also serve to help people, I don't doubt that, but, remembering the rescue of Izuku, In the Kamino incident I couldn't help at all. I don't want that. I would like to at least be able to defend myself. Looking at a table where there were 3 teachers, that's it. Getting up from the table, guys, I have to go now. I have to do something. With a cheerful smile, she left the place without waiting for an answer. She just walked to the table where Aizawa, Star, and Midnight were sitting, the latter of whom kept saying excitedly, "I already have my own pupil." Star congratulated her. Aizawa did not show much emotion. That changed when Star showed him a video on her cell phone of her cats playing with the new toy that she bought him right at the store that she had recommended to him. Midnight, with a pout on her face, demanded that they both not ignore her in her happiness. It was at that moment that Melissa arrived and spoke to Star. After a minute of talking to her compatriot, she got up from the table and hugged her very tightly, saying that of course she would help her. Melissa's face showed that she was beginning to regret it. After that, classes continued as normal, until they finally ended and the second Star training had begun. UA Academy around Gamma Gym. End of the day. Star, you guys are doing great, keep up the good work. Looking at the time sheet, I'm running late, but I can't leave yet. I should have calculated the times better. Classes had taken a little longer than expected, and with that his entire schedule was thrown into disarray. Under normal circumstances it wouldn't be a problem, but right now it was. He had made a promise to a girl and he didn't want to let her down on the first day. Lucky for her, a perfect, unwilling replacement was arriving, drawing the attention of everyone in her path. With a few robots that tried to stop her path, torn to pieces behind her, she walked without anything seeming to stop her. That's it. He has already recovered. Looks very strong. She's shorter in person. With a frightening look, the heroine silenced them all. She carried in her hands a small container covered with a handkerchief, which had a cute bunny print on it. All pink, of course. Mirko, damn, walking with this thing is so embarrassing. Looking at who he was supposed to give it to, realizing they were training, why did I accept this? A small memory crossed his mind. Todoroki residence, hours before. Mirko, do you want me to? Fuyumi, I already told you. Finishing packing the small container, I prepared some soba for my little sister, and I would like you to take it to her. Mirko, I heard you the first time, but why do I have to go? Complaining while his ears moved. The last thing I need is a bunch of teenagers staring at me. Blushes as he watches Fuyumi wrap that in a pink handkerchief. Fuyumi, if I could go I would gladly, but I have an important meeting at work and I can't miss it. Handing her the package. You would do me this favor, right? With a puppy look, Fuyumi had gotten Mirko to accept. That look was always a critical blow to his heart. He could never refuse something that Fuyumi asked him with those eyes. Mirko, oh okay. Fuyumi, I knew I could always count on you. Loved taking her by the cheeks to give her a small kiss that made her ears stretch. I have to go now. Say hello to my sister for me too. Leaving Mirko behind her, who still hadn't recovered from that surprise kiss. Take advantage and say hello to Izuku-kun. After all, he is your student, right? Winking at him, Fuyumi prepared to leave, but not before telling him. Fuyumi, when I get back from the meeting I will reward you appropriately for doing me this favor. Bunny. Present. Mirko, Fuyumi, those final words were too much. Unable to help it, her tail moved from side to side. Ah, there's that woman. Looking at Star, the first time I heard the rumors I didn't believe them. Well, it's not like I care. Lie. She was in some ways very territorial. She had already shown this with Fuyumi, and the same applied to a certain extent with Izuku. He was her student. She even went to look for him personally after winning the cultural festival to tell him that she would train him. It was one thing to share training with Gran Torino and Almight, but the inclusion of a foreigner was not something he liked very much. But at least he knew how to control himself, and if he saw Izuku still training his leg movements, he would endure it. Star, you're Mirko, right? Mirko, huh? Impressed by having that woman in front of her. Damn, I got distracted thinking about Fuyumi's words and I didn't notice when she approached. I acted like a complete rookie. Yes, it's me. Continuing on her way, but I don't have time to talk. They asked me to deliver this to a student, then I'll leave. Star, please take my place in training just for today. Taking Izuku's collar controller out of his pocket. I have to go somewhere else. I made a promise. It will only be for this day. Okay. Mirko, you didn't listen to me, Star hands him the remote control directly into his hands. What is this? Star, I know that you have also been my little brother's teacher, and he trusts you a lot, so I will tell you. A brief explanation of what he was doing and of that necklace. To that Mirko's only response was a deep and clear. Mirko, how unpleasant, sighs heavily. I knew there was nothing I could do about it. Okay, I'll stay a little longer. Star, thank you so much. Starting to walk away. I owe you one, ha 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 ha. Letting out another heavy sigh, she approached the group of young people too focused on their training to notice the change of teacher. Star, are all the blondes in the world equally loud? Imagining Almight's face just like that other teacher from the academy whose name he doesn't even remember well, it doesn't matter. Her steps were constant. The closer she got, the first students noticed her and were surprised to see her again. It wasn't long before Mirko heard some loud bangs. When he looked towards the origin of the sound, he saw it. Mirko, if he keeps using the kicking techniques I taught him, staring at him, he's doing it right, carefully putting the package down and then taking a deep breath. You're doing it too slowly. An instant later, Mirko had launched himself at another large rock that was next to Izuku, and with a series of powerful kicks he had destroyed it into dozens of pieces. His display of power was simply impressive. Izuku, Mirko! Surprised, what are you doing in this place? Kirishima, she's so cool! Raising his voice, unable to hide his excitement. Mirko, it seems that some here are worth it, somewhat excited by Kirishima's words. With a brief explanation of the reason why he was in the first place, Izuku could only be thankful that day he had asked Star to let him practice his attacks with his legs. He didn't want the same thing to happen to him as with the whips and lower his precision with them. He was really lucky. Mirko, and that would be all from me. What about you? Aren't your classes supposed to be over by now? Izuku, well, what happens is that again a small explanation was given. Mirko, I understand not wanting to admit it, but couldn't deny it. That blonde had a good idea with you noticing how most of them were still looking at you. What are you waiting for? An invitation. Hitting the ground hard, keep training. With a cry of affirmation more loaded with fear than her continued training, Mirko had been staring at them, especially at Shuko. She had stared at her for too long. She had not paid attention to anyone else, not even Izuku himself. Mirko, she has a big flaw in her way of fighting. Without wasting another second of time, she approached Shuko, breaking with great ease a piece of ice that was in the area. Mirko, hey you! Getting Shuko's attention, think fast. Without giving her time to react, Mirko threw that piece of ice at her face at great speed. Shuko was barely able to avoid it when the next thing she felt was a small scrape on her neck. It was one of Mirko's feet that, going through all the ice that covered her, had attacked her in a very vulnerable area. If this had been a real fight, she would have been seriously hurt, and Shuko understood that instantly. Mirko, you have the same problem since the sports festival. Lowering his leg, you are good at long and medium distance attacks. Looking at her seriously but very vulnerable to short distance attacks. If I had been a villain, well, do I have to say what would have happened to you? Shuko, no. She seemed a little angry, but not with Mirko but with herself. Since her fight against Izuku at the sports festival, she realized that great flaw she had. It was because of that same flaw that in her fight against Stain she was affected so quickly by her quirk. It was because of that same flaw that she couldn't do anything with her Noma version, and had to need several people to hold her back to finish her off. Shuko, thanks for the advice. Staring, but what are you doing here? Tilting head in confusion. Mirko, didn't you hear me when I yelled at the brat? Shuko, did you scream? Even more confused, I was focused on my training. Mirko, Fuyumi, your sister can be very absent-minded sometimes. Sighing, do you see that package over there? Shuko nodded. It's sent to you by your sister. I'll prepare some soba for you. Shuko, that's good. I wanted to go for her award, but Mirko held her just in time by the collar of her suit. Mirko, you can have it later. First finish your training for today. With a tender pout she complained. For his part, Mirko was much gentler with her, but that did not mean she was going to be permissive. During all the time they talked, she, from her vast experience in hand-to-hand combat, gave him several tips on how to improve in that aspect. At the same time, Izuku stared at them for several seconds, until a sharp piece of ice passed right by him, cutting a few strands of his hair. Mirko, did you miss something here? With a fierce smile, keep training the movements I taught you. Izuku, why yeah. Starting to hit that rock once again, his attitude is very different. The benefits of being his girlfriend's younger sister. Continuous training? After several more minutes, fortunately for the weakened bodies of the young people, their torment had finally ended. Exhausted and without much desire to talk, they all walked away directly to their bedrooms. Although they couldn't deny that at least this time it wasn't as difficult for them to move their legs or breathe, or that their muscles weren't as sore as they had been the day before. Izuku, huh? Deactivating the Ofa, noticing Uraraka still using her quirk, will she continue training? Uraraka, have little. In a final act, the girl had spread some bread in her hands and using her quirk raised the pieces for some birds to take. With her typical happy smile, Ochako Uraraka, despite the tiredness and hunger, she surely had decided to first feed a group of birds that was passing by. Izuku, she really is very kind. Mirko, Brad arriving with Izuku along with Shuko, who already had her long-awaited package in her hands. I'm sorry to have to do this, but showing control. Izuku, I know, don't worry, nodding with determination. This will only be temporary. I'm sure they will take it away soon. Mirko, and noticing that look on his student's face, I really like that look. I wish younger people were like that. When they take it away from you, let's compete to see who can throw the pieces the furthest. She extended her fist and left it halfway. Izuku understood what she meant and in response imitated her. Their fists collided. They stared at each other. Izuku, it's a promise, although I will win it. Mirko, we'll see. Izuku, looking at Shuko, shall we go? Shuko, I'm sorry. Izuku, confusing him, I want to stay talking a little longer with Mirko. Izuku, oh, I understand. I'll see you later. The two women walked away while chatting very naturally, and it was no wonder. After all, they were almost family. Izuku continued on his way, looking for Momo to ask her if she wanted to go back together, since after all he asked her to fill out the presidential documents in his room, but he didn't expect her answer either. Momo, I'm sorry, clasping her hands in a sign of apology. I'll go again with Midnight Sensei, heading again to the main building. I still have many things I would like to ask him, saying goodbye to him as she walked away from him. I'll see you later. Izuku, yeah, don't worry. He had been left alone. Everyone else had already gone to their respective bedrooms. He had no tasks to do. There were still several hours until his next kidnapping secret training with Star. Not knowing what to do with the downtime, Izuku, I know, walking also to the main building. I'll go see Melissa. She must surely be in the support workshop. With a smile he walked through the now empty hallways. I'm sure she'll be impressed to see me, hehe. Upon arriving, he reached out to knock on the door. All he was greeted with was an explosion that knocked him to the ground. Izuku, it is at these moments that I would have liked to have unlocked the danger sensor. Ignoring that, even if I had done so, the collar would still work. For now, I tried to get up, but an extra weight prevented it. When the smoke dissipated, the first thing he saw was a pair of breasts. Under normal circumstances I would have become very nervous. He already had experience in similar situations nights ago. Also, Momos are bigger. Sorry, is everyone okay? May, yes, I was the only one in the workshop when my baby exploded. Izuku wasn't worried. He had already heard many stories from Melissa about the accidents that usually happened. Izuku, were you alone? Confused, wasn't Melissa's shield with you? May, trying to remember. I think he left the workshop more than an hour ago. They continued talking as if nothing had happened, but what they didn't notice was that from a distance, and using the corner of a hallway as cover, someone had taken a photograph of them while they were still in that suggestive position. Izuku, by the way, could you get up? May, you're right, getting up quickly. I've already taken a long break. I have to continue with my babies. Izuku, you should be more careful getting up anyway. May, and you staring at him, who are you? A second passes in complete silence. Izuku, don't you recognize me? Perhaps it is because of arrogance, but it was not an exaggeration to think that by this point everyone, at least in his country or without going so far in the academy, would recognize his face. I was wrong. He was not the center of the world. Fortunately, he never wanted to be. May, wait, staring, you're the client who cheated me. Izuku, cheat. Confused and somewhat upset when I cheat on you. May, and you still have the nerve to ask, pointing, you made me believe that you would become my client, and in the end you chose another inventor. Izuku, not really knowing what to say, I'm sorry. May, oh, there's nothing to forgive, completely changing her attitude. That just shows that I still have a lot to improve, getting motivated. Okay, time to get on with my. Izuku, wait a second, holding her arm. May, what's wrong? I have to take advantage of the fact that I'm very motivated. Izuku, you always look very motivated. Do you know if Melissa left a message or something for him? May, no, he just left, advancing until entering the workshop. Goodbye. And with those words the door slammed shut. Melissa had left a message, but May was too busy to even remember. Just like that, the young man was left completely alone in the hallway. His friends had gone to rest in their own bedrooms, his girlfriends were busy. With a great sigh of resignation, he had to return alone to his room. That room in a place far from the others. During his time alone, Izuku tried to start writing some letters for his mother. He didn't write anything. He didn't know what to put. Izuku's room, many minutes later. Melissa, yeah, panting while being very tired, I'm here. Entering with such confidence, the first thing Melissa saw was Shuko, who was quietly watching a movie on her cell phone while eating what looked like soba. Momo was reading a book, accompanied by some tea placed on the table. And to Izuku, who was still trying to write a letter to his mother, but all he managed to do was waste a lot of paper. The small mountain of paper that was already sticking out of the trash proved it. Izuku, hi. Melissa, giving up for that day, leaving the little paper she had left aside. How was your day? Noticing that she was tired, so he extended his arms and silently called her to rest by his side. I went to look for you, but May told you that you left without saying anything. Melissa, but I told him I would go with Star. That raised everyone's eyebrows. Even Shuko had stopped eating for a second. I'm too tired to get angry, throwing herself into Izuku's arms. Comfort me. With a few gentle caresses on her beautiful hair, Izuku granted her request. Izuku, can I ask why you were training with Star? Still stroking his head. Melissa, I want to improve my physical condition and learn at least some self-defense techniques. The memories of how she had to be saved continued to haunt her mind. That's why I asked her to train me and give me a routine, but it's very difficult. Momo, it's normal, Star-sensei. He has a hard time containing himself in that regard. Shuko, you have never trained your body. It would have been strange if you were fine. Melissa, Izuku, Shuko and Momo are bothering me. Clinging tighter to her boyfriend. Comfort me more. Izuku, yeah, increasing the speed of his caresses. My sister can get carried away by emotion, but deep down she only wants the best for us. Melissa, getting up slightly while looking at him with sad eyes and towards the chest. Don't take his side. You're my boyfriend. You should always be on my side, even if I'm wrong. Starting to lightly tap his chest. Fool. Izuku, you're a fool. Izuku, I'll keep that in mind from now on. He stopping his hands and staring her in the eyes. Is there anything I can do to make up for my mistake? With those words, Melissa's eyes seemed to have lit up. She wasted no time hugging Izuku behind the neck, even using her legs to wrap around his waist. The boy, already somewhat accustomed to such acts, was overwhelmed by this new level. Melissa, I forgive you. Coming closer and speaking in a very suggestive tone, but if you give me lots of kisses and maybe something. Shuko/Momo, don't take advantage. Hitting him on the head at the same time. Melissa, it hurts. In the end, the four of them spent the rest of their time together. Shuko finished watching the movie while hugging Izuku's left arm the whole time. Momo continued reading while lying on her boyfriend's broad back, and Melissa, she continued lying on Izuku's legs receiving his caresses, although from time to time some small crying could be heard. It was another quiet night for everyone. Izuku, looking at the time, it's almost time for training with my sister. Girls, look at the time. Shuko, has it been that long? Momo, time goes by very quickly when you are in good company. Both smiled in complicity. Shuko, you're right. Looking at Melissa. Hey, we have to go now. No response received. Don't pretend to be asleep. Izuku, wait. Shuko staring at her. I think she really already fell asleep. Momo, and what do we do? Shuko, sighing, I'll take her. Although he tried to hold her, Melissa had clung to Izuku's shirt. Like a spoiled child, she refused to let go, even though she was very sleepy. Melissa had woken up a little, and with a soft but tender voice she spoke. Melissa, carry me like I'm the princess in that story. Izuku, getting up with her in his arms. For me you are already a princess, giving her a little kiss on the forehead, my princess. Melissa settled down a little more at those words and fell asleep again with a beautiful smile on her lips. Izuku, the three of them are my princesses now, looking at Shuko and Momo, to immediately after get an idea. Hey, how about their nicknames are that? Shuko, no. Momo, I reject it. Izuku, huh? Shuko, I want a unique nickname. Momo, you wanting to use the same nickname for all three is cheating. With a sigh of defeat, Izuku could only think that he had some rather demanding girlfriends. No, that wasn't the case, he just wanted to take the easy way out. Izuku, you're right, I'll keep thinking of cute nicknames for each of them. With a lick on each other's cheeks at the same time, they accepted each other's words, and then heard whispers of, "You better be," followed by a few small laughs. After that, they walked in silence until they finally reached the dormitories. When Izuku opened the door, he only had one thought. This will be the first time I've come in here. The wind was already beginning to get quite cold. As the princess's knight, he couldn't let her get sick, much less if she was in his care, so he took his first step. Amazed by everything they had. Although she lacked nothing in her room, she could not deny that everyone in this place seemed to have many more things and of apparently better quality. Ida, leaving the kitchen, noticing her presence. What the hell are you doing here? But still, also noticing Melissa sleeping in his arms. What did you do to her? Izuku, it's too late for this nonsense. Ignoring him and walking past him. Where is Melissa's room? Shuko, I'll guide you. Our rooms are close, unluckily for me, whispering the last part. Ida, don't ignore me, damn it. Walking towards Izuku while stretching out his hand. I am. Noticing that Ida had directed his hand to touch Melissa, Izuku only turned his body slightly so he could look into his eyes. Izuku, nobody, he said forcefully. You are nobody to put those dirty hands on Melissa. That look caused Ida to instinctively take a step back. She is. Leaving that thought aside, Izuku simply turned around again and walked through the halls, leaving Ida completely alone and frustrated for being so weak. Even with that necklace, he did not dare to face him. Pathetic. That's what those two boys thought, but with different connotations. Momo was the first to say goodbye. She was tired, as was Shuko, and once they reached the indicated floor she indicated, which was the room of the sleeping princess, she was carrying in her arms. With some momentary hesitation, Izuku finally entered Melissa's room. Izuku, it's very messy. Dozens and dozens of small parts of different inventions were scattered across the floor and desk. Someday it would help him organize his room better, but for now. Izuku, okay, princess, we're here, delicately placing her on the bed. At least her bed doesn't have any of those equipment parts. He tried to move away, but Melissa wouldn't let go. I have to go, please. Melissa, I love you, Izuku. The boy's heart skipped a beat. In the dim darkness, the room was only illuminated by the light from the hallway. The girl's sweet voice echoed through the place, speaking from the heart. With her little strength she tried to pull him towards her. She would never succeed. That's why Izuku was the one who approached him. Their faces were one on top of the other. Melissa, I really love you so much, slowly closing her eyes. Izuku, yes, closing his eyes to finally give him a warm kiss which lasted several seconds. I love you too. Melissa was already asleep, and taking his time, Izuku wrapped her in some sheets. As he left the room, he closed the door and started to leave, thankful that no one saw him since he had left the door open. Uraraka, oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! With her mouth covered, trying not to make the slightest noise while she was on the roof, thanks to using her quirk just in time. Since when did he? Since when did she? Since when did both of them? Oh my god! Upon arriving back at the main hall, he was surprised by Kirishima, Kaminari, Mineta and Tokoemi, who were going to watch a movie. Kindly after pointing out that it was the first time he entered, they invited him to stay with them and hang out. Unfortunately, Izuku had to decline the idea, saying that he was tired but that they could hang out another time. One more little lie. Upon returning to his room, he found Star waiting for him. Apologizing for the delay, they both set off again. Luckily for Izuku this time, there was no need to cover his mouth the whole way. Dagoba Beach. Izuku, this is a better way to bring me and not follow. Star, let's not focus on the past. Haha, using his quirk on the necklace again. Well, you know what to do. Try to contain that energy again using 20%. His eyes closed, minutes passed, a large amount of sweat ran down his forehead, until finally. Star, the rays are diminishing, smiling with great pride. How do you feel? Izuku, please don't talk to me. Feeling his muscles start to go numb, and cause him pain. This is harder than I thought. Star, one for all, a quirk that has been accumulating energy for over 100 years, it is normal that it is extremely difficult to control all that power, and yet he is achieving it very quickly, closing his eyes while remembering the appearance of All for One that he saw through the replay on the news. It is just as that guy said, both of them can adapt very quickly to any quirk. Izuku, I got it. His voice full of effort brought Star out of her thoughts. When she opened her eyes, the rays had completely disappeared and she could swear that in exchange Izuku's muscles had increased a little. Star, quick, try it out while you can still control it. Understanding just by looking at it that it won't last long. Izuku, what do I do? Star, huh? Looking in all directions, noticing a large billboard several blocks away. Run to that billboard over there and come back. With a strong burst of speed, Izuku ran off at breakneck speed, even breaking the pavement he passed over, leaving various cracks in it. And the most surprising thing of all was that he had returned and not even a minute had passed. Izuku, how did I? Panting from great exhaustion, how did I do it? Star, staying silent for a few seconds. Did that feel like 40% was fake? Izuku, no, it was much more. David Shield's hypothesis had been confirmed. For better or worse, the world was still unaware of that fact. Star, sniffing something, doesn't it smell like something burning? Izuku, now that you mention it, also perceiving the now it's very close, as if it were looking down my shoes. A trail of smoke was coming out of them. Izuku had quickly taken them off and then thrown them into the sea in a desperate attempt to save them. It didn't work. With great regret, his beloved shoes ended up being destroyed in his hands. A tragedy for Izuku, he loved those shoes. Although he didn't remember why. Thus ended his second day of secret training. The next day nothing remarkable happened, the same early morning training sessions as Star, the normal class hours, having lunch with his friends, Star's second physical training session, spending some time with his girlfriends in his room. Until finally they were on this very beach once again. Star, I could notice that you are wearing the same type of shoes. How many of those do you have? Izuku, a few, but I still don't want anything bad to happen to them. I'd better take them off before I do that again. Star, no need. Today we will move on to something else surprising and at the same time making Izuku happy. It was hard for you to contain that energy, so I think it's better to try again when your body becomes a little more resistant. That way we will notice the improvement. Izuku, I think I understand. Tilting head, in that case what are we going to do today? Star, answer me something, little brother. One for all is a power-up, right? Izuku, yes. Star, in that case haven't you thought about it being able to enhance the quirks of the other wielders? After a few seconds of silence, a gust of wind had caused some newspapers to blow towards them. Izuku, in fact I had already thought about it, and I think I have done it before, at least with this one, creating a small black whip. Normally I only create whips, and yes, I have used them to wrap my body and use it as armor. But remembering his fight against the Masters and his fight on Kamino, when I was using all my strength I was able to mold them, even creating large daggers with which I attacked some Nomus. He still remembers them, the faces of his former companions transformed against their will into vile beings, nothing less than monsters, and all due to the actions of his grandfather. He overcame them. He did not regret his tragic fate, but the memory remained there. It didn't help that those pieces of newspaper hit his face, and when he took them off and read it he could see a section where they were interviewing several of the families of those companions, all demanding justice for their children. arguing that perhaps the great villain who snatched them from him and turned them into such abominations would know how to return them to normal, but that possibility was denied the moment Izuku destroyed them. Could they be blamed for thinking that way? They were mothers, fathers, brothers, uncles, cousins and grandparents worried about the disappearance of their relatives, children of only 15 years old. The uncertainty of what had happened to them tormented them. Were they hungry? Were they cold? Were they sick? Scared? They asked themselves these and more questions every day. And when they finally saw them again, it was not what they expected. Seeing them again on television, transformed into those beings, was a shock too great. Even worse when they saw them being killed in an instant with the grandson of that villain who initially took away their future. Yes, they committed unpleasant acts against Izuku, but did that justify turning them into that? No, I didn't justify it. Star, what a waste of ink. Taking the newspaper away and beginning to crumple it's hard when you're kind to others and you don't get the same in return. But remember, your worth doesn't depend on how others treat you, but on how you choose to treat others. If someone doesn't appreciate your kindness, that says more about them than it does about you. Don't waste your time trying to understand why someone acts badly. Sometimes people don't see beyond their own problems. Keep your light, and don't let the darkness of others extinguish it. Existing is not a sin. Izuku ugh. Star, huh? Izuku, ha 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 ha, unable to contain his laughter any longer. Being like that for almost a whole minute. Did you see that phrase from a video? Star just stayed silent while blushing a little. Apparently he had gotten it right. It's tragic how they ended up. But I'm okay with that. Staring at her, what I did was the right thing. True. Having finished them off, what Izuku did was save them from their cruel life filled with constant pain, a genuine act of mercy in a cruel world that no one could understand except for a few. Izuku, I appreciate that you always seem to be ready to cheer me up. Star, you're my little brother, it's normal that I worry about you. With a small smile, Izuku closed his eyes. The one for had been activated. Powering up, he had to achieve it at will and not only in extreme situations. In that he chose one of the quirks already unlocked, the first one in fact. Izuku, Nana, I will enhance your quirk. He concentrated, thinking about going beyond the basic capabilities of said quirk. Staying static in the air and only moving with gusts of wind was not enough, not for Izuku. He thought about ascending. He didn't notice. Star smiled with great emotion. Star, little brother. Izuku, please be quiet. Star, little brother. Izuku, let me concentrate. He didn't realize what was happening. It wasn't until he felt someone grab his ankle and the woman in front of him raised her voice that he finally reacted. Star, Izuku. Looking at him with her head tilted up, he started to fly. Izuku, huh? Losing his concentration, he inevitably began to fall, but never touched the sand. Before that happened, Star had held him by the arms, applying a little pressure. She was there to keep him from falling. Star, you know? Staring him straight in the eyes, it's the first time we've seen each other face to face. It wasn't a lie. Izuku's still small body compared to her didn't even touch the ground with the tips of his feet. Without either of us having to raise or lower our gaze, can you imagine what you would be like if you were as tall as Almight? I imagined so, but he quickly shook his head. Izuku, the truth is that if I wanted to be taller, Star slowly put him down, but without going that far, thinking for a few seconds, I would be happy to be taller than Momo. Star, oh, with a mischievous smile, do you want your girlfriend to like you even more? Expanding her laughter, most women like tall men. Izuku, what? Getting a little upset, and Momo and I don't. Star, interrupting him, you haven't paid attention to me about the perfume, pointing to her nose. The perfume that young Yaorozu uses is the same aroma that I smell every time I go to your room. Izuku, I forgot that. Star, repeatedly pressing her cheeks, you're going to admit it, and formally introduce her to me as your girlfriend. Silence was the only thing the woman got. Star, silence is consent, you know? Izuku, how about we continue with the training? Removing Star's hand from his face, I want to see to what extent I can enhance Nana's quirk and the black whips. Wanting to change the topic of conversation, he turned his attention to training. It was true that he wanted to see how far he could go with all these new possibilities before him. Star, That's the attitude. Bumping her fists, I as your teacher and older sister have the duty to respond to them getting carried away by emotion again. To Izuku's horror, get ready from now on will only increase the pace. Izuku gulped down some saliva out of nervousness at seeing her in that light. He did not back down. With great determination he took a step forward to continue his training while he got used to retaining all the energy of one for all in his body, and to enhance the quirks of the other bearers. There is 1 week left until the license exam starts. A week to meet a little girl who will ask for your help. 1 week until the new stage of your adventure begins. Chapter 32: A Silent Scream. UA Academy Gamma Gym. Star, alright, keep it up. There was exactly 1 week left until the long-awaited licensing exam, and during these days of grueling training some things had changed. Everyone had grown stronger. Each student had improved their physical condition, their muscles were more noticeable, the girls' abdomens had become a little flatter, despite being only teenagers, and it was normal to have some fat on their still developing bodies. The strong physical activity had changed that. Kaminari, man, I feel amazing next to Mineta. I can not only use my electricity more without turning into an idiot, I'm even starting to get abs. Mineta, boastful, sad for not being able to say the same. Their teacher, who heard the conversation, looked at them. Star, don't be discouraged, young Mineta. All bodies are different, and some need to exercise a little more, tensing his arms to highlight his muscles. When we finish, I will pass you a drink that can help you gain muscle mass. Mineta, really? Excited. Star, yes, and don't worry, all the ingredients are natural, no chemicals or weird stuff. Mineta, thank you so much, Star-sensei. Crying with emotion, you're the best. A small glimmer of pride arose in the woman's heart. In this time, she had earned not only the respect but also the affection of her students, especially Melissa, who, despite not being from the heroes department, asked her for help to become stronger. Kaminari, good for you, but wanting to play a little joke, even if you drank 10 liters a day of that drink you wouldn't reach Midoriya's level. Mineta, are you crazy? Defending himself, that's very obvious. He's been training in an absurd way for almost a year. As the friends talked, Star shuddered a little at the mention of the young man. She turned her gaze to stare at him. She could only see his back as he continued to hit that large rock, exchanging movements between his arms and his legs. Without anyone noticing, that large rock that had previously seemed to remain motionless had moved a few centimeters from its starting point. Star remembered an incident that night on Dagobah Beach. Even though Izuku forgave her, she still regretted his unexpected, but at the same time understandable reaction. Dagobah Beach, a few days before. Star, today was a great night of training, he said proudly as Izuku found himself kneeling on the ground, panting from exhaustion as large drops of sweat fell from his face directly into the sand. Izuku, boosting the wielder's quirks is more tiring than I thought. Star, it's natural. It's the first time you do it consciously or without being in mortal danger. Referring to shaping the black whips, which, and to his surprise Izuku remembering his fight against the Minotaur, as he usually remembers muscular, molded the whips in the shape of a sharp sword with which he was able to cut a rock of an already considerable size. Although he couldn't surround said sword with electricity as an achievement at that time, he still needed more practice. Izuku, we have to go now? Catching his breath. Star, yes, why? Izuku, standing up, I'd like to try something before you activate this thing again, touching his collar. Star, is it really that important? Looking at the time on her phone, it's already quite late. I don't want you to stay up late and worse yet, fall asleep in the middle of class because of me. Izuku, I promise, just a little test and that's it. Star, holding her chin and then smiling, okay. If it's about you, I'm sure it will be something that will surprise me. Izuku, thanks, closing his eyes, here I go. A gust of wind blew through her hair. The first few seconds nothing had changed. The woman was about to say a few words, but before that could happen, she saw it. A single, barely visible crimson-red ray was created next to Izuku's right eye. And in that instant something felt different. Star, what is this? Feeling a great discomfort, almost unnatural. She could feel her heart rate increasing, more crimson rays emerging, beginning to surround Izuku's arms. At first, Star didn't understand what was happening, until she felt it. A terrifying presence was in front of her. It was the same Izuku. She understood instantly. For the first time, I was using his all for one. Just like when the fight at the USJ happened, in which everyone imagined the figure of All Might behind Izuku when he had given his final blow against the first Noma. Now Star was experiencing something similar. But instead of seeing the great hero, what the woman saw was a sinister smile that seemed to overlap right with Izuku's, a smile terrifyingly similar to his grandfather's. Izuku, I did it! That smile widened, his eyes opened, the rays that were generated next to his face camouflaged the glow of the same crimson color emerging from the center of his pupil. Star, this is... She couldn't say anything, the words wouldn't come out of her lips. She who had many years of experience had been paralyzed by a primary emotion in the human being, an emotion that she never thought she would experience due to a simple child. Fear. Izuku, sister, look at me. Innocence can be very scary. He, who had stepped forward to proudly show her how he was using his birth quirk for the first time, like when 4-year-olds show it to their parents, did not receive any congratulations. He saw the most natural reaction to his power. The most terrifying power in the world. Izuku's sister? Taking several steps back while his face reflected a bit of fear. The moment he had taken a step forward, out of sheer instinct, Star had jumped back with force, getting as far away as possible, but that did not end it. Star, what am I doing? Noticing the position he was in, little brother, I don't. The woman was in a position ready to attack him. Her muscles tensed, the veins on her arms were even visible. She was ready to attack him with all her might if he had taken a single step forward. Izuku, lowering his head, lowering his arms as he stopped generating those rays. I didn't want to scare you. I just swallowing his words, we better go back. The young man turned around, not moving a single muscle. A few seconds later he felt Star's somewhat trembling hand holding his shoulder. Star, Izuku, forgive me, activating the collar again, which Izuku felt. I didn't want to react that way, I would never. Izuku, okay, I understand. A few moments later Star took him back to the academy, but while they were in the air she whispered so deep down, you too. That simple prayer was heard by the woman, and caused her great pain and guilt, as if her heart had been stabbed with a sharp dagger. The rest of the journey was silent and extremely uncomfortable. I didn't do anything wrong. During the trip back, Izuku began to think. Why do I have to apologize for using the quirk I was born with? A new mistake had been committed. There will come a point where the great calamity will be inevitable. A phone rings. On that now empty beach, a certain woman who was watching from a great distance was going to give her daily report. Nizu, you took a while to call. Answering the call, don't forget our deal, Nagant. His voice had a threatening tone, but the woman who called him did not seem fazed. Lady Nagant, today they took longer than usual, ignoring the reminder. Nizu, I understand. Sighing, anything new to report? Lady Nagant, yes, picking up her things as she silently left the place today. He used that, but the American scared him with her defensive reaction and he stopped using it. The director instantly understood what he was referring to. He had remained completely silent for several seconds. Nizu, I see. Continue watching them, but now more carefully. With a simple understanding he ended the call. With a malicious smile the director continued in front of his computer creating various alternatives, but all of them resulted in the success of his personal plan. Present. Star, Izuku, looking at Izuku still with great guilt in his mind, I promise I will compensate you for having reacted that way, although I still don't know how. Although the day after that event Izuku spoke to her normally, the woman's conscience did not let him forget. And she bet that Izuku was simply suppressing his feelings about it. True. They both would have to talk about it, but first. Mirko, hey! Giving a little scream making almost everyone look at her. Shiko, Mirko-san approaching her. Hello, what? Receiving a small blow to the forehead. Ouch, rubbing the spot. Why? Mirko, here, handing him another small container with soba. Your sister sent you this. Shiko, Thank you very much receiving the container, but that doesn't answer my question. Why the blow? Mirko, tch clicking her tongue as she blushed a little and answered in a much softer tone, so that only Shuko could hear her. Fuyumi says that we should get along better. That's why you should call me by my name, at least when I'm not working. A small smile formed on the young girl's lips. Shuko, she must love Fuyumi very much to change her attitude so much. She knew her sister's secret for a while now, but because of her old personality she simply didn't care. But now that she was in love, she could understand her better than anyone else. I understood perfectly that love could make great changes in people. Shuko, okay Rumi-san. Mirko, don't get too excited. Shuko, why not? One day we will be family, right? The heroine's eyes opened, revealing her great surprise. She would have to talk to Fuyumi that night about how Shuko also knew her secret that was becoming less and less of a secret. Uraraka, they seem to get along well, don't you think? She told her friends close to them. Mina, yeah, they look like their family. Squinting. Hagakure, can you hear what they are saying? Looking at someone in particular. Jiro, I'm not going to spy on other people's conversations. If you could see Hagakure right now, you would notice that she was pouting a little. Uraraka, reminds me a bit of Midoriya-kun's relationship with Almight. Smiling slightly, the few times we saw them interact they also seemed to be very close, as if they were a father and son. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. After mentioning the great hero, those girls turned their gaze towards their partner, seeing only his back as he kept hitting that big rock, hence the origin of that sound. Uraraka had been looking at him for a little longer with a somewhat melancholic expression. While that was happening, Star, hi Mirko, coming to his side with a big smile. I'm glad to see you here again. You're here at the perfect time. Mirko, I was already leaving, turning around, but Star grabbed her arm just before she took a step. You better have a good explanation for this. Her leg muscles tensed. There was only one woman who was allowed to hold her, and clearly she was not a Star. Luckily, she sensed her anger and let go, taking a more serious attitude and telling her idea without beating around the bush. Star, in exactly 1 week, students will have their license exam. Mirko, and what about that? Raising an eyebrow while at the same time one of his ears also raised a little. What does that have to do with me? Star, I was going to use the rest of the training to have hand-to-hand combat, surprising everyone. You are one of the best fighters. These young people could really use some advice from you. Mirko wanted to refuse immediately, and then leave the place. He couldn't do it. She saw Shuko, she knew her flaws in her fighting style, she remembered Fuyumi's words about getting along better. Mirko, I curse how cute you are, Fuyumi. If you look at me with those eyes, it's impossible for me to refuse. Letting out a big sigh. Okay, but I won't do this for free. Star, don't worry, I have a lot of money saved, ha ha ha. The advantage of earning in dollars was what everyone thought as a small drop of sweat ran down their forehead. Kirishima, she's going to train us too? Lifting some weights, amazing, I'm so excited. Mirko, approaching him, as always you have good taste. Kid smiling fiercely, ready to fight until you faint. For many those words would have been terrifying, but not for someone like him. Kirishima, I'm ready to overcome your challenge. Mirko, I like your attitude. He then received a strong kick to the side of his torso, sending him flying several meters until he ended up behind several bushes. Mina, hey, what's wrong with you? Very angry. Mirko, rule number 1, smiling maliciously, remembering that he did something similar not long ago. You will never know when a villain will attack you. Uraraka/Jiro, Kirishima. Both girls ran out to look for their friend. They were really quick to get to his side. Uraraka, are you okay? Jiro, did it hurt you that much? The two of them simultaneously moved the bush as much as they could, seeing a disoriented, but perfectly healthy friend. Kirishima, I'm fine, raising his thumb. Mirko, you used your quirk before receiving my kick, right? Uraraka/Jiro. The young girls, upon hearing the voice of the hero, stood in front of the still somewhat stunned Kirishima. Jiro raised his jacks, while Uraraka got into a perfectly established defensive position, something that Mirko noticed with great pleasure. Mina, how could he do that? joining her friends even if you have to always be alert as you say. You went completely overboard with him. Mirko, what character these three have when it comes to defending that boy, glancing sideways at Shuko and Momo. I feel déjà vu, scratching head. I didn't even kick him that hard. Besides, when I taught that lesson to the brat, I threw him off the roof of a building pointing at Izuku. Shuko, what did you do? Visibly angry. Mirko, shit. Things could have escalated more than they should have. Luckily for Mirko's star, he gave a loud clap and saved her. But she wouldn't admit it out of pride. But deep down she knew she owed him a favor. Star, it's certainly a somewhat drastic lesson, but it's the truth. Getting serious. In my experience, as the #1 hero of my country, I can assure you that many times I have been attacked in ways that were totally and completely unexpected. A hard lesson, but it was genuine. Star, please, do not waste what Mirko can teach you, even if you do not approve of his methods. His knowledge, given his experience, can be vital one day for all of you. The students accepted their teacher's words. Mirko, hey, you looking at Uraraka, you know some fighting techniques, right? Uraraka, yes, I learned them during my internships. Mirko, hand-to-hand combat? Uraraka just nodded. Fine, you'll go first. Uraraka, huh? Confused. Mirko, looking at Shuko, she will be your opponent for the whole week. Shuko, just as confused as her friend. Mirko, in simple, letting out a small sigh. One is a specialist in medium and long-range combat, the other in close combat. Both girls looked at each other. Between you will strengthen your strong points while eliminating your weak points. Shuko so. Uraraka, makes sense. Star, okay, it's decided. Getting back to his usual smile. New order. After touching the ground, it had changed. Various divisions had been created. There they would fight. Mirko, okay, go in and start your training match. Shuko/Uraraka, see. Both friends walked to the nearest partition. Uraraka, it won't be easy for you to defeat him, Todoroki-san. I've become much stronger. Shuko, same here. Glancing at Izuku, I don't want him to see me lose. Uraraka, who noticed that detail, understood what she was referring to. She instantly got into an attack pose, ready to begin. A great look of determination surprised Shuko herself, who imitated her a few seconds later. Uraraka, I'm sorry, Todoroki-san, but you already got beaten in that competition, remembering when she accidentally saw the kiss between Izuku and Melissa. Ready? Shuko, when are you? Uraraka, now. Making the first move, she knew she had to be as close as possible to avoid getting trapped in ice. The first fight began. Izuku, both do it pretty well, arriving next to Mirko. Mirko, you're just in time, I want to ask your opinion. Izuku, what's wrong, teacher? Mirko, you know your teammates, who would be good combat partners? Izuku thought for a few seconds, during which time Star looked at him from behind, still feeling some discomfort despite him telling her he was fine. Lie. Izuku, how about these? And so the other fights began, all at the same time. The most relevant ones apart from Shuko against Uraraka were those of Momo and Hagakure. The idea was that Momo would increase her reaction time by creating various objects to find her opponent, and Hagakure had to increase her stealth to try to subdue her with some immobilizing maneuvers. Lenses that detect body temperature, discarded, very complex and would take a long time to be created. It was there that Momo took advantage and put into practice Midnight's teachings and created some gas. Although they did not have the same effects as her teacher's quirk, it did help her to detect where the invisible girl was passing. Result? A trap. Hagakure had thrown one of her gloves, causing the gas surrounding it to move behind her, a moment that she took advantage of to try to attack her from behind. Counteroffensive. Momo had created a small gun with rubber bullets which she hid behind her cape and fired when she felt that her partner was going to attack her. Although she still does not forgive what her master snipe did to her boyfriend, she will not waste the knowledge she acquired from him. The other fights were similar, some more interesting than others, but in the end they served their purpose. Now only a single combat couple was missing. Kirishima, so we'll fight each other, lightly tapping Izuku's shoulder. Ready? But before Izuku could answer, his teacher stepped forward. Mirko, Before they start looking at Izuku, I want to check for myself if you have continued training the techniques I taught you. His fierce smile appeared again, making Izuku somewhat nervous. Let's go. Izuku, I don't think it's a good idea. After all, I have this too. Mirko, I didn't ask you. Lifting him up very easily, walking around snotty. Despite being smaller than Izuku himself, that didn't mean she didn't have enough strength to lift him up with one of her arms. Once they were both in the middle of the division on the ground, everyone else's fighting stopped. Who could blame them? Everyone was very curious about how it would be carried out. Always, I'd bet 100,000 yen that he can be knocked out with one blow. Zero, 100,000. Shocked by that amount, nobody has that. Ida, I bet he won't even be able to land a single hit. Mineta, I bet against both of them. He declared, shocking his friends even more. Midoriya will not only withstand one of his kicks, but he will return the blow with even more force. Always/Ida, done. Kaminari, W, where did you get so much money? Mineta, W, well, I somewhat embarrassed. I sold all my special magazines, some of them were collector's items. Nobody wanted to know how many he had, and even worse, who could collect them. Back into the fight. Izuku, one for all. There was no point in hiding the name anymore. The rays surrounded Izuku's body. Unfortunately, the collar was activated. Mirko, what percentage are you using? Izuku, 5%. Mirko, looking at Star, who just shakes her head. TCH, that should be enough. The fight began in the blink of an eye. A strong upward kick from Mirko, which almost caught Izuku off guard, marked the beginning. Some strands of his green hair were cut by the strong kick, which was barely dodged. Izuku, Detroit. Mirko, idiot. The moment Izuku extended his arm, Mirko used his great speed and low weight to get on top of him, turn his body, and give him the first kick in the face. Always, come on, lose consciousness. Thinking that he would win when he saw the rays surrounding his body disappear, nothing could be further from the truth. Mirko, what? Surprising her when several whips that emanated from the arm with which he was going to attack her surrounded her body, trying to hold her legs. Izuku, you let your guard down. In a quick movement, Izuku tried to headbutt her, but with a smile of approval, the hero freed herself from the whips and dodged the attack. Once free, she took a few small steps back. Mirko, I admit that was a good strategy. You never thought of attacking me with your arm in the first place, right? Izuku, who knows, maybe I'll just improvise on the fly. Mirko, I see his legs position themselves firmly. Unfortunately, at this moment you have a great weakness. His muscles tensed. Izuku, and that one ugh. In just an instant he had received a strong knee blow to his stomach, forcing him to expel all the air from his body, even falling to his knees, and subsequently his entire body fell to the ground, twisting slightly in pain. With confusion he looked up in the direction of his teacher, who with a serious look spoke to him. Mirko, don't be so arrogant, especially if you don't have the strength to back it up right now. You're weak. Really harsh words, but completely true. Izuku Midoriya was denied his strength. That collar held him back unfairly. His consciousness was fading. With his last vestiges of consciousness, he could see both his girlfriends and his sister arguing with their teacher. I couldn't hear them. His eyes slowly closed. In the distance I saw Ida celebrating. Mineta encouraging him. In truth, am I going to lose? At that moment, after that last thought, his heart beat with an enormous force. No! His hands clenched, not caring that they were filled with dirt. Me ego a perder! His body dragged itself along the ground, drawing everyone's attention. Still out of breath, Izuku slowly stood up once again. The rays of One for All intensified, causing the necklace to try to retain all of its power, but it barely succeeded. Izuku, master, the rays disappeared. I can still fight. In a quick movement, Star pushed Shuko and Momo aside, leaving Mirko behind, who looked excited, but that emotion was wiped from her face when Izuku suddenly appeared right in front of her and with a powerful pass sent her flying towards the nearby forest. A huge gust of wind was created, raising a large curtain of smoke. The place was completely silent. Only the boy's silhouette could be seen. Some people were scared by that silhouette. Shuko/Momo, Izuku. They both ran towards their beloved. Their friends followed them. When all that dust cleared, they saw Izuku slowly regaining his breath while he was held by both girls, and once again the rays of One for All surrounded him. Momo, are you okay? Very worried. Izuku, why yeah, just a little tired and still in pain from that kick. Shuko, I'm going to tell Fuyumi about this. You should go to the infirmary so that. Izuku, no, interrupting her, I'm fine. Kirishima, dude, what was that? Izuku, just deciding to tell them the truth. I just concentrated the residual energy of One for All to give a stronger blow. Uraraka, focus them? Slowly stretching out her hand, more or less like what happened in your fight against that monster on Kamino. Ouch. To Izuku's surprise, his rays had caused pain to Uraraka, who apologized as he deactivated them. He was very tired and didn't think about it. Why did it cause her pain? He ignored that question. One more mistake had been made. Before the subject was questioned. Mirko, that's what I get for provoking him, coming out of the forest with several scratches, but nothing more. At least visibly that can already be considered a good hit. Looking at his student, while a squirrel came out of his messy hair and quickly left the place. Well, I'm glad to see that you haven't neglected to strengthen your kicks. Izuku, there were better ways to check. Mirko, maybe, but do you feel better? Izuku opened his eyes in surprise, managing to see a different look on Mirko, one of understanding. Did she know just by looking at him that he felt somewhat frustrated? I didn't know, and it didn't really matter. Izuku, yes, smiling slightly. Thank you, teacher, moving his girlfriend's hands away and taking a step forward, ready to continue with the training match? The girls questioned him, but with a simple gesture Izuku made them understand that it was okay. He looked at Star. With that same smile he nodded his head. Things were fine between them, or at least that's what they both wanted to believe. Mirko, had tensing his muscles. I don't want any complaints later. Jumping towards Izuku, moon ring. Izuku, I already regretted this. The fights continued after that. The routine of the days before the exam was the same. Mirko had arrived the next day with her ears constantly drooping and apologized to Izuku. It was clear who had sent her to do that. The night training with Star continued, and the attitude of both of them when being alone had returned to being the same, but there was one detail: they trained with the perfect percentage of One for All, the strengthening of the unlocked quirks. How to switch between quirks as quickly as possible, using some of them at the same time as long as they weren't powered up. But at that time, no one talked about using that power again. There are 5 days left until the exam. Shuko, take this. The fights continued between the students, each one already showing improvements in their way of fighting. An example of this was the case of Shuko and Uraraka. The first one let her opponent get close enough to then try to immobilize her. Uraraka, dodging at the last second. That was close, somewhat agitated. Space was limited. That was another clear disadvantage for Shuko, who not only had to be aware of her opponent's attacks, she also had to be alert that her own eyes did not pass the divisions of her other companions and hurt them. It was difficult, and that's why. Uraraka, this is my chance. Launching herself at high speed behind Shuko, she is in an attempt to stop her by creating a large block of ice, burying herself in the process. It doesn't matter, she could easily get out with her fire afterwards. But to her bad luck. Uraraka, I already fell for that trick yesterday, Todoroki-san. Shuko, huh? Noticing how she was floating above him when? Uraraka, touching her forehead with one of her fingers. Today I won. Hee. Exhausted, Shuko just dropped her head and let out a heavy sigh. Shuko, demons. And to make matters worse, Shuko had been left in a somewhat complicated position. Her entire body had been inverted, trapped a few meters above the ground with only her head and part of her shoulders outside. Uraraka, what were you trying to do? Deactivating her quirk by putting her feet on the ground. It's not the first time you've done something like that during our fights. Shuko, it's like a kind of ice prison, explaining to him without caring that he was seeing it upside down. I saw something similar in a very old series. Once I'm inside the ice block, I'll be able to defrost it a little. I'll move behind the villain's back and tie his hands without him being able to resist. Uraraka, I see, wondering whether it was worth executing a seemingly very complicated movement. While that was happening, Mina, how hot? Hagakure, I saw on the news that it would be much hotter than usual these days. Jiro, you know, right now I would like to be fighting Todoroki. With all that ice around both of them, they must not feel this suffocating heat. Mineta, oh come on, he's not doing that much either. Kaminari, easy for you to say. Pointing at him with some envy, you bought that pocket fan. Mineta, with multiple speeds and cooling system, very happy to have won the bet against Ida, and aways I just enjoy my winnings, friend. A couple of tongue clicks were heard in the distance, but none of the group of friends cared. Star, guys, listen to me, getting everyone's attention since it's really hot today, take a little break. I already sent for you to get some cold drinks. Let's wait for you inside the gym, and not out here in the sun. At those words, everyone without exception went as quickly as possible inside the gym. Star noticed that Shuko was still inside her own ice, but before she could get close to her, Izuku appeared. Izuku, I'll help her out, don't worry. Star, are you sure? I could. Izuku, sister, smiling sincerely. The tone with which he called her, that smile, to see and hear that had eliminated the guilt that still lingered, and with a better mood she accepted what the young man had said. Star, okay, but don't take long, the drinks shouldn't take long to arrive. Izuku/Shuko, yes, saying at the same time. Mina with a mischievous smile walked away from the place, imagining what would happen to that pair when they were left alone. Hagakure did not understand what was happening to her. Now the couple was alone, with no one around to see or hear them. Izuku, so. Shuko, what? Noticing a somewhat mocking smile, if you have something to say, tell me when you put me down. Izuku, why didn't you use your fire to get out? Slowly approached. Shuko, blushes a little, I'm a little tired, that's all, besides it's not like I can feel hot being in here. Izuku, liar, holding her head and then raising it a little, I bet you were expecting something like this. Shuko, what are you? And so, without warning, Izuku stole a kiss from her without a second's hesitation. The kiss slowly increased in intensity. At that moment their tongues touched. At first they were shy, but as the seconds passed they became confident and intertwined. Izuku breaking away from the kiss even with that face, are you going to continue saying that you didn't expect something like that to happen? The girl's face was red from the act she had just performed. Her breathing was somewhat agitated. She even still had part of her tongue outside her lips. Shuko, pulling herself together, I idiot, what if someone saw us? Izuku, everyone has already left, there is no danger whatsoever, remembering something and then letting out a little laugh, you know, I just remembered that in a movie a scene similar to this happened, only it was the man who was upside down. Shuko, I'm serious, you know it would be bad if someone saw us. And with that a new kiss was stolen. This time starting with the same intensity as the previous one. After many more seconds Izuku separated slightly, but both were still joined by a thin thread of saliva. Shuko, today you're catching her breath, being very risky. Izuku, it's not my fault, getting closer to her ear, it's your fault that I'm like this, whispering in a somewhat hoarse tone, you look so helpless right now that I simply can't control myself. A light flame began to generate in his girlfriend's hair. I have a hard time controlling the temptation to kiss you. And with that last word a great flame almost instantly released Shuko, who could not look her boyfriend in the face due to the great shame she felt at this moment. Izuku with some doubt lowered his gaze a little, getting scared to see small tears in the eyes of his beloved. Izuku, I'm sorry. Not knowing what to do, I didn't mean to, Shuko moved her lips slightly. It was in a whisper so soft that it was not heard. Izuku, see, could you repeat that last thing for me? Shuko, and not here, looking up, don't kiss me like that, not here for a second. Izuku was scared. Just do it when we're completely alone, looking down again without Momo or Melissa being there either. Izuku, I promise, giving him a hug which was reciprocated. How about as compensation tonight I start teaching you how to cook? Shuko, tightening the hug, it's okay. On her way to the gym, Shuko commented that she never imagined that the shy Izuku she met at first could ever do something like that. In response, he just smiled with some embarrassment. It was true, he had changed a lot. It's true that he now has 3 girlfriends, that he has decided not to be indecisive, especially with them, but even so, his change has been really drastic compared to his beginnings. Once inside, they sat next to their friends. While they rested and shared pleasant moments, Izuku imagined himself several months ago. He did not regret his change. That night Izuku tried to teach Shuko how to make scrambled eggs. She inevitably burned them. The only good thing for her was that at least she received some kisses to calm her down. In the middle of these, she lamented that Momo and Melissa were nearby watching a movie on one of their phones. I really wanted to experience one of those passionate kisses again. There are 4 days left until the exam. There was no confrontation this day. Instead, the students were just getting used to constantly using their quirks, as well as supporting others in similar areas, such as the case of Izuku. Thank you very much for helping me understand this a little better, Uraraka-san. Uraraka, don't worry, Midoriya-kun, smiling lightly, that's what friends are for. With a cheerful attitude, the Machi lover and the first friend she made at the academy were now suspended in the air. They were both giving each other advice on how to keep their balance, and how not to get dizzy. Uraraka, by the way, Midoriya-kun, can I ask you a question? Izuku, you already did it, hee. Uraraka, haha, very funny, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Yaoyorozu-san, I think, already made that same joke. With Kendo-san, you two have really spent a lot of time together. With a somewhat inquisitive look, Izuku became somewhat nervous and sweated a little. Izuku, it's just a coincidence, hee, wanting to change the subject. What did you want to ask me? Uraraka, oh right, looking down, how do you move faster in the air? Izuku, that, bringing a hand to his chin. I have several ways getting the attention of his friend. I can create a small gust of air with my fingers, propelling myself that way. Uraraka, yes, I can do that. Izuku, I haven't tried this one, but I thought I could use the whips to stick to the ground or a wall, and when I contract the whip it would propel me. Uraraka, that one, looking at her wrists. Maybe if I ask Melissa for help with some support equipment I can do something similar, smiling. Thank you very much, being interrupted. Izuku, also staring at his friend. I can enhance floating. Uraraka, potential? Izuku, yes, looking down, making sure no one is spying on them. I haven't told many people this, but I've been practicing how to use the energy of one for all in one of the wielder's quirks, impressing his friend. That's how they become. Uraraka, stronger, staring at him. In that case, if you boost your floating, the result would be flying, right? Izuku just nodded. Wow, I don't know what to say. Why did you tell me that? Izuku, why wouldn't I? Smiling at her, because we're friends. The girl looked down. One of my first friends, in fact, he noticing that she kept her gaze down for a long time. Are you okay? In a small movement, Izuku tried to touch his shoulder. His gaze reflected the small concern that was emerging. That ended when Uraraka looked up and held him by the wrists. Uraraka, you've become so cocky since you have all those quirks. Her tone was friendly, and she said it with a cheerful smile. You know, there's also another way to propel me in the air without all that. Raising her legs and subtly kicking Izuku's chest. I can do this too, haha. With a small scream, Izuku began to spin around in the air several times, and he didn't stop until several seconds later. When he finished, he felt a little dizzy, but at the same time he began to laugh a little. Uraraka accompanied him, but it didn't take long for him to become very dizzy, and he had to deactivate his quirk to go back to the ground and vomit. Izuku, that's what you get for cheating on me. Her friend gave her a small wave as she walked away from her, heading for the nearest bucket. Now Izuku was alone in the air. He looked up and contemplated the beautiful blue sky above him. Izuku, what a nice view. Slowly closing his eyes, the sky is really beautiful, isn't it? Izuku, getting scared by hearing the sudden voice very close to his ear, and Nijire, feeling his heart still beating fast from the fright. What are you doing up here? Nijire, hey, you're not the only one who can be up here. Speaking in a scolding tone. You don't own the sky, Izuku, but more importantly, puffing out her cheeks in a cute pout. Why didn't you tell me you could fly too? Izuku, didn't you see yourself suspended in the air on Kamino? Nijire, I thought you were holding yourself up with those whips. A small moment of silence ensued. At this point, the other classmates noticed the presence of the curious girl next to Izuku, and when their girlfriends looked at them, the worst thing that could happen happened. Nijire, that just makes me have more questions. With a strong hug, Nijire held Izuku very tightly, burying Izuku's arm in the middle of her breasts, making him blush and causing his girlfriends on the ground to instantly frown. Izuku and Nijire, trying to break free, but only causing me to hold him tighter. What are you doing? Nijire, I prevent my best friend from avoiding my questions again, getting dangerously close to his face. I've been holding back for too long. Izuku, I can't stand it anymore. Mina, on land, don't you think it's starting to get a lot hotter? Jiro, I don't think so, seeing how both Shuko were constantly releasing fire, just like Momo, but to a much lesser extent it's a fact that it's getting hotter. Izuku, not noticing what's happening down there. Oh, okay, I'll tell you everything you want to know, trying to separate again, but could you please let go first? Nijire, you don't like my hugs? Her eyes became sad. Izuku, it's not that I don't like you, it's just, pointing to his arm buried in the middle of his breasts, the intensity with which you're giving it to me. Nijire, huh? Looking at the indicated place, blushing instantly and quickly separating pervert. Izuku, you were the one who hugged me like that. A valid complaint, which unfortunately was ignored. Nijire, well, you are a man after all, it's normal that you feel attracted to a girl as beautiful as me. Izuku, and here his narcissistic side comes out once again, whisper weakly. Nijire, unfortunately for you. Izuku, smiling while blushing a little, I'm already in love with someone else, impressing her friend. That's why I'm very sorry. But if you confess your love to me, I'll have to reject you. Hehe. Izuku, don't worry, that won't be necessary. What I feel for you is just friendship, smiling calmly. Nijire, well, that somehow hurt my female ego, but I'll forgive you this time. With a somewhat mischievous smile, I assume the same thing happens to you. You're already in love with someone, aren't you? Izuku blushes. Well, Nijire, who is it? Trying to guess. I bet it's Shuko. Since the sports festival I've seen you two much closer together, interlacing her hands with a smiling face. I hope it's her. You two would make such a cute couple. Swallowing some saliva, Izuku regains some calm. Izuku, didn't you have some questions? Nijire, that's right. Staring eye. Unfortunately for the curious girl, a loud scream coming from the ground interrupted her. Both she and Izuku looked at the origin of the scream. It was a young blonde man with a fairly developed muscular build. Nijire, Mirio, don't interrupt me. Pouting. Mirio, Nijire, you have to come down now. His tone was serious. Remember that we have an important meeting. Izuku, who is he? Noticing how that boy looked at him with some anger? Is he angry? Nijire, oh, don't pay attention to him. He's just been in a bad mood lately. Playing it down. He's Mirio Togata, and the one next to him hiding from everyone is Tamaki Amajiki, greeting him happily. They're both the other two students belonging to the Big Three, although now that I'm out of that group it's just the two of them. With a small laugh he made it clear that, although he did not regret his actions, deep down he did want to continue being part of that group. No, that's a lie. She was strong on her own. She never needed to belong to that group for everyone to recognize her, which was really what happened. Mirio, Nijire, I'm serious, we have to go now. Nijire, I don't want to. Hugging Izuku again as if she were a child throwing a tantrum. I still haven't been able to ask him all the questions I wanted. Hugging him a little harder, my brain will explode from so many accumulated questions. Mirio, that doesn't even make sense. Tamaki. And Nijire, very embarrassed, he raised his voice just a little. But the curious girl remained silent to listen to him. I remember that, holding back his embarrassment at receiving so many glances. I remember that Ryukyu is waiting for you, looking around. Don't look at me. With a drop of sweat running down his temple, many wondered what was wrong with the boy. Nijire, debating internally. Okay. Mirio, finally, now watching the girl throw her phone at him. What? Catching it at the last second. Now what? Nijire, take a picture of me with Izuku. Ah! Most of those present shouted because of the unpredictability of the situation. Mirio, stop playing, we have to go now. Nijire, not until you take a cute picture of me with my best friend. Izuku, may I give my opinion? Nijire, No, you can't, she said with a smile too wide. Again, you were saved from my questions. This is a small compensation. Reluctantly, knowing that Nijire wouldn't come down until she got it, I agreed and took that photo as quickly as possible. Mirio, ready, now come down. Nijire, I want to see her first. Mirio, TCH, snapping in frustration, to see it you'll have to go down. Nijire, I don't want that, speaking in a low tone so that only Izuku can pick it up. Izuku, can you pick it up with your whips? Izuku, sure, no problem, pointing his arm towards Mirio, who became defensive, something that everyone noticed. Nijire, could you hold me tightly? Nijire, pervert, covering her breasts a little. You again? Izuku, it's not about that, correcting her quickly, it's just that at the moment I can only use one quirk at a time. If I use the whips I will deny that I am floating. Nijire, oh, I understand. I'll help you. Hugging him again and pushing her breasts into her friend's arm. Don't have weird dreams about this. Izuku, I have never had a dream like that. Lie. Izuku at that moment glanced at his girlfriends, a chill running down his spine. Wanting to ignore that feeling, he concentrated on taking out one of the whips and taking the phone from Mirio's hands, who at first seemed reluctant to give it to him. Nijire, looking at her phone screen, I didn't like the photo, pouting. Another one. Izuku, don't you think you're already exaggerating? Nijire, no, I don't think so, throwing her phone again, it's not up to my standards. Izuku, if we have to wait until then we could be floating here for a week. Nijire, and that would be a bad thing? Reaffirming her grip, I will hold you all the time, smiling at her, I will never let you fall. A promise he would regret not being able to keep. Izuku, noticing Mirio's angry look, I think this better be the last one, I mean it. Nijire, you're right in that case, smile. Izuku, huh? Confused, but what if I already do it? Nijire, no silly, shaking head, now just be curling your lips. Izuku, that's what a smile is. Nijire, smile from your heart, touching Izuku's chest, feeling his strong heartbeat. Even with everything you've been through, your heart is very strong, widening her smile even more. Looking very beautiful right now. Think about the people you love, those with whom you share a genuine bond, and smile genuinely. The faces of many people came to his mind: his sister, his friends, Mirko, Gran Torino, Momo's parents, Melissa's father, Almight, his girlfriends, his mother, and lastly his father. All those faces made Izuku smile genuinely, fortunately for him. The photo was taken at that exact moment. Nijire got excited when she saw it, and after a few small adjustments she showed him her phone. Nijire, look, I set it as my wallpaper. Finally landing with Izuku, that smile suits you very well. Since you look like a rabbit in your hero suit, and you jump around everywhere, you must look cute in photos. In a quick movement, and wanting to return the joke, Izuku had taken out his own phone and asked Nijire for a small photograph. She accepted without hesitation, and it was then that she had unexpectedly made a sign behind her head to simulate two small rabbit ears. Nijire, hey! Pouting again, I'm not a rabbit. Izuku, don't make that face. Nijire, smiling mockingly, you're just as cute as one, so smile. Nijire, don't use my own words against me. Starting to pat him on the chest. Mirio, that's enough. Grabbing her by the shoulders and dragging her out of the place. Sir is waiting for us. Nijire, bye Izuku, bye girls, saying goodbye happily, I'll see you later, hee. The three of them had left as quickly as they had arrived, but not before Mirio had looked at Izuku again with an expression that was difficult to decipher. Izuku, while putting away his phone, I was really surprised by your arrival. Looking in the direction of Shuko and Momo, noticing something strange about them. Are you okay? Neither of them answered, they just looked at him for a second and then looked away and walked away from him. Even though Shuko wasn't using her quirk, Izuku could tell that the temperature of the place had suddenly dropped several degrees. Kirishima, were you mad at Midoriya? Confused, tilting his head. Behind them, Mina, Uraraka, and Jiro looked at each other, and then let out a loud, heavy sigh, saying a single word in unison. Men! The training continued a little longer after that, but the spirits had completely faded. Izuku's room, that same night. Izuku, G girls, why swallowing some saliva? Do you look angry? Melissa, silence. Her tone was calm, but at the same time intimidating. Shuko and Momo told me what happened this afternoon. The three of them looked at him with their arms crossed. You have a lot to explain, Izuku Midoriya. The three girls were standing, staring at him, while Izuku was sitting on the ground using his knees as support. He felt like he was in a trial. He's not wrong. Izuku, I don't know what you mean, I don't. Shuko, interrupting him, your interaction with Nijire, that's what we're referring to. Izuku Nijire? Still confused, but we only talked for less than 5 minutes. Melissa, I was told that wasn't the only thing they did. Squinting. Izuku, WL feeling the weight of the gazes on his shoulders. We took some pictures, but that's all. Melissa, safe? Izuku, why yes. Slightly raising his gaze. At that moment, Momo, being the most sensible in the room, let out a small sigh and looked at her friends. Momo, wait girls, you know Izuku can be quite silly sometimes. Izuku, hey, his complaints were ignored. Momo, we have to explain things while singing next to her boyfriend and staring at him. Izuku, it's just like you said at the beginning, the three of us are angry. Naturally, Izuku wanted to ask what the reason was, but Momo prevented him from doing so by raising her hand while making a gesture for him to remain silent. Momo, what bothered Shuko and me? Melissa, when did they tell me? She added while she and Shuko were still standing. Momo, yes, coughing lightly as I said, what bothered the three of us was that you were so close and friendly with Nijire during training. Shuko, the same thing happened a few days ago during lunchtime, but this time it was too much. Now Izuku understood why he received 2 kicks under the table that time. Melissa, it may sound hypocritical knowing the kind of relationship we have sitting on the other side of Izuku, but we don't like it when you get so close with another girl. Izuku, I finally understanding the situation. Nijire is just a friend. Shuko, we also started out as just your friends sitting in front of Izuku. I'll just accept what we have up to this point. If you ever say you want to add someone else, her eyes started to get wet, I'll leave. Izuku, that won't happen. In a quick movement he pounced on Shuko and gave her a big hug. I love you, he said honestly as he separated himself a little from the hug to look at the other two. I love you. My heart only has room for you three, and that will never change. Widening his arms for Momo and Melissa to join the new shared hug. Now I understand your right to be angry. Looking into their eyes, I'm sorry. I'll be more aware of these things and set limits. At his words, the girls hugged him a little tighter. The 4 of them stayed in that position for exactly a minute without saying a single word. Momo, you see, it's better to explain things clearly? Her friends nodded. Well, I guess with that clear you can say that. Melissa, we got through our first couple fight. Redirecting all her hug towards Shuko. Shuko, do you have a fetish for always hugging me? Melissa, I can't help it. Your body always feels warm and refreshing at the same time. He tightening her hug. Shuko, Izuku, Momo, Ayudem. Izuku, well, she's right. I've seen it from all the times I've hugged you. Shuko. Momo, really? Approaching them, I want to check it out too. Shuko, huh? Receiving the relentless embrace of both while her screams were drowned between Momo's breasts. Momo, it's true, perfect for these hot days. Melissa, right? Both ignored their friends' complaints. Shuko, someone get me out of here, she complained, but deep down it didn't bother her. Melissa, come on. Izuku, opening a small space, join us, and let's take lots of pictures. Momo, what a great idea, taking out her phone while creating various objects like sunglasses. We can have many more types of photographs. Izuku, getting closer. I would love that. And as if nothing had changed, Izuku happily joined his girlfriends. Happy that their first difficulty as a couple had been easily overcome, deep down he thought things would be harder. But he was glad he was wrong. No, this wasn't right. The 4 of them were living in the dream. Sooner or later they would be forced to wake up. UA Academy Gamma Gym. Star, okay guys, everyone gather around. The training day was already over. Star, look at you. When you finished the first day of training you looked like you were about to collapse and would have to crawl back to your dorm. Ha ha ha. Her gaze reflected great pride. Now you look completely different. You don't look so exhausted anymore. Although a few may not want to admit it, their training was certainly very effective. Star, Now you can look in the mirror and you will notice the change in your physique. Kaminari, nodding excitedly, he's right, my abs have already started to show. Thinking about a certain girl, I wonder if Ibra-san would like them. Slapping himself, idiot, don't think like that, concentrate first on the date you promised her, but when? At this rate it'll be after the exam. Star, as you know, now that this day is over there are 2 days left for your exam, and in those 2 days remaining you will do staying silent for a few seconds to create some tension. Nothing. So you what? Confused, wouldn't that be a mistake? Carol holding her chin, if there are only 2 days left, isn't it better not to lower the level of training? Carol. Star, you're wrong, tensing one of his arms, the muscles need to rest after these intense days. Izuku, Almight said something similar at the beginning of my training, added. Momo, I heard it that time too, looking at Izuku, and then they both smile. Star, and even with that demonstration you don't want to confirm anything to me, coughing a little as I was saying. In these last 2 days you will rest your muscles and not use your quirks, noticing how some raise their hands and sighs lightly at that. Those who wish to continue training are free to do so. But I do not recommend it, looking at those who still had their hands raised, and of course, if something happens to you in the middle of the exam like a cramp, it will not be my fault if you ignore my recommendation. No one raised their hand anymore. Star, well, smiling, kindly take advantage of these 2 days to relax, sleep properly. Read a book, watch a movie, or anything that makes you happy. Crossing arms, that day I will be in the stands supporting you. Izuku, whispering to Momo, rather it's to see the results of her training and boast about what a good teacher she is. Receiving a blow to the head, ouch. Said blow came from the same Star. At the same time Momo couldn't help but let out a little laugh. She deserved it for whispering in the middle of class after all. Izuku, on his knees, rubbing his head which still hurt from the blow. Right now it would be good to have the danger sensor unlocked. Standing up while looking at his hand, I wonder when will I unlock the other quirks. Hating the collar that held him back even more. Star, that would be everyone, you can leave now. After his words, the place slowly became empty, except for 2 people. Star, what's wrong, little brother? Izuku, the other training? Star, that one's over too, sorry, and remember. Making a secret sign, Izuku understood, thanked him for his training and went to his room, remembering how much he would miss not feeling the restrictions of that damn collar, adding to the fact how much he had improved in the management of his quirks to date. He managed to enhance the black whips into various shapes, but it didn't have much reach. Able to use 2 non-powered quirks at the same time in perfect synchronization, from 3 onwards I had to alternate them. But most importantly, you must retain all the rays of one for all inside your body up to 35% without straining your body. Izuku, well, I guess I can't complain about my progress after only a few days, carrying his hands behind his head as he walked, although a little more wouldn't have been bad, laughing a little as he realized what he thought. The girls are right, I am very greedy, hee hee. As he walked away, Star looked at him in the distance with some concern. Star, I'm sorry, little brother, but there's another reason why I don't want to take you out of the academy again. Walking to meet his other student, during the last training I could tell someone was watching us. Not knowing who it was, the professional hero preferred not to put a minor at risk, especially in the unstable conditions of her situation. She thought that, although it might not be the best, Izuku would be safer within these walls and, in order not to worry him further, she would investigate for herself who it was without telling him anything. Another small mistake made. Izuku's room, that same night. Melissa, it hurts. Sitting next to her beloved, while being comforted with caresses on her head, Melissa complained about how strict Star was with her training. Small tears ran down her cheeks as she felt the muscle pain. It was natural. Melissa never trained for much of her life. Luckily for her, Izuku understood her perfectly since he had also been through the same thing. Izuku, yeah, increasing his caresses, you'll get used to it soon, don't worry. Melissa, still leaning on Izuku's shoulder, I understand that I was the one who asked him to train me, but he has no consideration for a girl who has never trained before in her life, she's very bad. Izuku, quite the opposite. Melissa stared at him. If she's so strict with you, it must be because she likes you, smiling at him, if not she wouldn't be training you so much. Most likely she wants you to be able to defend yourself as best as possible in case something happens, squinting her eyes, although I will make sure that something never happens, resuming her calm attitude. So what do you think? Melissa, she responded weakly, looking down. I understand, but… Izuku, Melissa? Somewhat confused, Izuku remained motionless when in a quick movement Melissa had climbed on top of his legs and hugged him behind his neck. When he looked up again, their eyes met. With flushed cheeks and moist eyes, Melissa had stolen a kiss from him that lasted only a second. Melissa, comfort me. As my boyfriend, one of your jobs is to make me feel good. Izuku, I will gladly fulfill my responsibility. After that, a new kiss was given, one much more intense than the previous ones, equaling the one he had with Shuko days ago. But now, being alone in Izuku's room, with a favorable environment, instincts slowly took over their bodies. The kisses did not stop, a pleasant warmth ran through every part of their bodies. Lemon skipped. The kisses didn't go away. The few times they did it to catch their breath, they were still joined by a thin thread of their saliva. At this point Izuku could already feel the fabric of his girlfriend's bra, she was so close. Melissa, I think I found something I might be more addicted to than meat. A centimeter, not even less, was the distance at which the hands of both were about to touch that part of the other's body, unfortunately for both. That moment has not yet come. Shuko, Izuku, it's me, open the door, suddenly knocking on the door. Melissa, hey Shuko, panting slightly. Shuko, are you okay? Raising an eyebrow, you're very agitated. Melissa, why yeah, well, thinking of an excuse, I just got back from star training, hee. If they find out what we were about to do without them, they'll kill us. Shuko, I see, entering the room watching as Melissa closed the door. Are you sure you're okay? Melissa, why yes, why do you ask? Shuko, your legs are shaking. Melissa gulps here, creating a small block of ice and giving it to her hands. Wrap it in a blanket and put it where it hurts the most. That helped me in the past. Melissa, oh, thank you, sighing mentally. I see that in the end you do care about me. Shuko, shut up, walking away with a little blush. With that said, Melissa followed her friend's words, and after wrapping that block of ice she lay down on Izuku's bed. In truth, that advice was really good. Once the stimulation she was having with Izuku ended, the pain slowly reappeared, but with her friend's instructions that began to solve itself. Shuko, can I help? Coming up behind Izuku. Izuku, sure, still a little nervous. Shuko, are you okay? Tilting head, you and Melissa are acting really strange, squinting. Did something happen? Izuku, no, you must be imagining things, haha, feeling Shuko's gaze on him. Look, help me cut these vegetables. Shuko, okay, taking the knife, wrongly pointing the edge towards Izuku. What are you preparing? Izuku, first hold the knife while taking her by the hand and adjusting the utensil. Well, I'm going to prepare ribs. I need to cut these vegetables into very small pieces to then turn them into a sauce. Shuko, leave it to me. With determination at its highest, she began to cut quickly and precisely, or so she thought. In the end, the result had been, as always, a disaster. Shuko, I think I better give up. Izuku, don't say that, standing behind Shuko and taking her hands and then guiding them. Look, this is how they cut, speaking very close to her ear. Shuko, what is that I'm feeling? Getting an idea, blushing more with each passing second. It can't be what I'm thinking, or can it? Sensing that Izuku was talking to her, but she wasn't paying attention. Is he doing it on purpose? No, Izuku isn't like that. Besides, he promised me that he would only be this intense when we're alone. Izuku, Shuko getting closer to her, are you okay? Shuko, Fuyumi didn't prepare me for this. Izuku, why you want to do that much? Luckily for her, there was a knock on the door again. Izuku offered to open it after noticing Melissa lying on her bed treating her muscle pains. Once Shuko was alone, she screamed internally. She couldn't get the feeling of it pressing on her but out of her mind. Her teenage brain played a trick on her, imagining a wide variety of situations that she herself had no idea she was thinking about. She gulped as she tried to remember the feeling she had just felt. Izuku, hi. Momo, noticing something about her, but asked after letting her in and closing the door, did something good happen? Do you have a big smile? Looking at her more closely, does it have something to do with what you're hiding behind you? With a small smile, she nodded happily. Momo, yes, it's something that I know you're going to love with great excitement. She showed what she was holding in her hands, surprise. A book, a new, heroic legend, was in front of them. Izuku recognized it immediately and held the hands of Momo, who was still holding the book, a hero, whose history dates back long before that of the Argonaut himself. Before them was the story of Epimetheus. Izuku, it's amazing. Inspecting the book, it's in perfect condition. Momo, yes, it was really difficult to find it in this state, but it was definitely worth it. Izuku, you're amazing, Momo hugging her to steal a kiss, but before that I love you. With a reciprocated kiss, the couple was in that position for no more than a few seconds. Momo, yes, it was definitely worth it, he picking up her hair a little. Let me prepare some tea and we can read it. Melissa, I'm sorry to interrupt your plans, but Izuku is already a bit busy. He's preparing some ribs for me. Realizing something, by the way. Izuku, if you're here, that means that. Izuku, realizing it, he's also panicking. I left Shuko alone in the kitchen. A second of terror invaded the minds of the three. Melissa, my ribs. The girl in question was the first to stand up, quickly followed by Izuku and Momo. Fortunately, the food hadn't been completely burned, but there was a huge mess on the floor along with several dirty plates. Luckily for them, the food was saved, and after several minutes the four of them ate, cleaned the disproportionate amount of dirty plates and utensils, and were finally sitting in a position that was quite comfortable for them. With Izuku in the middle while he was lying on the edge of the bed, while two of his boyfriends lay on his sides and a third hugged him from behind while she was lying on the bed. Melissa, thank you so much for the food, it was really delicious, giving her a little kiss on the cheek. Izuku, it was nothing. Momo, honey, hugging one of his arms, could it be that now? Shuko, what's wrong? She was the one lying on the bed. Izuku, Momo got a new book, noticing that didn't impress Shuko much. It's about another hero, as great as the Argonaut. Shuko, really? That totally caught her attention. I would like to read the story. Melissa, me too. Taking the opportunity to lean further on Izuku's shoulder. Done, I'm comfortable now. Izuku, slowly opening the book. This is the story of Epimetheus, also considered as the silly hero. Argonaut was the clown. Epimetheus the fool. Just knowing what he was known as, the girls thought it wouldn't be strange if he ended up resembling Izuku in a certain way as well. The truth is that, yes, he looked like someone, but that someone was. With a calm voice, Izuku began to read the beginning of said story. A long time ago. It happened so long ago, not everyone survived to tell the tale. A wise and cautious god tried to take something from the sky. It was the primordial flame, a great flame that radiated and incinerated everything. The wise and cautious god decided to grant the children the flame of heaven so that they would know his pain. But the great god of thunder did not allow it. He raged until the sky complained as he tried to catch the fire-stealing god. However, it was already too late. The primordial flame had fallen from his hands, from the ocean of the sky. I kept falling and falling all the way to the world far below. As the hours passed, they had finally finished reading their entire story. Without exception, small tears ran down the cheeks of all four of them. The story of Epimetheus was sad, tragic, heartbreaking, and at the same time inspiring. He was a hero in every right, he was. After closing the book, Izuku wiped away his small tears and asked the girls if they would stay with him again to sleep. He never refused. While they continued living in the beautiful dream, the pieces of an intricate gear continued to move. Everything would begin and end with the actions of the Niza director, who has always looked with a cynical smile at the screen of his computer. Izuku's room, the next day. Melissa, good morning, very sleepy, huh? Noticing that there was only Momo next to her, Izuku? She looked for him, but she didn't see him or get an answer. Shuko? Thinking that the same thing was going to happen. Shuko, good morning, coming out of the kitchen with 2 cups coffee? Melissa, yes, thank you, subtly getting out of bed. Where is Izuku? Taking a sip. Shuko, He went out for a little jog, shaking his head. Even with what Star told us, he insisted on it, shaking his head. He is very stubborn. Melissa: yes, smiling, but partly for that reason the three of us fell in love with him. He taking a bigger sip. The coffee is very good. Looking at her cup, it turned out very good. Shuko: I prepared it. Izuku getting discouraged. Melissa: oh, I'm sorry. After a few seconds of silence, the pair of friends enjoyed the silence. They had to admit that the mornings in this room were much quieter and more pleasant than in the bedrooms, and talking about them. Melissa: we should go back now. Shuko: yes, finishing her coffee. I'll go wake up Momo. Melissa: I didn't think he slept that much. Shuko: she must have been very tired after using her quirk so much. Melissa, who had also finished her coffee, approached her friend and prevented her from waking her up, at least not yet. Melissa: hey, don't you think Momo has a big forehead? Having a mischievous smile. Haven't you wondered how big it is? She said with a mischievous tone after taking a ruler that was sticking out of Izuku's backpack next to the bed. This is a good time to find out. Shuko: well, letting herself be tempted now that you mention it. Both looked at Momo, who was still sleeping innocently. Yes, I have asked myself. Melissa, widening her smile: let's find out. Slowly approaching. After a few minutes. Momo, slowly waking up. Good morning, giving a small yawn while stretching her arms and her breasts swaying. Shuko/Melissa, presumptuous, looking at her own attributes. Momo: where is Izuku? What time is it? Shuko: he went out for a jog. Melissa: and it's time for us to go back to the bedroom. Handing her cup of coffee: drink this quickly, clean your face, and let's go, we're waiting for you. Momo: why yes, taking the cup, thanks. After drinking her coffee, Melissa took the cup from her and went to wash it. Momo then went to the bathroom to clean her face. It was there that she saw a certain object. Momo: what's a ruler doing here? Taking it, I'm going to have to talk to Izuku about being more orderly with his Turning it over, she saw that there was a black line drawn on it almost to the edge of one of its ends. This is? Blushing as she imagined something specific. Is it that big? Swallowed. At the same time that with her hands trembling and her heart racing she placed that ruler on her belly. It's not possible. Almost panicking, it reaches above my belly button. Something that big won't fit me. Her face turned completely red, although be babies are born from there and maybe with some effort. Shuko: what's wrong, Momo? Melissa: why did you scream? Before Momo entered the acceptance phase, her friends appeared, leaning against the door frame. Momo: girls. Showing her the ruler. This is somewhat embarrassed. She was going to explain, but she was interrupted. Melissa: that's it? Smiling mockingly: I'm sorry, but I couldn't resist and I measured your forehead horizontally and marked where it ended on that ruler. Momo: dropping the ruler on the floor. Melissa: I wanted to remove the mark with soap and water, but it wasn't possible. Scratching her head, pretending innocence: I guess I owe Izuku a new rule. Momo: looking down: why, you mean that mark isn't from? Shuko: what were you thinking? Staring at her pervert. After a few seconds of silence that seemed like an eternity, Momo finally looked up and shouted. Momo: I hate them. With teary eyes from shame, Momo left the room and returned to the dorms alone. Both instantly felt guilty for what had happened. Before returning, they picked up the ruler, and when they saw the mark, they couldn't help but remember the interaction they had with Izuku the day before. They swallowed, thinking that from how they felt him, he wasn't very close to their size. For that day, Momo did not speak to either of them, and when Izuku asked what was happening, they told him the truth, receiving a small scolding from him and consoling Momo for what had happened. For that day, all of his caresses and kisses were exclusively for her. That day things were very calm. During lunchtime, Momo, still not wanting to talk to the other two, had lunch with Midnight, who accepted with great pleasure. Melissa did the same with Star. Both had become friends. By this point it was more than clear that both teachers had taken those students as their pupils. They could even say the same with Shuko and Mirko. Since the few times she came, it was mainly to see her and continued giving her advice. There is one day left for the exam. UA Class A Academy. End of Jordan. Kirishima. Tomorrow is the day. Excited, I can't wait to get my license. Mina, we will make all the pain from training worth it. Uraraka, I'm very nervous uncovering a package of matchas, and when I do it I get very hungry. Jiro, if you eat all that you will get fat. Uraraka, stopping eating for a few seconds, I can't stop, can you help me? Jiro, shrugging his shoulders, why not taking a few matchas? Mina, I want it too. Mineta, guys, I still have some money from the bet winnings, smiling, let's order a pizza while watching a movie, to relax. Her friends accepted without hesitation, which excited the boy. Changing her habits and controlling her perverted side has certainly been improving her life, and she felt proud of it. She also didn't forget who inspired her to take that first step. Mineta, Midoriya, you come too, don't stay locked up like a hermit, smiling, you'll always be welcome, and whoever says otherwise, bumping his fists, I'll make sure they don't say anything. His words made everyone in his group laugh a little. Izuku, haha, thanks for the invitation, I'll go later taking her things, but first I have to see Melissa at the support desk. Uraraka, will he go to see her to kiss without worrying about anyone seeing them? How daring, well done Melissa. Kirishima, so what? Tilting head, do you need any last-minute upgrades to your outfit? Izuku, something like that, opening the door to the classroom. Shuko, I'll accompany you. Izuku, sure, he said with a happy tone, are you coming too, Momo? Momo, no, taking her things and leaving through the other door, I have some documents to fill out for tomorrow. Without saying anything else, she walked away from the place, but not before giving Shuko a somewhat disapproving look, who lowered her head a little, but that changed when Izuku placed his hand on one of her shoulders. Izuku, shall we go? Shuko, yeah. With a tender smile, they both set off in the opposite direction to Momo. During their walk, her friends could notice how Shuko put her hands behind her back and walked with some rhythm. They could even swear that they heard her humming before she walked away a few meters. Mina, wow, Todoroki-san has really changed a lot compared to how the year started. I celebrate mine, while Jiro and Uraraka frowned a little. But even with that discomfort about the support for their respective friends, they could not deny that statement. Shuko, do you think he really hates us? Izuku, not at all. Both walked calmly down the hall. She's just upset about the joke they played on her, leaning his head over hers. Before they know it, they'll be talking to each other again. I bet by tomorrow she'll be over her anger. Shuko, I hope so. Feeling a little better, she is one of the first people I can call a friend. I wouldn't want that to change. Izuku, I understand you perfectly. In a subtle movement, and taking advantage of the proximity of their bodies, Izuku intertwined his little finger with Shuko's, who let out a small, knowing laugh. For Shuko Todoroki, this moment of her life was the happiest. The bad memories of her hellish training days slowly disappeared. The black flame of resentment towards her father was slowly extinguished by the light that Izuku transmitted to her life. She was genuinely beginning to wish that her father would wake up from his coma, and maybe, just maybe, she could forgive him after a long talk. A beautiful wish, indeed. Distracted by her thoughts, she didn't notice when Izuku stopped, bumping his shoulders in the process. Shuko, why are you stopping? She received no response. Intrigued, she looked ahead, running into someone unexpected. Bakugo, correcting himself quickly, Midoriya. At that moment Shuko saw him after several days. On his body there were still several bandages. He looked fearful, fragile, so weak, and without having time to say anything else, Izuku took her by the wrist and began to walk. Bakugo, how did you? Raising his injured hand in an attempt to greet. Izuku, don't talk to me. But he was ignored. Since that night Izuku had made things very clear to him. Indifference was the only thing he received. Shuko, what was that all about? Izuku, letting out a heavy sigh. The idiot wants me to accept his apologies for everything he's done in all these years. Frowned. Shuko, will you do it? Izuku, no, gritting his teeth a little, and please let's not talk about it anymore. Before walking away with her boyfriend, the girl took one last look. He looked so sad. Although she still hated him, she couldn't deny that reality, and she could also notice a small detail, the scars clearly caused by the fire. She more than anyone could understand the weight of having those kinds of marks on her body. she will not take his side, she will not insist that Izuku forgive him, she simply hoped that if he was truly sorry for his past actions he would show them with actions and not with words, just like his father. Several minutes later, when they both met with Melissa, they had a mission, to help them think of some apology to make up for that joke. After some planning, they believed they already had something good, which they would naturally carry out after the license exam. Bedrooms, night. Izuku, the movie was good. Uraraka, yeah, it had a lot of action. Punching the air, it was way better than the ones they did before Almight. Izuku, it wasn't that good either. Debating with his friend, Almight's movies are much better. Inflating his chest with pride, I've seen all of their movies many times. I know what I'm talking about. Kaminari, I wouldn't be surprised if your room is considered the unofficial All-Might Museum. Izuku, I would like that if I'm honest with you, haha. The time between friends continued a little longer, chatting and playing for several more minutes, some having more fun than others. Mina, ready to lose? Momo, don't count on it, I have very good cards this time. Mina, if you say so, but do you know something? Smiling maliciously, you are very bad at lying. Both were playing cards. Unfortunately for Momo, she had lost every round. It was not because of a lack of strategy, but because of the simple fact that she did not control her expressions, resulting in Mina always knowing which card she should take from her hand. Mina, and I win again. Picking up the chips, I'm the best. Momo, why? Looking down and speaking in a tone almost on the verge of tears, why can I never win at this game? Mina, I already told you, you are very bad at lying. Smiling, if you were the protagonist of a romance story where they have to hide their relationship, the other characters would discover you in the first chapter, ha ha. A slight chill ran down her spine. Luckily for her, her hero had arrived to save her again. Izuku, hey Momo, would you let me see those documents? Interrupting his game, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just that. Momo, don't worry, getting up from the table, I understand. Smiling slightly, they're in my room, follow me. Mina, watching how they walked away, don't take long or I'll go looking for you. Her words with a hidden meaning were ignored. Once they reached Momo's room, she closed the door for greater privacy. Momo, thanks for saving me. Izuku, don't worry, and about those documents? Momo, mines. Izuku, huh? Confused, what do you mean? Momo, there was never any document to begin with. I just didn't want to talk to Shuko or Melissa, crossing her arms while pouting. Izuku, they are sorry and want to apologize to you. Momo refused. Could you at least listen to them? Momo, I could, letting her hair down, but in exchange spreading her arms, I want a hug and lots of kisses. Without waiting a single second, their bodies joined in a warm embrace, their lips touched lovingly. Izuku knew it, Momo would not be angry with both of them for much longer, but if she could take advantage of the situation in some way, she saw nothing wrong with it. Momo, nervous about tomorrow? Izuku, honestly yes. Both sat on the bed. I don't know what percentage they'll let me use the one for all touching the collar, or if they'll even let me use it looking at the ceiling. Will they let me participate in first place? Will they judge me more strictly than the others? Or worse, will they be stricter with you? Directing his gaze now towards his hands, I have no idea what to expect tomorrow. At that moment, Momo gently took him by the head and gently pushed him towards her chest and then began to caress his hair. He wouldn't let go. That sensation felt really good, it made him feel safe. Momo, no matter what tomorrow brings, speaking to her in a soft, loving tone, as long as we face it together we can overcome it. It's normal to have so much to think about being in your place, but always remember that you are not alone. You have friends, teachers who care about you. My parents, and of course giving her a little kiss on the forehead. You have us. Izuku bit his lips and simply remained silent. There was one word he wanted to say to her, one he wished to say to her. Thank you? But he couldn't do it. After several seconds of caressing her hair, Momo looked up at her and spoke with a smile. Momo, how about some midnight tea? Getting out of bed and heading to a small machine in the corner, I'm sure it will help with your nerves. Izuku, it's not midnight yet, you know, raising an eyebrow, and more importantly, can you have that machine in your room? Momo, of course I can, preparing her drink as long as no one finds out I have it, hee hee. Izuku, Who would have imagined that the class president would commit corruption joking about the subject? I'm going to have to report you to Aizawa-sensei. Momo, I think that's fine, so I can also tell him about all the questionable acts that the class vice president has committed, playing along with the joke. After a short pause, the two laughed a little. After that they enjoyed that tea in a pleasant silence. It was at that moment that Izuku took the opportunity and looked at his girlfriend's room in more detail. In the end his attention ended up focusing on the trash can, which was full of many envelopes. Izuku, have you forgotten to take out the trash this whole week? For some reason they have been arriving with much more intensity, lowering her gaze. Sorry for not telling you before, I stopping her words upon receiving a hug. Izuku, you don't have to apologize, you haven't done anything wrong. Thinking about all those men who send her the letters, ever since I met her she's had to deal with that. Maybe I should burn those letters in front of her to cheer her up. Without realizing it, a small red glow appears in her right eye. Burn them along with those who send them. Yeah, that's a good one. Realizing what she was thinking, quickly shaking her head. What am I thinking? Momo, are you okay? Separating from the hug, is something wrong? Izuku, no, nothing is happening. Keeping silent about his problems again. I just thought you don't have to worry about that. I'm sure Ruji-san and Ai-san would never accept an arranged marriage. Momo, of course, puffing out her chest with pride. After all, I have wonderful parents. Izuku, it's true, a little joke occurs to him, and if a wedding were to happen I assure you that I would personally go to ruin it. I would lift you up like a princess, and we would escape together riding on a horse towards the sunset. Momo, puff, ha 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 ha, unable to hold back his laughter. That sounds like a fairy tale ending. A beautiful ending, but the truth is that both knew perfectly well that the end of fairy tales never exists. Suddenly a small explosion is heard, which ends the couple's moment. Izuku, what was that? Momo, don't worry, it's Melissa, shaking her head. Sometimes the inventions she has in her room explode. Izuku, it's a good thing he didn't bring any of them to my room. Momo, and I'm grateful for that. Getting out of bed, your room is officially my reading sanctuary. Only there is enough silence for me to concentrate on my books. Offering her hand to her boyfriend, we've been here for a long time. Let's go back before Mina arrives and discovers us. Izuku, sure, I'll follow you. Nothing else in particular happened that night, and unbeknownst to either of them, it would be the last quiet night they would have for a long time. UA Academy parking lot, exam day. Midnight, good luck, and be very careful. Momo, yes. Excited, I won't let her down. His eyes were shining with excitement. Midnight, you're so adorable. Hugging her, don't forget to use all the tricks I taught you. Momo, why yeah, this is how Shuko must feel when Melissa hugs her. A few meters away from them. Mirko, your sister wishes you good luck. Smiling slightly, kicks some ass. Shuko, sure, imitating Mirko's smile. I'll pass the exam. Mirko, well, looking at the interaction next to him, I hope you're not thinking of us doing something like that. Shuko, not at all, the way we are is fine. With a knowing smile, they both bumped fists. They didn't need anything else. Mirko, by the way, looking at Star, where is the brat? Star, my little brother? Scratching the back of her head, he's already on his way to the exam location, confusing those who were listening to her. Did you hear that they changed the exam location at the last minute? Mirko, yes, I heard some rumors these days. Why? Star, because it will be held in this very city, and when I found out this morning I told him to go to the exam jogging, that way he will have his muscles warmed up ready to face anything. Mirko, TCH, clicking his tongue while looking at Shuko, if that had happened I would also tell you that you should have gone jogging. Sighing, it's too late for that, it will be for another time. While that was happening, Izuku walked briskly through the streets of the city. He was no fool and was cautious as he put on a hood to hide his face. The last thing he needed was to attract attention if someone recognized him and a scandal arose that would prevent him from arriving on time. Back to the bus with the other students. Jiro, Hey, blushes slightly. Are you busy? Kirishima, not at all, smiling at him while moving a little, giving him space in the seat. You can sit here if you like. Jiro, thanks, looking for a topic of conversation. Nervous? Kirishima, a little bit, he looking forward towards his other friends, but I trust in the training. I know we will all get those licenses. Jiro, Yes, you are very lively, widening his own smile a little. But then he notices how one of his legs is shaking a little, but it is noticeable that you are more nervous than you say. Kirishima, yeah well, he looking in amazement as his friend offered him a hearing aid and this? Jiro, music always relaxes me, maybe it will help you looking away a little if you accept, of course. Not a single second passed when Kirishima put on that headset accepting the invitation. Inevitably they had to get a little closer to each other. For the first time Kirishima seemed a little shy. He was blushing a little when he recognized the position he was in. With Jiro it was no exception, but it didn't matter, she was happy. And while that was happening, a few seats back, Uraraka was watching them. The girl clenched her fists at the same time as she looked down, questioning herself why she felt a strong pressure on her chest. Someone like her did not deserve such a thing. Nobody noticed his pain. Another mistake. The pieces are slowly falling like domino blocks. The buses left, it wouldn't take long for them to arrive. Meanwhile with Izuku, I could already see from a distance the state where the tests would be taken. Izuku, good, I'm almost there. The boy continued jogging until something caught his attention. It was nothing extraordinary, it was a simple flower shop, whose window displayed some particular flowers. Izuku, how beautiful they are, and at the same time so melancholic. Those flowers in front of him had a peculiar name. Red Spider Lily. He stared at them for a couple of minutes, until he finally noticed the time. Izuku, damn! Starting to run, I'm going to be late. Already at the stadium, the students were at the doors of the facilities. Momo, Izuku looking everywhere, he hasn't arrived yet. Star, don't worry, he still has several minutes to spare, he'll arrive. Wow, so it's true! Suddenly the voices of the other students from different academies resonate as they watch them. The number one hero is working as a teacher at the UA. Yes, I would have been very jealous before, but I'm glad I didn't take his entrance exam. If I had, I would be in the same academy as that monster. You're right, I bet they hired her to hold him back in case he reveals his true nature now that Almight is gone. Do you think he'll come to take the exam? Are you crazy? Someone like him doesn't even deserve to take the exam, haha. Even if they let him, even if he's really on our side, even with all that, he's just a damn fool. I know, that dream you once said on TV is idealistic nonsense. No matter how hard you try, that stupid ideal will never come true. The laughter was not long in coming. They were so brave saying all that just because Izuku was not present. Shuko, those damn things. With a small flame created in her hand, Momo followed her as she began to create a weapon. Hearing how her boyfriend's dream was mocked was something they couldn't tolerate. Just as he had defended them, they would do the same to him. Luckily for those students, Star stopped them both. Star, don't waste energy unnecessarily. At the same time that this conversation was taking place, a very important meeting was about to happen. Ayuden. Small footsteps frantically ran down an austere alley. It was a little girl, her arms and legs wrapped in dozens of bandages. Her ragged and dirty clothes were all she was wearing. The little girl who was not wearing shoes had slipped in a puddle of dirty water. From a distance she could see the light coming from the street. She could already see people, but none of them could see her. Someone please, whoever! And suddenly, the man who tormented her found her. With firm steps and in complete silence, that man approached the little girl. Panicked, the little girl quickly stood up with all her strength, and with the little strength she had left in her small legs she ran towards the light. Someone please help me! With tears in her eyes, she wanted to scream those words, but the fear was so great that no sound came out of her mouth, and as if her prayers were heard, a person did see her, who may have been passing by the alley at that very moment. Never mind, at that moment, they both saw each other. The little girl had fallen to the ground, not believing that she had been seen. Izuku, oh sorry, bending down to try to help her. Did you hurt yourself? The girl still didn't respond. Can you get up? Taking off his hood, don't be afraid, smiling at her with the intention of cheering her up. Ah. A weak sound came out of her lips. Izuku worriedly looked at her more closely, noticing all those bandages, the dirty clothes and the fear on her face. He knew immediately that something was not right. Hey, isn't that the grandson of that villain? Did he just kidnap a little girl? Somebody call a hero! Izuku's brow furrowed suddenly. How could they come to that conclusion so quickly? And things only got worse when that man appeared. Let's go, Eri. His voice alone made the little girl shudder. Small tears ran down her cheeks. In a last attempt to get the help she needed, the little girl clung to Izuku's hands with all the strength she had, which was almost nothing. Izuku could barely feel her squeeze them. She was very weak. Finally a hero! One of the civilians watching the scene from across the street said enthusiastically. Mirio, what are you doing, Midoriya? Staring at him without losing sight of the other man. If you don't hurry up, you won't make it to your exam. Izuku, you? Recognizing him instantly, we have to help her. Mirio, she has to be with her father. The little girl's tears increased. Izuku's heart was beating hard from the growing anger he was feeling. Mirio, if you really want to be a hero, you must leave now and take that exam. Looking at the civilians, thinking about the common good is the highest priority for us. Shuko, Pero. Star, shaking head. People usually make fun of other people's dreams for the simple fact of not having one of their own. Even if they do have one, they don't make an effort to make it come true. These two moments, happening at the same time, would be the trigger for something bigger. Momo, it's frustrating. They don't know him and yet they speak so badly of him, and of that beautiful ideal, clenching his fists helplessly. Star was silent for a few seconds, until she remembered a certain question that Melissa had asked her a while ago. Star, do you know what we call those who manage to fulfill their ideals? With a smile full of determination, those people are the ones we know as authentic heroes. Both open their eyes in surprise. We know it. He will manage to fulfill his ideal. Mirio, come on, let her go. Midoriya clenching his fists. Just go take your exam. Free the girl! Get her out of your filthy hands! Give the girl back! The world is distorted, corrupt, rotten to the core, and yet... Eri, are you sure you want to get to this point? Starting to take off his gloves. Eri, no. At that action, the little girl went into total panic, writhing with all her might, desperate to get out of Izuku's arms. Eri, let me go! The little girl had lost all hope, and when she was almost free from those kind hands, she was ready to return to her hell, but at that moment. Izuku, I won't allow it. Without thinking twice, not caring about the screams of the civilians behind him, Izuku quickly hugged the little girl, preventing her from returning to that man's side. Izuku, you're safe now. Eri, let me go. Hitting Izuku's chest. It was all a lie. Just a joke. Mirio, Midoriya, let her go right now. Already quite angry, you have no right to do this. Don't listen to them, was the phrase that was constantly repeated in his mind. Izuku, my ideal, doesn't exclude anyone. Hugging her tighter, no matter who it is. If I'm in front of that person, I'll save them. Star, looking up at the beautiful morning sky. Being a hero isn't about defeating all enemies, nor decimating evil. Being a hero is about fighting for what's right. Ignoring adversity and overcoming it, widening her smile. So don't give up, be the hero this world needs, not the one they want you to be. While both events were happening, in a third place, in a certain hospital room, unnoticed the great hero, still in a coma, had begun to slightly move one of the fingers on his right hand. His awakening was soon. Eri, why you let me go? I'm fine. Izuku, stop lying. Eri, I'm not lying. Her voice was breaking as she held back the crying that threatened to come out. At that moment Izuku hugged her a little tighter, and with a calmer voice he spoke to her. Despite all the screams of the civilians about Mirio, the little girl only listened to him. Izuku, I know you're lying. It's very obvious, I know, because your eyes beg for help. With that last thing said, the little girl couldn't take it anymore. She had started to cry with all her might while clinging to Izuku. Finally someone reached her. She was finally going to be saved. There, in the midst of so many people, it was like the next chapter in Izuku Midoriya's adventure had begun.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.